Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The plot tells us about the social whip. Holding her hand to her mouth, the frightened girl suggested that someone in that alley was in danger. Adjusting his cap, the policeman replied that this was the custom and that they would be there soon. The frightened girl began to walk away from the car. The policeman's face suddenly became very serious. He asked with a displeased look if the working day was over. We are told that the police are a social parasite. His partner pointed her finger at the girl who was surrounded by a crowd of guys and asked if these were the people the woman was talking about, adding that they needed to hurry there. Frowning, the man asked why. Shifting his gaze, the policeman clarified whether his partner had seen their leader. Looking at the crowd of guys, he asked what they could do together. Looking at the bandit's crazy face, the girl said that they should call for backup then. The man said that they would play with her and then leave her. The policeman closed his eyes and noted that this was not the first time and there was no point in creating unnecessary problems. The stunned partner was sitting in the car. The policeman stood in front of a crowd of bandits. The bandit asked with an angry look what it was. The guy ordered her to be let go with a serious look. The bandit started walking towards him. He blew smoke into the guy's face and asked what to do if he didn't want to. The guy hit him hard in the face. The bandit was shocked by what had happened. The cigarette fell to the ground. The man was lying on the ground and holding his face. The policemen in the car were surprised. The bandits were scared. Examining his hand, the guy said that if the bandit didn't want to let go, he would have to suffer. Blood was running down the bandit's face. The crowd of people rushed at him, shouting that he was a fool. The guy hit the leader in the face. The bandit flew to the side from such a blow. The guy looked away. The dumbfounded police officers continued to sit in the car and watch what was happening. The guy was standing over the wounded bandit. The leader put his hand inside his bosom. He took a knife out of his pocket and said that he would kill the guy. Smiling, the guy asked if the bandit had ever killed before. The enraged man screamed that he had and that he would be next. The guy came close to his face and said that the bandit was lying and had never killed a person, adding that his look did not look like the look of someone who had committed murder. Frowning, the man asked if the policeman thought that he did not have the strength to kill. The guy, with a serious face, asked him to kill him in that case. He began to pull the bandit's hand with the knife towards himself and continued to ask him to kill him. The policeman, looking mad, noted that if the bandit could not. The bandit was scared. Looking intently at him, the guy said that if he could not, he would kill him. The bandit was shocked by this. He dropped the knife on the ground. The thug standing in front of him asked who the cop was. The guy put his hand on his shoulder and asked what he meant by who. The police officers in the car were dumbfounded. The guy squeezed his shoulder and said that he was the one who caught scum like him. He adjusted his cap with a grin. The plot takes us a week ago to the port of Incheon. There were many containers in the port. The stranger was standing in front of the container. He began to open it. When he opened the container, the guy saw several people in it. He seriously assumed that everyone was already there. The plot introduces us to the killer nicknamed Bright December. The guy smiled and asked why it was so late. We are introduced to the killer nicknamed October. Sitting on a box, October asked if the protagonist had gotten involved because this was his last mission. He replied that he hadn't come that late. He asked with a serious expression what the matter was. The mercenaries were staring at Charlie. There was a smile on the guy's face. The guy stood behind the protagonist and swung the chain and said that John had asked him to work with him. A chain appeared near Charlie's neck. The protagonist grabbed the chain in his hands and turned around with lightning speed. He snatched the chain from the guy's hands. The guy fell in front of Charlie's feet. The chain was making a loud ringing sound. Wrapping the chain around his hand, the angry protagonist asked what it was. Grinning, October said that it was a job. Taken aback, Charlie asked again about the job. October added with an evil grin that it was a mission to eliminate the legendary killer Bright December. A crowd of mercenaries began to run at him. The guy swung a knife at Charlie. The protagonist threw the chain around his neck. He hit the guy in the face with his knee. He dodged the blow with an axe. His face was serious. Charlie kicked him in the face. He saw another guy running towards him. The protagonist ran past him and wrapped a chain around his neck. He started to strangle the guy. He pulled the chain with both hands with an enraged look. October watched this with a calm look. Holding the corpse by the collar, Charlie called out to him. He stood in front of the killer and asked if he had gathered such a pack to kill him. October, with a smile on his face, put his hand behind his bosom. Pointing a gun at the protagonist, he noted that he did not have much respect for guns, but this was an order from John and he needed to get rid of the unusable ones. Holding the gun in front of Charlie, October emphasized the fact that he uses a gun when he does not feel like bothering himself with cleaning. The dumbfounded protagonist asked again if this was John's order. Enraged, Charlie stated that John knew that this would be his last mission and after that everything would be over. The boys locked eyes and October noted that the protagonist would ask him in hell why John did that. October said goodbye to Charlie with his finger on the trigger. The protagonist rushed at him. Blood splashed in all directions. Smoke rose upward. The monk was sitting in front of the incense. He was looking at the picture among the incense. He looked at the phone, which had received a message. John brought the phone to his ear and asked if everything was ready. He was told that it wasn't. Everything was done. John looked at who was calling him. Enraged, Charlie looked at October's corpse and noted that John was a fool. John asked calmly if it was the protagonist. Looking at the picture, he said that he was just about to light the 49th incense. John wondered how Charlie knew about this ancient rite and called him. The protagonist asked if John was in the temple now. John answered with a serious look that it was exactly so and the monk should be there. He asked if Charlie would be able to get up. There was a huge crowd of killers standing in front of the temple. The protagonist asked him to open the door, adding that he was behind the door. John was taken aback by this. Standing in front of a crowd of mercenaries, Charlie said that he was already approaching. The protagonist threw away the phone and said that if John did not come, he would open it himself. Looking at the crowd of armed people, Charlie said that they would talk when he smashed John's skull. The guy stood in front of the protagonist and said that John was now preparing for the ritual. Charlie said with a serious look that John was stealing children and turning them into killers. The protagonist asked how someone who made money on murders could be called a deity. The guy's face was serious. He squeezed the axe in his hand. He swung the axe at Charlie. The protagonist cut his stomach with a knife. Enraged, Charlie screamed for them to move. He thought in his mind that he had been trained to kill since childhood and had given up everything for it. The protagonist ran at the mercenaries with a knife. He pierced the guy's chest. He swung the knife and cut the mercenary's throat. Charlie reasoned that he had given up on himself, his usual life, and even his family. He was wounded in the back. Turning around, the protagonist saw a stunned girl. Charlie was furious. John held a gun in front of the protagonist's face. Looking at John, Charlie noted that he had promised him that he would allow him to live an ordinary life. The protagonist was kneeling in front of him. John listened to him silently. Charlie added that after this mission, he could live like an ordinary person. The embittered protagonist cried out that John had sworn to him. Holding a gun to Charlie's forehead, John said that he was now living an ordinary life. John approached him and noted that every ordinary person sooner or later faces death. Smiling, John emphasized the fact that such are the laws of life. Charlie was dumbfounded by this. John was standing over him. His hand was lying in a pool of blood. The protagonist thought that he would still take revenge, even from the depths of hell. Charlie suddenly began to open his eyes. He saw a crowd of police officers in front of him. Closing his eyes, the guy said that the doctor said that he might have short-term memory loss. The dumbfounded girl asked him to come to his senses. The guy handed him his ID and asked him to look in the mirror. They were examining the room and said that this was the Ilsen Police Department. A photo of Charlie in his new body was hanging on the police board. The protagonist imagined himself in the present and the past. Looking in the mirror, Charlie asked what it was. He thought about waking up after death and becoming a policeman. He was lying on the bed in front of the guys. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if he was a police officer. Charlie imagined himself in a past life and thought that the legendary killer Bright December, after betrayal by his organization, was reborn in the body of a policeman and instead of taking revenge only got punched in the face. He had epaulets on his shoulders. He was slapped. The enraged guy said that the main character was a fool. The girl was lying on the ground and shaking. The main character looked in the mirror. He asked with a dumbfounded look if he tried to commit suicide. The angry girl clarified if it was possible, no matter how hard it was. The guy noted that it was good that the rope broke and he lay there for a week. The girl looked at him and screamed that he was a fool. Frowning, she asked if Charlie thought he could change anything by writing down the names of those scumbags. The main character clarified what she was talking about. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that he left the names of his seniors and rank in the suicide note. He presented a note stating that he had suffered. The enraged guy asked what was wrong with these newbies. The plot introduces us to senior patrolmen Carl and Dave. Carl pointed his finger at Charlie and said that his parents were criminals who committed suicide after their actions. Dave closed his eyes and said that the son of criminals became an officer. Angry Carl emphasized the fact that if the protagonist was going to say goodbye to life, he should have done it in silence. Charlie listened to him silently. Carl waved his hand and asked why he had written their names at all. There was a loud bang in the street. Carl was stunned. The protagonist grabbed his hand. He stared at Carl, who asked if he had gone crazy and dared to resist him. He looked at Emily, who was lying on the ground, and called her. Carl asked if this could be considered an attempt to kill a superior. Emily frowned and said that she couldn't see anything. Dave sat above her and said that he would help her up especially for her. Dave grabbed her by the hair. Charlie said that they were stupid. Sighing, the protagonist asked what kind of mess they had made. Carl was furious about this. Charlie started squeezing his hand, which made Carl start screaming. Carl raised his head and screamed in pain. Emily suddenly stood up. Carl frowned and asked him to let go. Charlie extended 2 fingers. He hit him in the neck. Carl was stunned by this. He started to fall to the ground. Dave, taken aback, asked what was going on. Carl's eyes were blank. The protagonist swung his leg at Dave. He hit him. He hit him in the groin. Dave started crying and screaming in pain. Emily, stunned, watched what was happening. Charlie stood quietly in front of the guys. Emily pointed her finger and screamed that he was a murderer. The protagonist's face was calm. The man folded his arms and ordered everyone to disperse. The plot introduces us to the senior officer, Chuck. He asked why he raised his hand against his colleague. The guys were held back. Sitting at the table, Chuck asked Charlie if he thought that the officer could not be fired. He said that he would personally handle the issue of firing the protagonist. Charlie's face was serious. Evening came. The protagonist took off his cap. He sat on a bench with a dissatisfied look. He sat with a thoughtful look. Emily's voice was heard in the police station. She followed Charlie and asked if he had gone crazy. The protagonist clarified whether it was self-defense. The guy asked if Charlie had forgotten that the senior general was covering them. Turning around, the protagonist asked again. Pointing his finger, the guy said that it was true and the senior general had a whole Manhwa flower. They waved to Charlie and asked him to be careful, adding that they would miss him. Raising his head, the protagonist noted that this was why they couldn't catch them and that they were all rotten from the inside. He introduced a star and noted that their boss had a whole Manhwa. He asked if that was like 1 star in the army. Charlie stated that he would rather be reborn in the body of a pig than someone with a higher rank. The girl had a smile on her face. He was holding a cap in his hands. Looking at the cap, the protagonist said that at least he remembered standing in the rain as a child. John extended his hand and offered to go with him. Charlie was surprised. The protagonist's face as an adult was serious. He was standing behind a crowd of people. Charlie suddenly turned around. He was surprised. The protagonist was staring at the barrel of a gun. John pointed the gun at him with a smile on his face. He shot Charlie. The protagonist tied his tie into a noose. He was looking at the tie. He was standing in front of the table and talking about the guy whose body he was in. He saw a red book on the table. Charlie looked at the photo and noticed that the guy in whose body he was abandoned by his parents and was experiencing betrayal by the team and committing suicide. The protagonist took the photo in his hands. He said with a serious look that he was in a similar situation and he liked it. He looked away and asked if he should. The plot takes us to the Western Police Department. There were 2 flowers on the shoulder straps. The man was looking at the documents. The plot introduces us to the senior general, Bill. He read about the Hwagaksa temple. Bill was taken aback by the voice behind him. The protagonist stood behind him and asked how Bill was doing. Turning around, Bill asked what was the matter. Charlie put his hand to his neck. Bill frowned at this. Dumbfounded, Bill clarified who he was. The protagonist said with a serious look that he was Bright December. He held Bill hostage. Bill looked away. He crossed his arms and said that it was nonsense. Sitting opposite him, he asked if Charlie was Bright December and wanted to say that he had been killed and reincarnated in the body of an officer. Bill asked who would believe such nonsense. The protagonist looked at him and noted that he was not asking to believe. Smiling, Charlie said that it was a threat. Bill listened to him silently. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist addressed him. He imagined the outline of many people and said that he would help him get rid of the Hwagaksa temple. Bill was surprised by what he heard. Frowning, he asked who Charlie was. The protagonist sat opposite him and clarified if he had introduced himself. He was holding a recorder in his hands and noted that he did not think it was worth discussing the Hwagaksa temple there. A sound suddenly began to come from the radio. Charlie stood up and addressed Bill. He seriously stated that he was not asking for a favor. A powerful aura emanated from the protagonist. The policeman was sitting against the wall. Another guy was lying unconscious on the ground. A crowd of police officers were beating him up. Standing in front of Bill, Charlie emphasized the fact that he was threatening him. Bill was scared. He asked with a dumbfounded look who the protagonist was. Enraged, Charlie replied that he was Bright December. Getting up from the table, Bill screamed at the protagonist to stop this nonsense. Looking at Bill, Charlie said that he had promised him 3 years ago. The plot takes us back 3 years. Bill was sitting on the ground, wounded. The protagonist held an umbrella over his head and called out to Bill. Standing in front of him, Charlie introduced himself as Bright December. Frowning, Bill asked if he was from Hwagaksa temple and how long they had been chasing the monk. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that Bill was the first one to get this close to him, noting that he asked me to convey his congratulations. Charlie pressed the button on the umbrella and noticed that John had said he wasn't interested in an old man like Bill. A blade came out of the umbrella. The protagonist pointed the blade at Bill's throat. Bill was sitting near a trash can and begging for mercy. Looking at Bill's sad face, Charlie asked him if he wanted to die. He took hold of the mask and addressed him. The protagonist took off the mask and asked him to promise him something. Charlie said with a serious expression that he would spare Bill's life and he would catch this slimy bastard and give him 3 life sentences. Bill was dumbfounded by such a request. Holding his shoulder, he asked why and if they were from the same clan. Charlie asked if he liked monks. The protagonist put on the mask and emphasized the fact that he hated monks. Holding the umbrella over his head, Charlie noted that they were bald fools. Taking off his hood, the protagonist said that Bill had made a promise to him that night, but it seemed he had not kept it. The protagonist's face was serious. He looked at Bill's shoulder straps and assumed that he had been promoted in 3 years and was probably more interested in his own advancement than in fulfilling his promise. He took a pen out of his pocket and noted that this was not good. Holding the pen in front of him, the protagonist wished him death. Bill was dumbfounded by this. Frightened, Bill cried out that it was not that he did not want to, but simply that he could not. Looking at Charlie, Bill clarified what he thought he had promoted, adding that it was much easier to gather information from the top. Stretching out his hand, Bill said that with this information, he remembered holding a pointer in his hands and being asked about the clan of killers. The man was looking at the documents. Bill glanced at the man's shoulder straps. He asked if Monk John was the head of the clan of killers. Pointing at John, Bill replied that that was exactly it. Many officers began to laugh and say that Bill had read too many comics, noting that the Hwagaksa temple was a national cultural treasure. Putting his hand on his chest, Bill began to shout that their department had investigated and found a lot. He was suddenly taken aback. He saw the man's shoulder straps. There were 4 flowers on the shoulder straps. The man looked at him and said that if Bill did not stop, he would be fired. The man sat opposite him with his arms folded. Bill was shocked by this. Looking at Bill's report, the stranger noted that it was not worth dragging religion into it. Looking around the office, Bill said that the investigation had been stopped. Sitting on the couch, Charlie asked if the management had stopped the investigation. Putting down the documents, Bill asked to look at them, adding that his team had worked tirelessly to get this. The protagonist began to study the documents. He threw them on the table and said that such a chaotic investigation would be stopped, but there was still valuable information there. Bill had beads of sweat running down his face. Charlie remarked that it would be fine as long as he kept him alive. Bill closed his eyes and sighed. The protagonist asked him with a wild look in his eyes what he had exhaled. He stared at Bill and noted that he had said bye. He was sitting opposite Bill. Charlie extended his hand with a smile on his face and said that he would help him not to die at his own hands. The protagonist saluted and said that he hoped they would get along. Bill listened to him with a frightened look. The bird was sitting on a tree branch. The plot takes us to the Ilsen Police Department. Sunlight enveloped the building. The police were sitting at their computers. Charlie suddenly kicked the door down. Emily was shocked. The protagonist waved his hand and called them over. He wished them a good morning with a serious expression. Emily approached him and asked if he had been fired. The man entered their room and asked what the noise was. He was taken aback when he saw Charlie and asked what the hell was going on. He looked at the protagonist and asked if it was him. Pointing his finger, Chuck asked if he had told him not to come back there again. The protagonist asked where the senior officers were. Chuck replied that they were on sick leave. Furious, Chuck asked him to get out. The man entered the department after Charlie. Bill was standing behind him. Chuck was stunned by what he saw. He looked at Bill's shoulder straps. Bill's face was serious. They began to greet Bill. Bill put his hand on the protagonist's shoulder and said that he had come to see where their Charlie worked. Frightened, Chuck asked how Bill knew the protagonist. The guys were shocked. Bill pointed his finger at Charlie and noted that one could say that he was his savior. The protagonist saluted and greeted everyone. There were many cigarettes in the trash can. Sitting on a bench, Charlie suggested that having a high rank was great. Bill smoked a cigarette and watched him. Raising his finger, the protagonist asked for a favor. Night fell. The bat was hanging on a tree. John was sitting in the temple and looking at the picture. He lowered his head. Turning around, he asked who had come to him. Charlie looked at John and replied that it was the one who did not forgive insults. John was surprised. The protagonist began to walk towards him. John suddenly grabbed the incense and turned around. He threw the incense at Charlie. It flew into his mask. The protagonist managed to move his head back at the last moment. He looked at the incense sticking out of the wall. He took it out of the wall. Charlie dropped the incense and said that a monk should not defame the abode of Buddha. John stood opposite and, having said about the mask, asked who it was. The protagonist replied that he was a departed soul. John snapped his fingers and asked again about the departed soul. People began to enter the temple. Charlie and John clashed eyes. Many mercenaries stood in front of John. He wished the protagonist a safe journey to heaven. The enraged men were rushing towards the guy. John watched what was happening. The man with the knife ran towards the protagonist. His hands were aimed to strike. The guy hit the man on the head. Blood spurted from the guy's face and he let go of the weapon. The knife was flying down. Charlie grabbed it. He was standing in a fighting stance and the other men were running towards him. The guy swung an axe at him. Then he bared his teeth and frowned. Charlie fought his way through the guys. Blood was pouring from the limbs of the people around him. They opened their mouths in rage. John narrowed his eyes. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He angrily pursed his lips under his mask. The man shouted, "Stop." He frowned in displeasure. The man looked at him from under the mask. Everything around was in interference, and his thoughts flashed, as expected. He continued the thought that he could not record anything because of the plugs that May had installed. The protagonist looked straight ahead. Then he asked what they would do, and that it seemed that many souls were still waiting to be laid to rest. John looked at him with displeasure. The voice continued that if not, the man was lying in a pool of blood. Charlie swung his knife, saying that it meant that they would turn into a ghost, and John ordered everyone to stand still. He frowned and continued that he did not know who had sent him, but it seemed that this someone was dealing with evil spirits, and this mask. The voice told him to come closer. The protagonist's eyes widened. John grinned and told him to let him look at his face. The man replied that he should not, and that he had just dropped in to say hello. The guy continued that he would soon find out who he was anyway, and for now he could prepare his head for execution. Charlie narrowed his eyes and thought about what else. He continued the thought that he still had a lot of training to do. John suddenly ran into him. He touched the protagonist's mask. There was an explosion. The man covered his eyes from the dust. Everyone around coughed. They asked about tear gas. The guy called John and asked if he was okay. The man covered his mouth with his hand and said that there was nothing to worry about. He was holding a mask in his hand. There was no one in front of him. The hand holding the mask tensed. John squeezed it and it broke. Then he turned to the burning candle. He squinted. There was a card with a picture on the table. The voice asked what the ghost was. People were walking in the park. The man knitted his eyebrows tiredly. The guy told him that they had not seen each other for only a day, and he seemed to have aged 10 years. The man replied that it was all because of him. He did not even know how many problems he now had. He continued that there was an attack on police officers. Noise. The man said that the tear gas was also gone. Bill asked him furiously if he realized how hard it would be to hide all of this. The guy covered his ear and said, well, if the bastard had been caught earlier, none of this would have happened. The man asked him what he thought was easy. Bill furrowed his brows and said they had proof anyway, so teaming up with the prosecutors. The guy interrupted him, saying they just needed to catch the bad guy, and what was the point of all this trouble? The man covered his eyes and said, well, yeah, how would a killer know? The guy faltered. The protagonist covered one eye and said he didn't just kill people, he only killed people who were supposed to die, and this was proof of that. The fist moved towards the man and the protagonist continued that his life. Bill told him to listen. Then he continued that no man had the power to decide who was destined to die and who was worthy of life, and that all men should be judged according to the laws of society. The hero asked why this idiot would get a suspended sentence. Bill frowned and replied that even if they couldn't catch 10 criminals, they couldn't commit even one miscarriage of justice. He continued that that's why they needed solid evidence. The hero indignantly exclaimed that this damn evidence. The protagonist cursed. He exclaimed that it was stuffy, create your own department or something. Bill asked again in bewilderment. The man shouted that he was an officer, and technically not a real one, and what department were we even talking about? Charlie replied that he was the strongest of all. The man told him that this was not right, and the hero asked why. Bill said that there was a certain hierarchy in the police system. Charlie asked how high you need to go to create your own team. Bill replied that you need to get a small Manhwa. He has such stars. The guy asked like that. The protagonist frowned and said that then they should get to work quickly, and that they would have to work hard to get a promotion as soon as possible. Bill asked again what. He closed his eyes, called him an idiot, and told him not to get into trouble, and to sit quietly. They would sort everything out. He turned his head and saw that the protagonist had disappeared. The voice asked where he had gone. Ilson Police Department. Kate fixed her hair and asked what she needed to do to get a promotion. Then she continued that of course they needed to pass a test. The guy asked again about the test. The girl asked the officer to bring her a drink. He called Charlie and asked him to sort things out with the madam. Kate looked at him and said that she thought his memory had returned. But he didn't even remember that. The guy asked when he would be taking the test. The drunk girl fell on the protagonist, saying that there were exams or whatever they were about, and that she wanted a drink. Kate said that he needed to serve at least a year. The protagonist asked again about a year. Charlie was thrown away by the girl and she exclaimed that they have some service here. Someone called Kate and asked if she had looked through the complaints. The girl answered affirmatively. Charlie asked if it was possible to do it any faster. The protagonist was putting the girl to bed. Kate asked why he was rushing off to get a star. The guy answered that it would be great. The girl seriously told him to come to his senses, and for an ordinary officer to get a Manhwa, he needs to work for at least 10 years. Charlie frowned and asked that even if he was a senior lieutenant colonel. Kate replied that she was jealous. She continued that testing for promotion was done as a formality. Charlie asked if there were really no other ways. Kate replied that there were. She pointed her finger at him and said that it was a special promotion. Then she continued that if she could catch serious criminals and show good results, she might get a special promotion. She closed her eyes and put her hand under her chin, saying that they didn't have that much time, so they just did what they were told, and that they had to deal with the usual complaints, but someone called her and asked if she would check this. Kate said okay. She said that maybe someday they could too. Suddenly she asked again, confused, and looked at the empty space. The voice asked where that idiot had gone. The street was filled with people. The girl was walking arm in arm with the man. The people were locked in a fight. The voice said that it was true. Everyone turned to look at the man. He continued that why would a police officer prepare for some kind of tests? The couple turned around. The voice said that when his job was to catch criminals, the fighters looked at the man. He looked at the crowded street and said that he needed to work hard. The protagonist adjusted his police cap. He said with a smile that he would also get a special promotion. All the people in the country, they could be divided into 3 types. One of them is former swindlers. Of course, there are people who have committed minor crimes, like a man on a moped who drove through a red light. But in any case, there aren't too many of them. Among them, Bright December is looking for, not minor offenses, but a felony, something much more serious. Charlie was standing in the middle of the club. Suddenly, he noticed someone handing something to the girl. He looked at the bag and thought, here it is. He was looking at the man with red eyes. The protagonist said with a smile that it was a felony. The spotlights illuminated the room. Someone turned off the music. The guy asked in bewilderment what was going on, why the music had stopped. The people looked questioningly at the man, and he shouted that they were brothers and sisters. He asked why they weren't shaking their butts, and that they hadn't recovered from yesterday. At this rate, they would all go bad here. The girl raised her hand and said champagne. Then she continued that she thought just 1 bottle and they would rock. The guy narrowed his eyes. The DJ asked them with a smile what they wanted to drink. He continued that okay and said to open their mouths wider. The girls opened their mouths. He held bags in his hands and said that their hips, men, had fallen off and whether to share a painkiller patch. The guys opened their mouths wide. His hands were holding champagne. A voice said what? He started pouring champagne on people, shouting for them to catch him. He opened his eyes and continued that now they would have a hot night. Someone in the crowd asked again about a hot night and said that he was quite a comedian. The DJ looked at him in surprise. The protagonist said that he should expect hot prison soup. He held a bag in his hand. The DJ frowned. He asked what was going on, did girls not give it to him or something, and that he should take this cool thing? Charlie answered that he didn't need it, and that he was fine as is. He put the bag to his face and continued that it didn't matter. Everyone turned around in shock at his words that these were regular drugs. People around him started asking again, that drugs were drugs? The DJ chuckled and asked what he was talking about. He frowned and asked who he thought he was, and that he was talking such nonsense, as if it didn't concern him. The hero started unbuttoning his jacket. A police uniform appeared and he shouted for him to guess. People around him shouted that it was the police. The DJ asked in bewilderment how a police dog got in there. Where were the guards looking? The man next to him replied that he wasn't either. The bottle flew into the guard's face. The protagonist squeezed his hand. Then he said that they would talk behind bars. The DJ bared his teeth and said, what a bastard. A voice shouted that they were jumping. Charlie made his way through the crowd saying that he was asking to be forgiven. The DJ shouted that there was a police dog here. He ran and told him to hide everything and run. The waiter looked at him in bewilderment. A security guard burst through the door. The waiter turned around. A moment later, the protagonist knocked down the door and kicked the waiter. Both men were lying on the floor. Charlie went on. Someone was pulling the handle. The DJ angrily shouted that he got up and for the idiot to open the door. The guard replied that the handle was propped up with a chair on the back. Several security guards lay motionless. A voice shouted that it wouldn't open. The hero appeared behind them and called them. His eyes lit up and he asked that they decided to play tag. The DJ pointed his finger at him and said, just a minute, and that he came alone. Charlie asked again, and what? The guy smiled and said that he had shit himself because of some lonely mongrel, and that he thought a whole pack would come running with him. He began to squeeze his hand and said that the guards responded. The hero frowned. The man began to take the drug out of his pocket. The protagonist was surprised, thinking that it was red. The guard put a bandage on his neck. The second did the same. The men's veins began to bulge. They screamed furiously and rushed towards the hero. Charlie's mouth widened in surprise. The DJ said with a smile that he would make good mincemeat, the dog. The hero threw his fist into the guard's face. He fell to the floor. The second man's eyes widened. Charlie said that in such moments it is better to keep your mouth shut. The man screamed loudly and held his bloody mouth. The hero said that yes, that's right, you shouldn't keep the pain inside. The DJ's eyes widened. The scream was getting louder. The guy sat down on the floor. He frowned in fear. Then he called the officer. He offered to talk like civilized people, and if he could help him somehow, he would give him everything, and asked only once. Charlie looked at him and said that he could give him what he wanted, really. The DJ asked what he wanted, money, girls, drugs, and that he would give as much as. The hero towered over him and said that a special promotion. The guy asked again. The protagonist repeated that he only wanted a special promotion, and reached out to him with his hand. A scream was heard. The voice from the news said that a drug lord was arrested in one of the clubs in Ilsen last night. Residents of the country are concerned about the availability of drugs. The man pressed pause. The man said with a smile that he did a good job. Looking at the protagonist, he said his name and that he was a corporal. The protagonist thanked him. The man asked what thank you meant and what officer dared to quit his job and do whatever he wanted. Charlie replied that he was actually a corporal. The man continued that yes, and his behavior during the arrest. The hero replied that there was no need to make a fuss. He put something on the table and said to take a closer look at it. Something was wrapped in sheets. The voice asked what it was. The hero replied that these were drugs from the crime scene. They probably hid them in the safe. The man asked in surprise that he stole the evidence. The protagonist said Bella. Charlie opened the package and asked if it reminded him of anything. Something blue was lying in the sheet. A drug appeared before his eyes. The voice shouted that the goddess Bella, a man with a bird's head, was holding drugs in his hands. The man winced in pain. Someone approached him. The man said in fear that Ilsen was under his control, but everyone turned at the girl's voice. She asked what they had stood up for. She screamed for another one. The man raised a bandage over the guy. The man screamed that he was begging the goddess Bella. The drug was put on his body. The voice said that it was fun. The man's body swelled. Blood sprayed in all directions. The girl was sitting on the couch. The voice said that Charlie had died. The men were carrying him out of the room. She continued, looking at her phone, that Ron had been punished. The drugs were in her chest. The girl said that she hated punishing. Looking at the photo of the protagonist, she continued, so what? She said that she would have to deal with this police. The protagonist said that Bella was better known as a bright trash can. Then he continued that she was a dirty dependent bitch. Someone in the room was breathing heavily, training in another body. Not so bad, because he is in good shape. Muscles, strength, flexibility, endurance. He keeps balance in everything. The protagonist held the entire body with his fingers to get rid of John and his gang, to wipe them off the face of the earth. The protagonist's fingers were shaking. His photo was on the table. He was lying on the floor, breathing heavily. His whole body was tense. The voice said that it was too little. Sweat was pouring down his face. He continued that he needed more time. Kate asked with a smile if he had a spare minute and called the protagonist the senior patrolman. He looked at the girl with displeasure. The voice asked what was the matter. The protagonist was sitting on a bench and looking at the people, then said that it was them. He asked with displeasure that they wanted to get a promotion. They happily answered that they did. The hero asked why they were addressing him. The people began to stutter. They continued that he was the boss. Mike shut the girl's mouth and said no. He had just been promoted recently. James happily added that he did. Mike added that if he needed help, he could call at any time. James said that they would work as hard as they could. The protagonist looked at them silently. He asked why he needed their help. They asked again in bewilderment. Kate put her hand to her chest and said that but they were always on his side. Doesn't he remember? The guy agreed and said that he actually doesn't remember anything because of memory loss. The girl replied that it was so. He frowned and continued that they suffered punishments together. They visited him in the hospital. They did everything for him. James coughed and said yes, and also the guy touched the hero's shoulder. He smiled and asked if they weren't comrades. The protagonist's eyes widened. The hero asked again about comrades. It was raining heavily outside. The man was standing under an umbrella. Someone asked what he was bright December. The man turned around. The voice asked what a killer who chooses his own victim. The hero frowned. The man said that this was some kind of madness. The masked men simultaneously asked why he was considered the best among them. They widened their eyes and said that they did not want to see him. The protagonist stood silently. Someone said John's name. The girl stood next to the men with bird heads and said that she only loved her little brother, December. She put her hand to her mask and said that she was choking with envy. The hero looked at her silently. Bella took off her mask and asked why she didn't just get rid of him. The hero looked at them and said that they were comrades. The girl answered that yes, comrades. The guy said that they were children. Kate answered affirmatively. Charlie exclaimed in bewilderment that comrades were nonsense. Let them get a promotion first. And where had they seen ordinary patrolmen call a corporal with 2 stars their comrade? The girl angrily shouted that he was a selfish idiot and to forget about his position and offered to fight. Charlie answered that yes, it was a riot. Someone shouted what they were doing there. Kate swung at the hero. Everyone turned to look at someone. They exclaimed that he was the boss. Chuck asked angrily what they were doing hanging out there. They all put their hands to their heads and wished him well. The boss asked if they were done. They told him they were taking a short break. The man angrily replied that they were anyway. He looked at them and said he didn't like them and that they were worthless idiots. He came closer and continued that of course. He smiled and said that except for Charlie and put his hand on his shoulder. He happily continued that oh my god, he was the star of their department. Lucky guy. Did he get hurt? Charlie replied that his shoulder hurt a little. Chuck told him not to overwork himself. The guy replied that it was great. The thought flashed through his mind that he was a corrupt idiot. He looked at Chuck angrily and continued thinking that thanks to him he would get promoted, so he caved. The guy told him to keep his distance. Charlie looked at the girl and thought that I wonder. Then he continued thinking what those scumbags were doing now. Dave said angrily that Charlie was a damn thing. Carl put his hand on his shoulder and said that it would hurt more if he was angry and that after leaving the hospital it was better not to strain himself too much. The guy asked if he was angry. Then he continued angrily that Charlie and the rank of senior corporal, it even sounded like nonsense, and that it was all on purpose. Carl replied that the last few days in the department everything revolved around this idiot. Dave frowned and replied that he would not believe it until he saw it himself. The guy replied that he really did. The girl was holding a bag in her hands and apologized. She asked if they could tell her the way. The guys turned around. Dave replied that they themselves did not know anything. Let him look on the phone. Carl called Dave in surprise. They both looked at the girl in shock. The buns were in her bag. She fixed her hair and said that she had one. She continued with a smile that the battery was dead. The guy answered that it was clear. Carl told the guy not to get overexcited, otherwise he would go back to the hospital. The girl asked if they could help. They narrowed their eyes and looked at her. Dave answered that of course, where she needed to go. The girl hesitated. She said that she was looking for the way to the Ilsen department. The guy answered in surprise that that was where they were from. Carl added that they could go together. The girl happily said that it was true. How wonderful, and suggested that they go then. Then he enthusiastically asked if they knew Charlie. They looked at her in bewilderment. Carl answered that yes, they knew each other. He was replacing them. Dave asked what she wanted from him. She looked down and answered that she needed to give him something, and that if she lost it, he would be very angry. Carl smiled and said that they had already thought that they were dating. Dave added that they almost changed their minds about helping her. The girl stuck her hand in the bag and said that as a thank you. She handed over the candy and said that they could eat these buns if they got hungry on the way. She handed the bun to the guys. A girl named Bella. According to the data collected by Bright December, she is responsible for all financial crimes in China. They deal with drugs. These drugs are divided by strength and therefore they are called Buddhist tiers. The guy turned the page. More precisely, because the criminals are afraid of John's punishment. Drugs are used by the top of the Hwagaksa clan. Everyone turned to look at someone. The girl was eating a bun. Then he fell to the ground. Two men were lying on the ground with their mouths open. The girl continued to eat them. The protagonist looked at her in bewilderment. The man said that he was a cur. Charlie said the same thing at the same time. The girl pointed at him and said with a smile that she found it, Corporal. Bella looked at the protagonist with a smile. Kate asked that they had lost something. How could they help? The girl said Polonia leaves. The girl asked again, surprised. Bella said Polonia flowers wrapped in leaves. James said hold on a minute, let him check. Kate asked if they had ever received anything like this. Bella said no. She pointed and said there was no need to check, they were with this officer. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Kate asked what she was talking about. It flashed through his mind that she hadn't changed at all. He continued to think that he had no idea what was going on in her head. Bella said to return it. Backup was out of range. It flashed through his mind that calls weren't getting through because of jammers. Charlie thought that the security cameras weren't working either. The girl asked why he wasn't answering her. Bella looked into his eyes. The protagonist looked back, and that's when it all started. The guy was holding a gun in his hands. Someone was running at him with a stick. The person was holding the stick tightly. The blow was approaching the hero's face. He looked at her. The guy struck back. The man twisted in pain. The stick fell to the ground. The man on the ground was breathing heavily. The guy pointed the weapon at him. John asked him what he thought. The man smiled and said if he had found anyone worthy. The hero looked down at the floor. Then he answered that no, there were other bodies lying around. John answered that he thought so and snapped his fingers. Someone was approaching them. The voice said to send them all to heaven. The girl's eyes widened in fear. The guards frowned. John continued that they would see Buddha. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. He said that if they were taught. He continued that they could. Someone said his name. John frowned and continued that he had told him to suppress his feelings of pity. The hero looked at him silently. Screams were heard around. The guy closed his eyes. Someone shouted, Mr. Buddha, sir. The voice continued that he could. The stick was on the ground. The girl sat and said that she could still fight. She continued that she would train hard and be useful, so the man asked that she wanted to be useful. The girl answered affirmatively. The voice said that then it would be better for her to die and come to him again in a new life. He extended his hand to her. The girl tearfully begged the master. The men held her and she screamed that no. The protagonist turned around. Something was pouring into her mouth. She screamed that she was asking. The sun was shining on the building. Something was lying on the ground. John said to clean up and get rid of the bodies. The man asked again. The girl's mouth was open. The man said that this child was still breathing. John looked at them in surprise. The girl opened her eyes. John took her by the shoulder. He told her to empty all these plates in a month. They were filled with pills. He closed his eyes and said that if you want to become his assistant. The girl said yes, Mr. Buddha. She began to become more and more tolerant. And when she grew up, John stood in front of the girl and said that she was now a girl named Bella. He handed her a mask. Bella thanked him and put the mask on her face. Then she said that she would not let him down. It was then that Kate looked in shock in front of her. She had become a drug-addicted cur. The girl took the officer and asked if he could hear her, and that he did not want to answer. She began to walk forward and say what where. Coming closer, she said that her shit. She said to answer, and began to shake the hero. Thoughts flashed through her mind that there were too many extra eyes around. The guy answered that her shit. Bella happily said that they finally spoke. Charlie answered that at his house. He asked her if she wanted to be his guest and thought that if he lured her outside, he would kill her. She looked at him with a crazy look. The guy climbed on the table and told her to come with him. James said that was not allowed. Bella said that he was a liar. Then she continued that her brother would never keep drugs in his house. James asked again about drugs. Mike looked ahead in surprise. Bella asked what she thought. She would fall for his trick. The girl took drugs out of the bag. The poisonous substances were reflected in the guy's eyes. She threw them past the guy. They stuck to the policemen's faces. Their veins began to bulge out. Mike's mouth opened in surprise. Kate looked at the paper in bewilderment. Charlie turned around to look at them. The girl called her brother. People with bird heads were sticking drugs to the faces of other employees. The faces of the employees were covered with strong growths. Bella asked with a smile that he wouldn't let them die, and that if she didn't help, they would die soon. She continued that if her brother told her where her drugs were. There was a mad light in her eyes. The protagonist lunged at her and she dodged. He turned his gaze to her. The girl's blouse was torn. She looked at the guy in surprise. The protagonist was holding something in his hand and said that it was plugs. He crushed it and continued that it was gone. The girl widened her eyes and said that it was her shirt. He called for backup and said that he called for help. He was holding a baton in his hand and continued that there was no one around. He cut the air for her and said that the conditions were perfect for murder. Bella asked with a smile what he was talking about. Charlie smiled back and said that he would understand when he beat the crap out of her and asked what they would start, what she thought. He continued that he hoped she would remember the good old days. Bella looked at Charlie in silence. Suddenly she grinned, putting her hand to her mouth. Then she smiled and said that Charlie was using rude words and raising his hand to a girl. Then she grabbed her shirt and said that he tore her shirt. She looked at him and started to say something, but at that moment he lunged towards her. Bella dodged his blow, but Charlie immediately hit her with his knee, which Bella did not expect. She blocked his knee with her hand. Then she stepped back. Bella bared her teeth, holding her head. Her hand was covered in blood. Bella was furious and bared her teeth, wondered if Charlie really wanted to die. Charlie smiled and said that she was still ugly when she was angry. Then Bella suddenly lowered her head and grinned. She licked her finger and said that he surprised her. She also asked about the fact that he was not just a policeman. Charlie told her not to keep her anger inside. The girl looked at him intently and asked where he was from. She thought he was from some special unit. Charlie smiled and asked her where she thought he was from. Suddenly she started pulling out a piece of paper. She pulled out a red sheet and held it out in front of her. Then she put it to her throat and said that she didn't care about his previous job. Charlie looked at her with displeasure and said that he was disgusted because the girl started screaming. Bella smiled evilly. Her face changed dramatically. Bella said that she would trust that he would find a suitable position for himself in hell. Charlie looked at her silently. The girl immediately made a quick dash towards him. He hit her with a stick right in the face and asked if she really thought one bandage was enough. Bella fell to the ground. Charlie asked if she really didn't understand it herself yet. He also said that she needed at least 10 bandages. Charlie hit her many more times and said that otherwise she wouldn't even be able to stand up to him. Bella bared her teeth in anger. She waved her hand in rage, screaming at Charlie. She glared at him and called him names, then asked how dare he. Charlie closed his eyes and said that she hadn't changed at all. She looked at him in shock because Charlie said that she still relied on stimulants and didn't pay enough attention to training. Charlie got ready for battle and said that now he could only thank her for it. The girl screamed, asking who he thought he was to think he knew her. Charlie immediately crouched, about to attack her legs. He looked at her and asked who she thought he was. He immediately hit her legs and she flew into the air. Bella fell, hitting her head. He raised the stick above her, about to impale her. The girl was scared. Charlie looked at her wildly and said that being on the verge of death from mutilation, one could guess who he was. Bella got angry and started asking him what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Charlie said that he knew that her brains were already leaking from the drugs. Charlie immediately stuck the stick into her throat. He began to press even harder, asking if she would remember this before she died. Bella bared her teeth and began to call him names. Charlie emitted a terrifying aura. Bella was horrified. Charlie tried to stab her throat, but the stick folded. Bella screamed. Charlie was surprised. He looked at the baton and realized that it had folded. Bella immediately hit Charlie. She stood up and immediately grabbed her throat. Charlie, meanwhile, looked at the baton with displeasure and wondered if such trash was really given to lower-ranking officers. Bella immediately stood up and ran into Charlie. Bella hit him, but he blocked the attack. Charlie looked at her through the block. He was shocked. There was some kind of unusual bandage on her forehead. Bella's eyes turned red. Charlie was surprised, because he had never seen such bandages before. Charlie looked at her and wondered if this was some kind of new bandage. Then he looked down. He looked at his hands in shock, which were covered in some kind of tentacles. Looking at his hands, Charlie wondered if the bandage worked through touching his clothes. Then he looked closely at Bella. The girl was horrified and asked him who he was. She asked him in surprise why he was doing this. Suddenly, a man in a rooster mask ran into the room and started shouting at Bella. He raised his finger and said that Mr. Orchid had contacted them, and he also reported that help was almost here. Charlie started waving his hand, telling her to get out of here because today he would feel sorry for her. Charlie smiled and said that they would see each other again. Bella bit her lip and looked at him with displeasure. Bella immediately turned around and started giving orders. The masked man put his hand on her shoulder and asked if she was okay. Bella shook in horror and bit her nails, wondering why this cop reminded her of Quen. After some time, there were many police cars and ambulances near the station. Inside, they were carrying out the wounded on stretchers. The chief indignantly asked Charlie if he really let the criminals go. Charlie immediately threw the baton in his face. He pointed his finger at him with displeasure and said that this would not have happened if they had given him normal equipment. He also asked if it was normal for the baton to break with the slightest pressure. However, the chief responded with displeasure that they were not supposed to be strong because they were not used like that. Two police officers watched from the sidelines and were surprised that this was not considered a rebellion against the authorities. Charlie immediately showed his hands and said that he could not feel his hands. The senior general was shocked. He immediately waved his hand and began to call the doctor. Charlie looked at his hands and thought that the outcome was unpredictable and also lucky that Bella was scared. Charlie remembered about this patch and wondered if it really worked through contact with clothing. The doctor looked at Charlie's hands and was stunned, wondering what it was. Charlie at this time was thinking about what this new stimulant was. An image of Bella popped into his head and he thought that she would soon become a walking drug herself. Charlie expected that everything would go smoothly, but it seemed that it would not be so easy. Charlie turned to the general and asked if he could ask for one favor. The general asked what it was this time. After a while, the action moves to Charlie's house. The yard and the hallway were quiet. Charlie stood at the door to the apartment. He opened the door, but two men subordinate to Bella were already waiting for him. They immediately pounced on Charlie. They crouched down and talked about how Charlie had been caught. One of them said that they had used a stimulant that causes hallucinations and death. Both of these men said that Miss Phoenix had asked to increase the dose to the maximum, so maybe Charlie would see more than hallucinations and die from an overdose. However, Charlie was in gear. He looked at them, holding a gun in his hands, and said that he knew they would be here. The fog cleared and they saw Charlie, who at that moment was talking about how Bella was a cowardly cat because she was afraid to even come in person. Charlie narrowed his eyes slyly and said that he would try out the new weapon. Charlie immediately pointed the gun at them and took aim. The men looked at him in horror and tried to convince themselves that the gun was not loaded. However, he immediately shot one of them. Charlie began shooting to kill. The bullets ricocheted off the walls. Both men fell unconscious. The masks on their faces were torn. Charlie picked up the gun and said that this gun was not so bad. After some time, the police arrived. They stood near the door and asked the citizens to return to their homes. Charlie's houses were cordoned off. Both men were tied up. The general sat in front of the criminals and talked to Charlie. The general asked how many times Charlie shot, even though the bullets were rubber. Charlie smiled and said that they got what they deserved. Then he took off his helmet and said that they could wake up during transport, and therefore they should get rid of the pills under their tongues. The general looked at him and asked if he really was Quan. Charlie asked in response if he had doubted all this time and still gave him the equipment. The general replied that he had no other choice, because how could anyone in their right mind believe that? However, the general began to talk about the incident as well as the incident with the stimulants and Bella. The general said that he was almost 99% sure that Charlie was by Quen. Charlie asked why he was not 100% sure. The general stood up, saying that he had removed the percentage for one reason. He looked at Charlie and asked if this was by Quan, then why hadn't he killed Monkey on HWA yet? Charlie replied that the general himself had said that there needed to be hard evidence. The general frowned and said that was true from a police officer's point of view. Charlie interrupted him and immediately began to talk about how the monk was a Buddha. He was respected by the whole country and people perceived him as a reincarnation of Buddha. Charlie looked at the general grimly, asking how the public would react to his death. The general was shocked because Charlie had said that killing him would not solve the problem because this backwater was much bigger than the general could imagine. The general leaned over and asked in surprise if there were other organizations besides the Hwaguksa clan. Charlie said that he did not care about the others. Charlie pulled the trigger. His face darkened and he said that he only wanted to bring down this worm by any means necessary. The general looked at him in surprise. Charlie said that he wanted to make sure that no one else fell into his hands. Suddenly, the general became calm and said that he would help Charlie. He extended his hand and offered to work together to put this worm behind bars. Charlie looked at his outstretched hand in surprise. Charlie squeezed his hand and said that he was helping them not to die at his hands. Charlie let go of the general's hand and said that if he did not want to die, he should listen to him. The general held his hand and looked at Charlie, who said it wasn't that he didn't try to kill the monk. Charlie, holding his hand in front of him, said he just couldn't. Charlie asked who the general thought taught him everything he knew. The scene suddenly shifts to Buddha strangling Bella. He held her at arm's length and strangled her while she screamed. He continued strangling her, holding her in the air, unperturbed, until she turned to him. She barely managed to utter a word and said she was sorry. He looked at her unperturbed as she begged him to spare her. He slammed her to the floor. As she lay unconscious on the ground, he called her a dirty rag and asked if her brains were drooling from the stimulants. Standing over her, the Buddha said that all her merchandise had been confiscated and she had broken into the police station. Bella began to cry and beg for forgiveness. She looked at the Buddha who had addressed her, dumbfounded. He had a terrifying aura about him. He said that it seemed like it was time to teach her a lesson. Bella screamed and tried to crawl back. The Buddha's eyes were burning. She looked at him and started screaming that she was wrong and would never do it again. But suddenly they both turned around, hearing someone laughing loudly. Her brothers Tom and Lloyd came into the room, calling her a nasty drug addict. Lloyd told her not to cry because stress burns up muscle mass. Tom put his hands on his hips and said that without muscle mass, Bella was completely defenseless. She looked at them, dumbfounded. Bella started screaming, wondering what they were doing there. Suddenly Rachel came into the room. As always, she was holding a fan in front of her. Looking at Bella, Rachel asked if Bella thought the Lespedeza brothers were called by Lord Buddha. Bella and Top looked at Rachel and called her names. Buddha said that everything was in place. Bella continued to cry. They all looked at Buddha because he announced that he was declaring the case of Bella's elimination. Bella started screaming at his back. He was doing something at the table while Bella was screaming, promising that he would return everything. However, Buddha showed her a box and said that he had already returned everything. There was a piece of paper in the box. Buddha looked at them and asked what they thought. He turned to Tom, Lloyd, and Rachel. Lloyd crossed his arms and said that they needed to get rid of this drug-addicted cur. Tom said that she was using drugs to become stronger, which was disgusting. Bella turned around in shock and looked at Rachel, who began to speak. Rachel said that they had become very close over the years, but that they had to be the best to survive in this cold and cruel world. Bella was kneeling with her head down and shaking. She raised her head and cried, screaming that they were being too cruel. They all looked at Bella in silence, who screamed that they had always wanted to get rid of her. Bella also screamed that Buddha had brought worms to target her on purpose. Rachel, standing behind him, said that she was hurt that she was treating her like that. Suddenly Rachel walked up to Buddha. Bella was wiping her tears and watching. Rachel bent down pretty well and presented something to Buddha. Buddha took the gun from her hands and turned to Bella. He pointed the gun at her and said that he did not need useless helpers. Bella was horrified. Buddha held out one hand in front of him and, palms straightened, prayed. He started to pull the trigger, but suddenly Bella leaned over and said that she had invented a new drug. Buddha froze in anticipation, because Bella had said that the new drug was 5 times stronger than the previous one. Lying in a bow, Bella said that she had developed it herself so they would hardly be caught during the test. The Lespedeza brothers and Rachel looked at her in surprise. Buddha asked how many kilograms. Bella answered that there were about 10 kilograms. Buddha asked about the delivery. The girl began to tell about how she had examined and connected all the routes, all the red light streets of Korea, Japan, China, and other countries of South Asia. Bella raised her head and asked them to give her another 6 months. She tried to convince him that she would still be useful to him. Buddha turned away and said that he would give her half the time because he had lost too much because of her tricks. Bella was still leaning over, but from a different angle. Bella smiled because he told her to prove that she deserved to live, and therefore he would give her 3 months. Kate, meanwhile, was sitting on the hospital bed and moaning. Charlie saw this and asked what was wrong with her. Some guy said that she was coming to her senses now, and the doctors said that she was under the influence of drugs. Charlie pointed his finger at her and asked the guy standing next to him what she was saying. The guy said that she was asking if he could wipe her drool. Charlie started wiping her drool, and the guy standing next to him started saying that he was surprised that Charlie came because they were colleagues after all. Charlie, surprised, said that they visited him when he was in the hospital, so he came, even under such conditions. Another guy turned to Charlie and asked if he was getting a special promotion again. However, Charlie replied that he had not heard anything about it yet. Charlie waved his hand as he left the room and told him not to be jealous, but to pull himself together. Then he slammed the door behind him and left. The boys watched him go and said that Charlie had changed a lot. Then they all closed their eyes and let out a disgruntled cry. The action then moves to the police station. The general, sitting on a chair, said that he thought there was a parasite in the station. Charlie, sitting in front of him, asked him about it in surprise. The general said that he wanted to check the drugs that Charlie brought, so he sent them for examination, but they disappeared. According to the general, someone managed to steal them. He asked Charlie if he had any idea who it could be. Charlie replied that he did not and could not know everything about the police system. Charlie looked at him and said that the drugs were their main evidence, and therefore Charlie would get more cover as soon as he caught this cur. Charlie shook his finger and told the general to handle internal matters himself and get information from the Phoenix's subordinates. The general replied that they were still interrogating him. The general lowered his head in shame, because Charlie asked about when they would bring in a special squad to investigate the Hwaguksa clan. The general closed his eyes and said that they were all dead, no one left. Charlie looked at him in surprise and silence. Then he suddenly grabbed the general and, raising his hand, asked him how dare he lie. The general, in fear, began to shout that he did not trust Charlie enough back then. Charlie put his fist to the general's cheek and told him not to move, otherwise he would get hurt. Charlie stood on the table and held the general by the tie. The general asked why Charlie did not form a new squad. Charlie reminded him that the general had said that at least one Mugunghwa was needed to form his own team. The general began to shout that he had 2 stars, and therefore no one would object. However, Charlie pointed to himself and said that he objected because he liked to work alone. The general began to sweat and began to nervously say that Charlie himself said that he needed a team. Charlie replied that it was because they had screwed up and that was not what he meant. The general removed his hand and turned to him. The general then said that the police were a complex organization. He said that Charlie could only work on his own for so long and that he would find it easier to have a team because he would get more funding and be accountable. The general looked at him grimly and said that it was his order as superintendent. He had ordered Corporal Charlie to form a team. The general said that he could not form his own because he was under too much surveillance and there were too many risks. The general looked at him in surprise when Charlie asked about the order. Charlie pointed at him and said that if the general asked nicely he would do it. The general put on a straight face and politely asked Charlie to form a team. A moment later, the scene shifts back to the ward where Kate and her comrades are surprised and ask Charlie if he was really going to form a team. Charlie stood in front of them and said that he did not know how a corporal could do it, but he was ordered to. One of them said that it was great to have a superintendent covering his back. Kate was moaning, and the guy standing next to her translated this moaning and said that she was trying to ask about who would join the team. Charlie put his hands in his pockets and said that it would be them, of course. One of the guys immediately grabbed Charlie by the shoulders and began to thank him in tears. He said that he thought Charlie had become a complete ugly man after he hit his head, but he had not forgotten about them. Kate began to cry and thank him. This guy was also crying and talking about how they would serve him faithfully and truly. Another guy watched this from the sidelines and, wiping away tears, said that he thought he would die doing paperwork. The guy said that it was good to have such colleagues. However, Charlie shocked them by saying that they were not colleagues. Charlie frowned and began to tell him that he did not need assistance, but just an obedient crowd that would follow all his instructions. All 3 looked at him in surprise, asking if they were really his colleagues. Charlie opened his eyes wide and said that they were not his colleagues, but his servants. The 3 of them looked at him in shock, because Charlie had said that they were people who would die when he commanded and live as long as he allowed. Charlie looked at them madly and said that if they understood everything, then they could start calling him master. Standing in front of the patient, the protagonist thought about what if he relied on the report that the guy had given him. The guy opened his eyes in confusion, and the protagonist added that his name was Mike and that he was 25 years old. The guy was hitting a punching bag, and the protagonist thought that he was involved in boxing, kickboxing, taekwondo, and other martial arts, and according to the information available, he was a good candidate. Charlie looked at the guy and thought that, however, he failed the written exam 4 times and somehow got here, and the guy turned to the protagonist. Mike raised his finger and asked what boss meant. How could you call someone who doesn't even have one little mugging with that? And the guy said angrily that he wasn't boss, but sir, to which the hero thought that he was just a fool. Looking at the other guy, he thought that the balding guy next to him. The guy looked straight ahead with a pitiful look, and the hero thought that he was James, 25 years old. James was fighting, and the hero thought that he was good at martial arts, which implied hand-to-hand combat or wrestling on the floor, jiu-jitsu and judo. His past wasn't that bad either, but looking at the guy, the hero thought that on the day of the interview, and James turned to him. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy said that he didn't quite understand what sir meant. It sounded terrible. Well, they were colleagues, to which the hero thought that he burst into tears like a little child. Gritting her teeth angrily, the girl said that she was crying again, her muscles would burn out, and the guy asked in surprise that her speech had improved, to which the hero thought about the fact that and finally, the girl looked at the hero, and he thought that her name was Kate, age 25. The girl waved her arms angrily, and the hero thought that he had no experience in any sport. The girl fell to the ground and asked to wait for her, and the hero added that she took the last place in the sports test. The girl was tired, and the hero thought that she was the weakest officer in the entire department, but Kate adjusted her glasses, and the hero added that she was the first to finish the written exam. People looked at the girl in surprise. She took first place in the interview. Looking at the main character, Kate said that she would do everything he said, to which he thought that he was talking about the fact that. The girl smiled and turned to Charlie, asking to take him into the squad, and he added that she was very smart. A large forest appeared. The people looked ahead in surprise. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist was warming up. The guy turned to the hero, to which the girl interrupted him and he corrected himself. Looking at the protagonist, Mike asked why they were gathered here on a day off, to which the hero asked why they were standing. Let them start warming up. Pointing his finger at them, the hero said that they were police officers, to which the girl asked again. Pointing his finger at himself, Charlie said that he was a dangerous killer. They had 5 minutes to get ready, after which they should all try to kill him at once, to which they asked again in surprise. Stretching out his hand, Mike asked that 3 against 1, he was sure, and the guy turned to the hero. With wide eyes, James asked what if he got hurt, to which he was told that the 4th minute had begun. The protagonist was stretching and said that they would start in exactly 4 minutes. The people squatted down and began to discuss. Looking at the guys, Kate asked if that idiot Charlie had completely lost his mind, to which James replied that she herself told him to call him sir, to which she clarified that who cares, he can't hear anyway. Looking at them, the hero said that he can hear everything, to which they laughed nervously. Raising his eyebrows, the guy asked what they should do, and what they should do said that they agreed to obey his orders. The girl raised her finger and said that she should pretend that she was going to attack him, and with the other one she should pin him to the ground. The guy asked again, confused, what, said that he was afraid. Mike looked at the girl and asked if he should just run at him, to which she replied that he was an idiot, he was into boxing, so he should use his skills. Taking off his clothes, the main character asked if they were ready. They turned to him in surprise. Extending his hand forward, the hero said that the time was up. Pointing at the hero, the girl told Mike to go, to which he said, to deceive the enemy, to deceive. The guy confusedly repeated the word to deceive. The guy froze in fear. He began to quickly jump on the spot and asked what was going on, to which the hero asked, what is this? What kind of tap dance is this? The girl angrily screamed that they needed to get closer. Suddenly, their eyes widened. The guy suddenly flew up and spat out blood. A scream was heard. The hero clenched his fist and turned to them. Walking forward, Charlie asked what they were doing, kidding. Pointing her finger at the hero, Kate said that the guy should go. James turned around abruptly and ran away, to which she asked again. The guy closed his eyes and said he couldn't. Suddenly he looked away, hearing that he shouldn't show his back. The main character was running next to him. The guy's eyes widened when he heard that he was a murderer. The hero hit the guy in the face and called him empty-headed. Kate looked at it in amazement. She exclaimed in surprise when she saw the hero. The hero came up to her, and she asked him to stop for a minute. Looking at the hero, she said no. Looking at him in fear, she asked that he wouldn't raise his hand to a girl, right? Taking her by the face, the hero said that a woman. Hitting her in the face, the hero asked that they were no longer police officers. The girl fell to the ground and said something about blood. The hero turned his head to the side and asked that they were completely in their own world, right? How they were going to catch criminals. All the guys were bleeding, and Charlie said that they should rest for 10 minutes. After that they would repeat the training 3 more times. If they did not want to get punched in the face, then let them show him everything they were capable of. Standing in front of them, the hero said for them to answer. An approving answer was heard. A huge headquarters appeared. The man was chewing a bar and asked how the squad was doing. Sitting in front of him, The hero answered that it was terrible, they were just some kind of scum, how did they even pass the exams and become officers? To which he replied that he should not be so strict if he overdid it, and the hero interrupted him and said that he knew. Looking straight at him, the hero added that they were not hunting for simple criminals, to which the man replied that they were. The hero angrily hit the table and asked when the interrogation would end, why there had been no movement during all this time, to which the man replied that what and what should he do if they were silent. Sitting in front of the hero, Bill said that he wanted to get a confession, to which the hero replied that yes, this is the drug business, they have gangsters everywhere. What is he counting on? The protagonist sighed heavily and said that it was his own fault that he let them go, to which the man replied that he was sorry too. Pointing to himself, the protagonist said that he would conduct an interrogation, to which the general said that they just shouldn't be tortured, and the hero replied that he understood. Looking at the man, Charlie said that, as expected, the country takes human rights seriously, and the man replied that he had nothing to say. The man raised his eyebrows, hearing that it turns out that torture is out of the question, to which he asked, "Is that so?" Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that he should entrust it to him, he has a great idea. The light from the lamp illuminated the room. 2 guys were tied up. Suddenly, someone entered the room. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that everything is useless, they will not say anything, to which the man asked how the guy is. Taking hold of the chair, the man said yes, in blue clothes with a floral print, the right hand of a phoenix. The guys asked in surprise, hearing that no, he is not left-handed by chance, right or left hand. The hero stood in front of them and said that this mongrel, what's her name, she also hangs around the phoenix, to which the guy asked who he was. The guys looked at him in surprise, hearing that they had not seen each other for a long time. Leaning on the table, the hero said his name. Looking at them furiously, the hero asked what they would talk about. The main character stood in front of them. The guy asked in surprise, to which the other answered that he was talking, Charlie was dead. Gritting his teeth in fear, the guy said that he really did look like Charlie. Grinning, the hero said that it seemed like they had already seen each other. The guy looked at him in confusion, hearing that he recognized this scar. There were scars on the guy's chest, and the hero asked if they were pin marks. Grinning, the hero asked that he was beaten by Phoenix for smuggling drugs, right? Standing in front of them, the hero asked if that was true, to which the guy replied that Mr. Charlie was not dead, and the hero added that the man had entrusted him with a top secret mission. With wide eyes, the protagonist said that he had to fake his death and infiltrate the police system to track all the moves of the top brass. The guys opened their mouths in surprise when they heard that Phoenix had lost the drugs and invaded the police station, but it was all to no avail. The guys widened their eyes when they heard the girl's nickname. Looking at them, the protagonist asked where she was now. Leaning on the table, the protagonist said that he had jammed the connection with orchid plugs so they could talk calmly. Bella's fate depended on their answers. The lamp emitted light, and the hero added that if she was now just lying in bed and sleeping soundly, after causing all this mess. The guys looked surprised, hearing that by order of the master. The hero narrowed his eyes and added that he would be forced to end her life. The guys unanimously turned to the hero and said that he should not worry about the girl. The hero looked at them and heard that the miss was currently developing a new type of drug. The hero thought about what he heard. Smiling widely, Charlie asked what was really happening. Maybe they would discuss it in more detail. Looking at the papers, the man said that it was incredible, a drug 5 times stronger. Taking off his mask, the main character said that they were planning to distribute it on the streets in 6 months. Let him look at the report. It listed all the club points under the control of the Phoenix and the gangs distributing drugs. Holding the mask in his hand, the protagonist heard that he had failed to find out where the miss herself lived, to which he replied that even this bald idiot did not know where she was, probably only her assistants knew about it. Sitting in front of the hero, Bill said that then they needed to be brought in and shaken out of this information, to which Charlie replied that yes, they needed to break into the headquarters and get these bastards. The girl put her hand to her face, and the hero added that he did not think it would be so easy to get some information. Someone entered the room and addressed the girl. Gritting his teeth, Oscar asked that 3 months was not too much. Raising his hand, the man asked that he knew such a proverb, the slower the ride, the further, to which the guy added that he was right. Holding a lollipop in his mouth, Frederick said that as far as he knew, 2 of their people had already been tied up by the police. Looking at the girl, the man said that it would be very risky to rush, it would be better to ask the gentleman for a little more time, to which Oscar agreed, and Bella asked what and they. Holding her face, the girl added that they would take responsibility if she was scolded again. Looking around, the men heard that of course. The girl came up from behind and said that she would take responsibility. Smiling, Amanda said that fear was overcoming her mind, asked what had happened while she was not around. Looking at them, the girl said that if she said to do everything in 3 months. Wide-eyed, she added what it meant to do it in 3 months, asked if everything was clear. The man, closing his eyes, heard that he should start looking for points, distributing and changing the date, to which he responded approvingly. The man held a lollipop in his mouth and heard that he should prepare everything necessary, to which he responded that he would do his best. The girl said slowly that she. Amanda smirked when she heard that she. Smoke appeared, flying upward. Smoke came out of the flasks, and Bella sighed. The girl leaned against Amanda and sighed. Bella and Amanda hugged. Looking at her, the girl told her not to be afraid. Bella buried her face in her and she added that she was always there. Smiling, the girl said that she would take care of everything as quickly as possible. Stretching her hand forward, Kate said to slow down. Putting her hands on her hips, the protagonist said that they had rested for 10 minutes, let them get up and try again, to which the girl screamed furiously. Clenching her fist tightly, Kate asked that he didn't think that this was too much, who said that they had to train. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that they themselves said that they were ready for anything, to which she replied that but this was some kind of torture. Looking down, the hero heard that they had joined the squad to catch criminals, not fight him, to which the hero asked if that was true. A staircase in the park appeared, and the hero asked if they really wanted to catch criminals, to which they both said of course. As he was leaving, the hero said that they should follow him then, to which the girl asked where he was going. Several hangars appeared. The door of the building opened slightly. The people looked ahead in surprise. The gang looked at them in amazement. The hero said that they were there. Sitting at the table, the man asked what it was. Turning around, the girl addressed the hero, to which he asked what they were waiting for. The officers looked surprised to hear that the criminals were right in front of them. Didn't they need to catch them? The man indignantly asked what the police were. Pushing the officers, the hero shouted that they should go then. Sitting on the ground, the officers mumbled. They turned to the hero in fear, and the man raised his hand and said to get rid of them. Smiling broadly, the main character wished them luck. The officers looked at him in fear. The bandits approached the girl and she said that this was bad luck. Looking at the bandits in fear, the officers asked what. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes and he said that he wanted to go home, to which Mike asked what they should do, said that he had already fought one-on-one, but had never fought against a crowd. Kate folded her arms and told them to calm down. Raising her head, she said that they would not die here, asked that Charlie, of course, was a bastard, but he would not have left them to die, right? Looking at the girl, the hero heard that they would show that they were real officers, to which he thought that was expected. Frowning, the hero thought that she was smart enough to understand that in such a situation you need to stay calm, and someone said that he saw it. Stretching her hand forward, the girl told the officers to catch them, to which Charlie thought that her actions were completely useless. Turning around, Mike asked how things were, to which the girl replied that you need to hit first. The guy rushed forward, and Kate supported him. The bandit swung his fist at him. The guy got hit in the face. Kate looked at it in surprise and said that if you put your head under the fist coming towards his face. The bandit swung at Mike and he said that it hurt, to which the girl said that it was as he wanted. The guy raised his hand and said that no, it didn't hurt at all. The girl asked in surprise that it didn't hurt, to which the guy replied that compared to Charlie, he fought like a child. The guy clenched his fist tightly and asked if he was really so used to Charlie's punches. The guy swung his fist sharply. He hit the bandit in the stomach and said that it didn't hurt at all. James's eyes widened in surprise and he asked if their punches were really that weak compared to Charlie's, to which he replied that yes, let them come. The bandit swung his stick at him sharply. Mike exclaimed in surprise when he saw this. The guy angrily clenched his teeth. Suddenly the bandits fell and screamed. James screamed furiously. Looking out the window, the protagonist thought that they had gotten a taste for it. These two could be useful if they were trained some more. The hero watched as the girl supported the officers. Standing up abruptly, the man screamed that they were useless idiots. Unbuttoning his shirt, he said that they allowed two pathetic police officers to defeat them. Taking off his shirt, the man said that it was a shame. The guys looked at him in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that that was it. They let fear overcome their minds. Furiously clenching his fist, the man said that he would kill them, to which the hero thought that if he let fear into his mind. The bandit sharply hit the guy in the face. Turning around, Mike addressed him. The guy screamed in fear, and the hero added that the pain would only get worse. Mike opened his eyes in fear. Listening to the screams, the protagonist thought that they still had a lot to learn. Standing next to the guy, the bandit asked why they were beaten by these two idiots. What a pity. The man looked down and heard him surrender. The girl was on her knees and said that she surrendered, to which he asked again. Looking at the man, Kate said that she would tell him everything she knew, just let him not hit her. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that this was just a fool. Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in surprise. The girl took a stun gun out of her pocket. She looked at the man's legs. Suddenly, she struck with the stun gun. The man screamed loudly in pain. The girl furiously screamed for him to die. Gritting his teeth tightly, the bandit said that she. Swinging his leg, he added that he was a dirty rag. The girl closed her eyes in fear. The hero kicked him sharply. The man opened his mouth in pain. The hero turned around sharply. Charlie struck the bandit. Kate looked at this in surprise. Leaning on the table, the hero asked, "Well, so, did you understand what it was like?" The officers remained silent, listening to the fact that they realized how useless they were. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that they should go ahead, they need to get drugs, and someone asked that they could just leave these scammers, to which the hero replied that who needs them, let someone else take care of it. Folding his arms, the main character asked what the extra problems were for. 3 splinters are already here, they will go. Behind Oscar stood 2 men in masks. Kneeling, the man addressed him. The bandit said that these were cops, and the man parted his mouth. Oscar listened to the man's screams. The man in the mask said that there. Suddenly the man opened his eyes in surprise. Looking to the side, he saw an object. There was a map on the table. Oscar looked at it in amazement and said the guy's name. There were a lot of drugs in the box. Someone said that yes, they are drug lords now. Looking at the box, the man said that it meant it was all true. They can stick to the original plan, to which the hero asked that the ambush plan had already been approved, and Bill replied that of course. Taking the radio in his hands, the man said that he would introduce him to an officer who was going to take part in the ambush. She was one of the few he trusted and told him to pass. The hero turned around in surprise. Looking to the side, the hero heard that he should say hello to the participant in the operation. The general said that he was a member of the KNP Sioux, Superintendent Brittany, and the girl turned to the general. Pointing at the hero, the man said that this was Senior Police Officer Charlie. Let him sit down, to which she asked again. Taking a step forward, the girl said that she was just a senior officer. Taking the hero by the face, the girl asked why he was sitting in the senior superintendent's office, as if he was at home. He was completely out of his mind. Removing her hands, the hero said that his legs hurt, and the man said that everything was fine, they would proceed with the plan, to which the girl replied that she did not agree. Brittany stepped on the hero's foot and said that the senior officer should stand up. He does not like rude children, to which the hero exclaimed. The girl furiously told him to stand up, to which Charlie replied that he should make him. Looking at the hero, she asked what he said, to which the hero replied that he did not want to stand up. Smiling, the main character said that he should try to make him stand up. The words superintendent and senior officer both begin with S, so he does not see much difference between them. He should stop acting like God knows what. Grinning furiously, the girl asked what he just said, and then said that okay, then it will be the bad way. The girl looked angrily at the main character. The man held out his hand and told her not to get involved. The girl kicked the hero sharply in the leg. Charlie's eyes widened in surprise. Brittany swung her leg, and the hero thought it was a kick. The girl lifted her leg sharply. The hero leaned back slightly. Charlie's eyes widened and he thought of a Brazilian kick. The girl screamed as she kicked, and the thought occurred to him that it wasn't Mike, they were on completely different levels. The girl clenched her teeth in anger and said that he was an idiot. The hero dodged deftly, and she asked him how he had the nerve to dodge her blows. The girl stomped her foot on the floor and said that those were the rules of his game. Brittany rushed forward and said that she would grab him by force. The hero's eyes widened in surprise and he thought that she had changed her grip in an instant, and her legs were nimble, not comparable to James's. The hero clenched his fist tightly and thought that it was her. After punching the girl in the face, the protagonist added that she could be useful to his plan. The girl rolled her eyes. The light was on in the room. The girl fell at the hero's feet. Looking at her, the protagonist said that she would make him get up, asked why she lay down. Gritting her teeth furiously, the girl said that swinging her hand, Brittany called the hero a name. While punching the hero, Brittany told him to die, to which he replied that as expected of a KNP Sioux member, she was in great shape, to which she asked again and told him to die. The man was chewing a candy bar and said that it was delicious. Someone in the room said that so. Looking at the papers, Bill said that he would begin describing Operation Phoenix on top of Polonia, according to reports, the last day off of each month, drug sales managers. The bandits were sitting on the couches, and he added that they were gathering at headquarters, the last day off of the month, that is, in about 15 days. The hero looked at the man and heard that they would wait for the right moment, and the KNP Sioux team led by Brittany and the detachment of Senior Officer Charlie would put the plan into action. To which the girl raised her hand and said that she objected, asked how one could trust the information from the report. Sitting opposite her, the man said that the senior officer had conducted an investigation, to which the girl asked what nonsense, said that during the interrogation, they were silent as a fish. Looking at her, the main character said that he should say thank you for having managed to get the information, asked what, maybe, stop complaining, to which she answered him to shut his mouth. Angrily pointing at the guy, the girl asked what and in general, how dare he treat her like that, to which Charlie asked what and what she would do to him. Brittany clenched her fist tightly and said that she wouldn't believe it until she heard it with her own ears. She would reinterrogate them, to which Bill replied no. Raising his eyebrows, the man said that unfortunately, reinterrogation was not possible. The guys were sitting in blood, and he added that they were dead. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked why they were dead, and the hero clarified that why there was such poor security here. Looking at them, the man said that in any case, let them prepare everything well, see each other at the next meeting. Everyone is free, to which Brittany interrupted him and asked how they died. The hero was perplexed to hear that the senior officer should stay for a minute, and the girl asked why he should stay. Looking at the hero, the girl asked what was going on. Brittany reached for the door handle. Turning around, she said that she was a pro at shooting, let him be careful, because her gun was already aimed at his head. The door slammed, and the hero asked what was wrong with her head. Charlie turned his head, hearing the man. Holding out the envelope, Bill said that it was found in the interrogation room where they died. There was a map on the table near the guys. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and heard that he was talking about something. There was a map in the envelope and the hero asked what the crane was. The girl was holding the map in her hand. Bella looked at her in fear. Stretching his hand forward, Oscar said that it was found in a place besieged by cops, and Frederick said that something was wrong here, maybe it was worth reporting to the gentleman, to which the girl replied that no. Clutching her head, the girl said that it couldn't be. Her brother was dead, the gentleman would scold her if she said such nonsense, it was impossible, there was no point in this, she needed to stick to the plan. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that if she didn't justify herself this time, but why did the police miss his map, was it really him? No, this was nonsense, she needed to just stick to the plan, otherwise she. The gun was pointed forward, and the girl added that she. The girl's pupils dilated. Clutching her head, she screamed loudly that she. Raising her head, she began to scream loudly, and the man said to bring Amanda. Smoke flew upward. Amanda put her hand to the girl's forehead. Bella calmly said the names of the men. Looking at her, the men responded. Squinting, the girl told them to just stick to the plan. Holding a lollipop in his mouth, Frederick turned to her and said that it was too dangerous, now the police knew about everything, and there were a couple more things to worry about, to which she turned to the girl. Amanda smirked, hearing that he should help them too, if they were too worried, the plans could fall apart, to which she replied that she would do as she said. Turning to the men, Amanda said that they should come here. There were drugs on the table. The men looked at this in confusion, and the girl said that they had been cleaned, so now they were fresh. The man inhaled the smoke. Frederick, opening his eyes wide, said that all worries were evaporating. Oscar smiled widely and said that everything would go as it should now. The men's eyes were glowing red, and he added that they would stick to the plan and turn to the girl. Putting his hands on his hips, the protagonist said that it was not good, anxious. The girl scratched her head, listening to how the others had run away, to which she replied that they said they would stop by the hospital. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that weaklings, no, really, it was better this way. The girl smirked, asking if she could rest, since she was the only one here, to which the hero asked again. Taking her by the shoulders, Charlie said that until the others arrived, he and she. The hero smiled widely and added that they would be alone. The girl mumbled when she heard that it would be a special secret training, to which she asked again. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that she was in terrible shape. The girl asked again in surprise and said that she had a good body, to which the protagonist asked again and said that it was nothing. The girl sighed in displeasure when she heard that she had no muscles, terrible endurance, and that she was like a log, and there was nothing to praise her for. The girl was surprised when she heard that they would soon be sent on a mission, so she would probably be the first to die there, to which she asked again what kind of mission it was. Kate was confused, and the protagonist thought that at first he wondered who had allowed this fool to become an officer, but after a while he found a completely worthy explanation. The girl smirked, and the protagonist added that he knew she was smart, but she turned out to be much smarter than he expected. The hero thought that as far as he knew, she remembered the numbers of all the restaurants in the area, for which she was given the nickname Walking Delivery App. The guy asked how to order food now. This idiot took Kate, to which the man turned around and asked who called Charlie an idiot, and he was told that no one. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that if he did not want to die, then let him focus on her strengths and try not to waste time trying to hide her flaws. Holding a baton in his hands, the protagonist said that now during training let her imagine that this baton is her weapon when it is folded, let her imagine that it is a knife when unfolded, let her imagine that it is a blunt weapon. The hero took a step forward and said that he would be gentle with her so that she would learn to control her body correctly, to which the girl asked again. Approaching her, Charlie said that she should try to remember everything well, to which she asked what to remember. Poking her head with a baton, the hero said that he would find out soon, to which she asked again in fear and asked to tell. The hero smiled and said that she should wait a little and understand herself, to which she asked that she would understand and turned to the hero. A huge forest appeared. The guys looked straight ahead in surprise. Looking at the hero, they asked in surprise. Tears appeared in Kate's eyes and she said that it was too harsh, and the guy asked what they were doing. The hero looked at the officers and asked what they really wanted to know, why they hesitated. Grinning, the hero said that they would understand themselves soon, let them not worry. The guys opened their eyes in fear and said that maybe they could survive without this information. A little time passed. The hero with a baton was chasing the girl. The main character was catching up with the guys. The man looked thoughtfully at the documents. Brittany frowned. There was a squad behind her. The moon appeared. 15 days later, the day of the Phoenix operation on top of the Polonia. The moon in the sky was shining brightly. The guy said that he had survived 15 days of hell, to which the other said that he did not even want to remember. The girl, looking ahead, said that but what kind of mission is this? The squad moved forward, and she added that even the KNPSU should be involved. The girl, looking at the guy, asked what could be in these thickets. He lied, yes, to which the guy answered that no. And she added that if they do not find anything, he is finished, to which he agreed. The thought arose that yes, who is this Charlie? Suddenly, someone from behind turned to the captain. The entrance to the shelter appeared. Someone said that it seemed that they were there. People in masks were sitting near the fire. The question arose that a tunnel. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked who and what kind of weirdos with rooster heads were. One of the squad members rushed forward. The girl swung the butt of her gun at the masked man, to which he screamed. The man was hit. Another man, looking at this, said, "Damn." The guy held the knife in his hand and sighed. He looked down angrily. The girl kicked him. The officers looked at the fight in surprise. Brittany picked up the radio and checked the connection. The girl said that 2 opponents had been successfully eliminated and were starting the operation. Turning around, the guy said, "This uniform is just right, they're coming," to which Kate asked again. The girl held out her hand and stopped them. Looking at them, Brittany told them to stay here and keep an eye on those 2. The officers asked again in surprise, and the hero added, "But she's a bit stupid." The girl angrily said that the idea of uniting regular officers with the KNPSU was initially crazy. Kate asked again in surprise and said that they were, to which the girl sighed. Looking straight ahead, Brittany said that a pathetic department employee dares to contradict her. Standing in front of her, the hero heard that she would allow them to go only because of the order of the senior superintendent, but let them stay away, just get in the way, to which the hero asked again. Smiling, the protagonist said that okay, then from now on they are on their own, it's better for them, they don't need to work until they sweat anyway. Brittany smiled widely and asked that he finally listened to her orders. Entering the tunnel, the girl said, "Well, they will go." The protagonist stood in bewilderment. Steps appeared. Where? The squad descended them. 2 guards were eliminated. Loud music was heard behind the door. The door swung open sharply, where endless stairs and passages stretched. Quickly running into the room, the girl shouted that everyone's hands. Suddenly, Brittany opened her eyes in surprise. Disco balls were glittering, where loud music was tearing. There were many people in the room. They looked like zombies and swayed back and forth. Looking at them, Brittany asked what. Surprised, the girl asked what it was. Looking at the squad, the man said that he knew it. Sitting at the table, Frederick said that it was inevitable. Holding the walkie-talkie in his hand, he added that there was a strange premonition from the very beginning. Brittany looked up in surprise, hearing that this was an announcement for club visitors. Unexpected guests burst into the club. The people's eyes opened wide, and he added that they were trying to ruin the party. The people's eyes were red. The man said that for each one successfully caught. Brittany looked in fear, hearing that and the one brought to him. The girl looked at the people. The man said that he would give a pass. Frederick smiled widely. The people reached out to the girl, hearing that giving unlimited access to drugs for a month. The girl angrily screamed, "Operation Phoenix on top of Polonia." The people rushed to the squad, and she screamed for everyone to raise their shields. The operation has begun. The people ran towards the squad. The girl shouted for everyone to raise their shields. The people in the squad raised their shields. The people ran forward with a loud scream. The people pushed the officers with shields. One of the squad exclaimed in surprise. The people ran forward furiously. The question arose, where did they get such strength from? Holding a lollipop in his hand, the man said that they can't just shoot them because they will have problems. Raising her head, the girl shouted for the armed squad to put on masks, to which they complied. The girl tore the pin off the grenade. Brittany threw the grenade sharply into the air. Smoke appeared in the room. Someone shouted about tear gas. Holding the mask, the man said to push them back, and someone turned to the captain. Brittany opened her eyes in surprise. Tears were pouring from the people's eyes, and the guy said that tear gas does not work against them. Raising his hand, Frederick said how stupid. Their feeling of euphoria was much stronger than the pain, asked that they really thought that would work, and then said that he should gather the drugs and take Amanda out the back door. Smoke was spreading throughout the room. The girl turned around in confusion. The man in the mask ran into the room. He jumped up sharply, and the man from the squad asked who gave him permission to do that. The man stepped on the officer's head, and he added that he should go. The man was holding a radio in his hand. He looked at the man from the squad in surprise. The man rushed towards him. Frederick looked at him in fear. Someone jumped off the railing. Looking forward, the man asked what the. Frederick's eyes widened. He held the radio out in front of him in surprise. Looking to the side, the girl said that she underestimated him. Unlike the boss, subordinates must have undergone special training. Turning his gaze to the side, the man asked again. Suddenly, screams were heard off to the side. A man from the squad shouted for them to push them apart by force. Looking straight ahead, the girl shouted for them to attack. Turning his head away, the man said that they really thought that force would work against this crowd, and they turned to him. Frederick turned around in surprise and responded. The man opened his eyes in fear. He had been stabbed several times. The girl looked up in surprise. The man screamed in pain. Suddenly, someone grabbed his neck. Pressing him against the wall, the man asked why he had turned away. He seemed not strong enough to him. Looking at the man said that it was not a fatal wound, so he should not worry too much. He promised not to kill anyone if possible. Pulling out a knife, the hero said, "So what?" The man leaned against a wall. The hero stuck the knife into his hand. Frederick, his eyes wide open, screamed loudly. Looking at him, the hero said that he would not take his life, let him stand still, pressed against the wall. The man clenched his teeth in pain and made a sound. Looking at the hero, he asked who he was. Walking straight, Charlie said, "Who knows?" A kick flew at the man. Looking at the people lying down, someone said that it worked. Walking forward, the captain said that they were heading upstairs. Suddenly, Brittany opened her eyes in surprise. A knife was stuck in the wall. Looking at his hands, the man said that the hell. Standing on the balcony, Frederick said that the bandages stopped the bleeding, but the condition did not get better, to which he was asked that in such a state he was still able to raise his hand. With wide eyes, the man asked who it was at all. He was also from the KNPSU squad. The girl took off her mask and said that she was interested. The hero walked along the corridor, and she added that she herself was interested. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist told Bella to come out. There were people in masks lying on the floor. People unconscious were lying on the floor, and Charlie added that he wanted to see her. Pointing a gun, the girl said that they should surrender, come down, and they would help them, to which the man said that there were so many police officers. Grinning, Frederick said that he had not seen such a gathering since he left the special unit. Looking at him in surprise, the girl said that he was pro. Waving his hand, Frederick said that he was glad to meet. Brittany looked at him in surprise. Pulling out a gun, the man said that he was Frederick from the 29th squad, asked what and what they were from. Looking at him, Brittany screamed that fire. Many shots flew along the balcony. The people from the squad turned to the tunnel. Looking away, Mike asked that Charlie would definitely cope. He heard gunshots, and the guy said that he ordered to wait here, to which the girl added that she didn't like it. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked why they were taken at all if they ended up leaving them here, said that they were using them as cannon fodder. Someone came up behind them and heard that, well, why do they even need these secret operations? A man appeared behind Kate, and she said that they had suffered so much. Oscar was standing behind them. They turned around in surprise, hearing that what were they doing here. Frowning, the man said that the damn cops. The officers abruptly rushed forward. The girl enthusiastically screamed that damn. She pointed the taser towards the man. Oscar extended his hand in front of the charges. Suddenly, he abruptly intercepted them. The man looked at the lightning. Kate looked straight ahead, excited. The officers opened their eyes in surprise, hearing that there was a little tingling. The man held out his hand and said, "Well, Miss Bella can do better." A gun appeared. South Korea has strict rules for using firearms, a hot button issue in the country. And the police are no exception, with police officers using weapons no more than once a year. That's why police are trained to use safer weapons, or rubber bullets. There was blood on the man's face. He said they should use whatever they wanted. Taking cover from the gunfire, Frederick said that even those bullets could leave a dent. Sitting behind the fence, the man asked what the table was made of, and Brittany said that wouldn't do. Looking straight ahead, the girl shouted that they were switching to live ammunition, to which she was answered approvingly. Looking down, the man heard the girl introduce herself, saying that the next round would be with bullets. Standing below, Brittany said that therefore he should stop fighting and surrender. He needed urgent medical help, otherwise he would die, to which he replied that it was better to die. Looking straight ahead, Frederick asked what they were offering him to rot in prison for the rest of his life without access to drugs. The girl angrily clenched her teeth. She furiously screamed that drugs were more important to him than life, to which he replied that his life had turned upside down when, on one of the KNPSU missions, he had received drugs. Hiding behind the table, the man said that, taking advantage of his position, he had searched the area in search of the best goods. The man was sitting near the trash can. Over time, his body began to get used to it. After a while, the drug stopped making him happy. The man looked surprised when he heard that someone had addressed him and thought that it was her. Holding a lollipop in her mouth, Bella asked if it was him. Looking at him, the girl said that she had heard that his body had developed a resistance to drugs. Handing him the lollipop, she said, "Here it is." Frederick's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that the candy was made from the best they had. Grinning, the girl asked what she didn't want to try. The man stuck out his tongue to the candy. Suddenly, his pupils dilated. He opened his eyes in surprise and thought, "Eureka." The man laughed, thinking that it was amazing. Looking at him, the girl asked, "What is it?" Smiling, Bella said that if he agreed to team up with her, she would get something even better. Looking at her, Frederick replied that he would do whatever he ordered, to which she said, "Great." Standing in front of the man, the girl said, however, let him promise that he would not eat more than one a day, okay, otherwise he would get very sick. Bleeding, Frederick said that if he was destined to die anyway, then there was no point in promising, right? Looking up, he added that he had lost too much blood and asked what and who he was anyway. Holding the lollipops in his hands, the man said that it was a shame. Frederick put the candies in his mouth and said that it was a shame that he couldn't eat more. It was worse than death. Having loaded the magazine, the girl said that they should get ready to shoot. Looking up, Brittany said that they would have to have a shootout. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. The man pulled out a gun. His finger pressed the trigger. The man fired at the wall. The bullet bounced off the wall. The shot flew right over the captain. Looking in amazement, Brittany thought that the bullets were ricocheting. The man stood up abruptly and asked what they were worth. Pointing the gun at the squad, he said that they should give their commander a lavish funeral. Suddenly, the man fired. The bullet flew past the fighter. The masked men shot and said that they were scum. Someone grabbed the hand with the gun. The masked man looked at the policeman. Suddenly, a squad member knocked the gun out of his hand. The man quickly pulled out a weapon. He shot the bandit in the leg. Shots flew at all the bandits. The hero stuck the gun in the man's mouth. Charlie struck with his elbow. Amanda looked at the door. The protagonist walked down the hallway. Charlie opened the door slightly. He entered the room where the girl was. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that she was still wondering where all this noise was coming from, and it was him. She heard about him from Miss Bella. Bending down, the girl said that she was going to visit him herself, but he was faster, to which he asked that she received his gift. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that the Phoenix map. Her mouth dropped open in shock. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked who he was. Grinning, the protagonist said that he often hears this question, but he does not get tired of it at all. It's time to remember the good old days. Brittany fired a gun. Shots were flying at the table. Bullets were piercing the cover. Several shots were flying at the man. Holding the gun in front of her, the girl screamed for them to keep the guns up. Suddenly, the captain's eyes widened. The man abruptly threw the table down. Watching this, the man exclaimed in surprise. The table flew into the shield. It flew to the side. Looking up, Brittany screamed that at this rate, he was going to die. Frederick abruptly descended and rushed towards them. The policemen raised their shields. Holding the shield in front of him, the man screamed that this was bad luck. The man was rapidly approaching them. Blood was coming from the head of a squad member. Brittany looked at him in surprise. Holding the gun in his hands, the man said that he shouldn't raise the shield without thinking, asked what they thought, that he was incapable of anything, since he could barely breathe. Turning to look at him, the police screamed, "What the hell?" Brittany gritted her teeth in frustration as he got close enough. Pointing his gun at the girl, the man asked her that she didn't want to hit her comrades, did she? The man pulled the trigger. Brittany jumped to the side. Frederick's eyes widened. The girl kicked him. The man flew to the side after the kick. Frederick winced in pain. Brittany gritted her teeth in rage. Multiple shots flew at the man. The man fell to the ground. Looking away, the captain yelled for them to check on him, to which she was told that he was. Sitting in front of the policeman, the man said that he was dead. Brittany's eyes widened in fear and she said, "Oh shit, I thought I heard him." The girl looked to the side in amazement. Throwing a grenade, the man added that he was not dead yet. Looking at the grenade, the girl thought it was a smoke grenade. The smoke spread throughout the room. Brittany screamed for everyone to leave. The smoke filled the entire room. One of the officers said that he could not see anything. Suddenly, a shot flew into his head. The officers, in the smoke, shouted what was going on, where the shooting was coming from, and the girl thought that if these idiots continued to shout like that. Standing in the smoke, the man heard that it was a pity. They were panicking because of the death of their comrade. Time was passing, equipment was improving, and people were becoming dumber. They were too weak, they had no experience at all. Holding the radio in his hands, the man said that they should take this as a lesson. A shot flew into the policeman's head, and Frederick added that the price of the lesson would be their lives. The guy looked ahead in fear. The smoke completely obscured his vision. Having screamed in fear, the man fired forward. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed. Turning around, the policeman asked where the bullets came from. Shots are heard in the clouds of smoke, and immediately the body of a lifeless comrade falls. Standing in the smoke, the man wondered where he was shooting from. Bloody splashes appeared. The thought arose that the hell, A shot rang out from the gun. Holding the gun, the girl wondered what she. Looking down, the girl thought she would die. Brittany was scared for her life. Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. Looking at the silhouette in the smoke, she wondered who it was, a friend or an enemy. The man held the gun forward. Looking at him, she exclaimed in fear. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Frederick leaned against the wall and pointed the gun. Gritting his teeth, she did not look away. The man closed his eyes, and she asked that he was dead. The girl stood up when the feeling of impending death gradually receded. She looked around. She had to inevitably face reality. Dead police officers lay on the floor. The man's face was covered in blood. Blood was spreading on the floor. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and she said that no, panic had set in. For the first time in her life, she felt such fear and despair. Brittany only managed to squeeze out a couple of frightened groans. The girl raised her head and made a sound. A scream was heard in the distance. She looked to the side in surprise. The man was running forward at full speed. Someone shouted that it was not working. The officers were quickly running away from him, and Kate shouted that nothing worked against him. Oscar, gritting his teeth, said that they should run, cowardly rats. The girl, covering her eyes in fear, shouted that to hell with this special training. He was impenetrable. Charlie was a fucking liar. Charlie's secret training was pretty simple. He told his slaves everything about the most important human organs. Using rubber bullets, he taught them to aim for the solar plexus, the back of the head, the groin, and the joints. Using a pointed weapon, he taught them to hit the places with the most blood vessels. Sitting on the girl, the main character said that if they had to face the enemy on a mission, they should aim at the places he showed them, to which the girl said that her lower back hurt. The guys moaned tiredly, and the hero said that after such a blow many hit. Looking at them, the hero said that but, of course, the batons were pointed at the man, and the hero said that there were exceptions. The officers looked at him in surprise. Looking at them, Oscar said that it was cool, and now screams were heard in the room. The man rushed after the officers and said, "Well, come here," to which Kate shouted about the squad leader. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she shouted that he should help them. Looking down, the girl was surprised. Kate exclaimed in surprise and asked, "What the?" Looking down in fear, the girl said that it was here, and the guy screamed. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked in surprise what was wrong with them, and the guy said that they were looking at each other. Brittany sat among the dead employees. The girl asked with surprise that they were all dead, and someone exclaimed. Smiling widely, the man said that he had done a good job, that he had gotten rid of the unnecessary trash. Suddenly, the man exclaimed in bewilderment. Frederick pointed the gun forward. Oscar looked down in surprise and asked about the man. Looking straight ahead, the main character said that the former Miss Phoenix asked that where was the new Miss Phoenix hiding. Taking a step forward, the girl said that she had asked who he was, to which he replied that she was far from slow in such things, she should have understood by now. Putting her hand to her face, Amanda said that she was not sure, she could only say that he was an interesting person who said very interesting things. If they had met under different circumstances, she would have even poured him some tea and they would have chatted. Suddenly, the girl put her hands under her clothes. Swinging his hand at her, the hero said that she was a drug-addicted cur. The main character punched the girl in the face with his fist. The girl flew back after the blow. Looking straight ahead, the main character said that pretending to be friendly, he knew that she quietly took out a band-aid. Wiping her mouth with her hand, the girl exclaimed. Swinging his leg, the main character said that it was worth just attacking. Hitting her hand, he added that for now she was wasting time trying to stick it on. The girl clenched her teeth and made a sound. There was a pill in her mouth. The hero stretched out his hand forward. The main character grabbed the girl's face and said that it was too obvious. Charlie held his hand out and asked her if it was okay to keep a pill in her mouth all day. Looking at him, the girl hummed. Suddenly, the girl jumped up. She grabbed his hand, and he said that it was an attempt to twist her arms without using drugs. Dropping her to the ground, the protagonist asked her if she really thought she could do it. Grabbing the girl's throat, the protagonist said, "Now let her tell me where that birdie is hiding." Sitting in front of her, the protagonist asked her what the point was in protecting that cowardly rat who hid her face while her comrades died, to which she replied that Miss Phoenix was not a coward. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said yes, she was just a dependent wimp. Bullets flew into the protagonist's back, and he said that if he did not name her location. The protagonist turned around. Charlie's eyes widened. Several children entered the room. Looking straight ahead, the girl shouted that she was a bad guy. The protagonist, looking at her, asked again in surprise. Lying on the floor, Amanda said that they were too late. Smiling, the girl added that she had told her to come if she heard a noise. Rushing forward, the girl screamed that he should not touch. Stretching the knife in front of her, the girl turned to Amanda. The hero struck her back with his fist. The children with weapons ran forward and screamed. The hero hit them and they wheezed. The children fell to the floor. Looking at them, the hero heard what he would do next. Smiling, Amanda said that the drug addict was now on drugs. The children were lying on the floor, and it was heard that Miss Phoenix gave him permission. Turning around, the hero asked why he touched innocent children. Looking straight ahead, she said that who knows. Standing in front of the knife, the protagonist said okay, that won't do. The hero tossed the knife up. He deftly caught it. The girl smiled, hearing that she. Holding the knife in his hand, the protagonist added that it was the end. The leaves of the tree appeared. The girl put her hand on her face. Amanda watched the protagonist. Standing on a ledge, John asked what he thought. Looking down, the man asked that this child was the new Charlie. The protagonist held a knife in his hand. Keeping her hands on her knees, the girl said that she didn't know. The man sat on the ground. She heard that it seemed that he was stronger than the first Charlie, but he could not finish him off. Looking down, the girl said that he really was similar, but it was also ambiguous, to which he replied that he was wrong. Her brain was melted from drugs, so it was not surprising that she did not notice. The hero swung a knife, and the man added that he could easily finish him off, he just did not want to. The hero struck the man with a knife. Watching the fight, Amanda asked what was happening. He was just annoying him, just mocking a high-ranking fighter, to which John said that this was a child. The boy stood in the rain, and the man added that when he first came here. The boy looked at the killer, and the man said that all the children had already been killed by Charlie of the first generation, except for him. Putting his hand on the girl's shoulder, John told her to take another look, asked what she didn't notice. The girl opened her eyes in surprise, hearing that they were countless. The hero's eyes were glowing red, and he said that they were scars. The hero inflicted many blows, and John added that they were left by this child. Scars appeared. The man asked if that wasn't strange. Leaves fluttered in the wind, and the man said that they were like willow leaves. The hero stood over the man's corpse, and John asked that who, except him, fits the role of Charlie. The girl bent over from the blow. The protagonist swung a knife. Looking at him, Amanda thought that that's what it was. The protagonist looked at the girl. Bleeding, the girl thought that now she understands, that's for sure. The hero rushed towards her. Charlie ran past her, and she added that it was Charlie. A playing card appeared. The light from the chandelier illuminated the room. The wounded girl was lying on the floor. The hero stepped on her. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that he was asking for the last time where the phoenix was hiding, to which she asked that he would kill her even if he told her, right. Looking down, the protagonist said exactly what, but the death would be painless. Lying on the floor, the girl grinned and said that it was Bella. As soon as the first generation phoenix, known as Amanda, left her place, John handed her fate over to the new phoenix. When the full moon rises again, the ceremony of passing on the title is held, ending with the death of a representative of the previous generation. But the new Miss Phoenix did not kill her predecessor. Sitting in front of Amanda, Bella asked what for. Holding a glass in her hand, the girl added that she tried to poison her. Bella asked the girl angrily what she thought, how much poison she had already swallowed. Hoped that she would not notice, she left her alive, and she tried to kill her. Why? The girl asked that she hated her. Looking at her, Amanda answered that she had no reason to love her. Amanda looked surprised, hearing that why. The girl began to cry and asked why everyone despised her so much. Amanda looked at her in surprise, hearing that they tried to kill her because she was weaker. She fought for her life to finally wait for the full moon, and now they hate her because of drugs. But the girl looked closely at Bella, hearing that they should not despise her because they went through the same difficulties. Getting up from the chair, the girl said okay, so be it. Approaching Amanda, Bella said that if she drank it, she would have to love her. The girl looked at her in surprise. She opened her eyes wide, hearing that she agreed. Blood came out of the girl's eyes and she said that she drank it all. Looking straight, Bella asked that she did it. Yes, now she liked her more. Taking the girl's hands, Bella told her to answer when she, being the one who thought only about her survival. Amanda saw Miss Phoenix in tears. She felt for the first time. The girl felt what is called love. Lying on the floor, the girl asked that she could really risk the life of him. Smiling widely, she added that for whom she first felt the feeling of love. The hero stood in bewilderment and said that since this was her final answer. Striking the girl, he added that she was finished. The hero began to leave and then said, well, I'll have to interrogate the other bastards. The hero turned around, hearing that Bella. Bleeding, the girl said that she would come back here and the children were lying on the floor, and Amanda said that their death was her doing. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she added that so what? Looking at the girl, the hero heard that she was asking not to kill her. The protagonist turned his head to the side. There was a band-aid on the girl's body, he heard. Well, there was a band-aid on the man's neck. The girl was riding a motorcycle at high speed. Bella looked straight ahead, and the hero said that everything depended on the actions of this bastard. The hero began to leave the room. Oscar turned to the man in surprise. Kate turned to the captain in fear. Approaching the man, Oscar shouted his name, and Kate told the captain to pull himself together. Having hit her in the face, the girl told her to pull herself together finally. Looking at the policeman, Kate told them to bring her to her senses, and the guy turned to Kate. The girl turned around in surprise. The man crossed his arms angrily and said the name Frederick. Suddenly the man rushed forward and the officer exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Oscar, the girl screamed for him to stop. The man swung his fist sharply. He hit the officers. The policeman flew apart from the blow. Looking at him in fear, Kate heard that he would tear them to pieces. The man's eyes glowed red and he added that they would be cut into small pieces. The man stretched out his hand towards the officers. Suddenly blood splashed. The man's eyes widened. The man hit Oscar's hand. The squad member braked sharply and the man grabbed his hand. Looking away, the girl turned to the hero. Turning around, the hero said that only over his dead body. Looking at Oscar, he added that this girl would still be useful, to which they stood in bewilderment. The man's face was covered in blood. Someone said that they swear it was a fatal blow. The protagonist looked at Frederick. Dead members of the squad were lying on the floor. Charlie asked why they were so easily scattered. Looking away, the hero asked that he really underestimated. The man struck the wall. With his eyes wide open, he said, "Damn." The protagonist stood behind the shield and said that he thought it hurt. The man grabbed his hand, and the hero turned to the officers, to which they responded. Pointing to the children, the hero said that they should deal with these little ones. There were children unconscious on the floor. Reaching out for the gun, Charlie said that he would. Putting his hand on the magazine, the hero added that he would finish off the rest. Suddenly, the protagonist opened his eyes wide. Holding the people in his hands, the man said that he should shoot. Having fired the gun, the protagonist said that he could be sure. The bullet flew past the girl. The shot flew past the people and wounded Oscar. Grabbing his shoulder, the man screamed, to which the protagonist replied that he should calm down, he would not kill him. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that everyone was dead, so at least he would have to be left alive. The man looked at him in fear and asked again. Rushing towards the hero, the man shouted that he was a bastard. Oscar's leg was bleeding. The man bowed down and shouted loudly, and the hero said that he should report to the base that they were returning, to which the officers replied that it was good. There were dead police officers lying on the floor. The protagonist thought that it would be easy, but how wrong he was. He had misjudged the situation. Kate excitedly grabbed the radio, and the hero added that he had high expectations, but looking at Brittany, the hero thought that but he had high expectations for her too, and she had simply deflated. Pointing at the man, Kate asked what could tie him up, to which he thought that compared to these three, she was simply a god. He must have simply overestimated her. Standing in front of them, the protagonist said that they should just shut up. Suddenly, the protagonist looked away in surprise. Bella rode her motorcycle sharply. Her helmet glass was tinted. She landed on the ground and rode forward. The protagonist pointed a gun at her. Suddenly, Bella turned around sharply. The guy was hit by a blow from the motorcycle. Bella was riding away quickly. Suddenly, she turned around on the spot. Looking at her in surprise, Oscar turned to her. The girl took hold of the helmet. The girl took off the helmet, and the man said her name. The guy said in surprise that she was a crazy bitch, and Kate turned to the hero. Looking at the guy, Bella said that he should gather the others and follow her. Finding an escape route took longer than she thought if she was reprimanded and finished off, to which Oscar turned to her. Looking down, the man said that no one was left alive except him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and asked again, to which he replied that she had heard. Bella turned around in surprise at Frederick. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that everyone died. Frederick was sitting unconscious. The dead girl was lying on the floor. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She pressed the gas pedal sharply. Bella reached under her clothes. Suddenly, the girl rushed towards the hero. Gritting her teeth angrily, she said that she would finish him off with her own hands. Grinning, the protagonist said, "Oh my god, how scary." It was raining outside. The hero was sitting on a rock with a bandaged hand. He looked away, hearing that someone had addressed him. The girl grinned slightly. Bella sat down next to the hero and asked what she had heard, that he had been scolded for disobeying his master. Looking down, the hero heard the question that he was okay. The girl grinned, hearing that she was, to which she replied that she was okay, that it was her own fault that she was so weak. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that the gentleman had said that he was now in charge of them. She was glad that he had been appointed to this role. Bella raised her eyebrows and added that she was so jealous. He had gotten both a promotion and a name. The name Charlie sounded cool. Turning to the hero, the girl asked what she thought. She could also get a name, to which the hero replied that he wanted a lot, and she added that, well, you can't predict. Smiling broadly, the girl said that she had heard that the relationship at the top was terrible if she ever got there. The protagonist looked away. Sitting next to him, the girl asked that he would not forget about their friendship. Let him promise. The girl stretched out her hand forward. The hero looked at the thrown-out grenades in surprise. One of them stuck into his finger. A blue explosion thundered immediately. Covering his face with a mask, the protagonist thought that it was a drug smoke grenade. Blue smoke spread throughout the room, and he added that it was not particularly explosive, but significantly narrowed the field of vision. Bella approached the hero, and he thought about the fact that his hand was a little numb, but he could still move. The hero deftly dodged the girl. Bella braked sharply. Sitting on the motorcycle, the girl asked how much longer she was going to run. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist was quickly running away from her. Rushing after him, she shouted that he really thought that she could not. Climbing the stairs, she added that she could reach him at the top. The doors to the room were open. The protagonist quickly ran there. Blue smoke remained in the doors. Bella quickly drove into the room. Suddenly, she looked ahead in amazement. There were many people in masks lying on the floor. The protagonist was standing among the corpses of bandits. Looking to the side, Charlie said that he should test him. The girl looked straight at the hero. She deftly drove around the corpses of people. Bella clenched her teeth furiously. The girl was perplexed. She looked away in surprise, hearing that he drove well. The main character was hanging on the ceiling. She raised her head up in fear. Charlie grabbed her face. Suddenly, the hero began to strangle the girl sharply. She grabbed his hands and wheezed. The girl pressed the gas. The hero and the girl began to ride forward. Stretching out his leg, the main character asked why he was trying to speed up to throw him off, said that she had forgotten. The hero strangled the girl and added that she should put on a helmet. Suddenly, they both fell off the motorcycle. The main character grabbed his side and made a sound. Sitting on the floor, Charlie said that he would not do it a second time. Sitting in front of him, the girl asked what and who. Looking straight ahead, Bella furiously screamed what the hell he was. Sitting on the floor, the girl screamed that if it weren't for him, everything would have gone according to plan, then she would, to which the hero replied that he didn't remember when exactly it started, but at some point. Standing in front of her, the hero said that she started blaming him for all the troubles when she was younger. She followed him everywhere and carried out any instructions. The girl furiously screamed that she had to stop talking nonsense. The protagonist, looking at her, said that she shouldn't blame him. Sitting in front of him, the girl asked who he was, to which the hero replied that he was Charlie. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist repeated that he was Charlie. The girl asked again, confused. Looking at him, Bella asked what kind of nonsense he was talking, to which he turned to her. The girl looked surprised, hearing that she should surrender to the police. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was going to kill her, but she was responsible for the capital, so she could provide information about the deals. He was told to bring her alive. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist said that she should tell about all the horrors she had to go through because of this bastard, and let her provide evidence proving his guilt. If she agreed, he would leave her alive. Looking down, the girl grinned. Sharply raising her head, she laughed loudly and asked that Charlie had a secret student, some cop. Looking down, the protagonist said that they all knew perfectly well that he had no students, asked that having reached the top, she began to follow him. Yes. The girl froze in bewilderment. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that she really thought that he would not notice the shadow following him on all missions. Bella remained silent in confusion. The hero said that in the clan only 2 people hated him, he and she. Why did she change so much? The girl clenched her teeth in rage. Bella screamed loudly for him to shut up, close his mouth. His brother was dead. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes and she screamed that even Master John showed her his corpse. He said that she would be next if she disobeyed. Putting his hand on his side, the hero said that he understood that it was hard to believe, to which she interrupted him. Grinning, the girl said that it seemed that Charlie had not told his student about something. The girl said that she heard that everyone at the top had terrible relationships. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that she hated. Looking to the side, Charlie heard that if she ever got there. Raising her hands, Bella added that Charlie was much more than the master. The hero and the girl were sitting on a stone. A question sounded that he would not forget about their friendship. Let him promise. Jumped forward. The policeman got ready. The girl swung. Then she got hit in the stomach. There was a box under her clothes. Then smoke appeared. The policeman opened his eyes. Bella opened her mouth and noted that it was very good, so nice. Then she hit her opponent in the stomach and thought that drugs, there is nothing better than drugs. Then she opened her mouth and added that be it a headache, a toothache, or even bloody wounds, drugs will get rid of everything. There was an emblem hanging on her cheek. The policeman jumped back and the girl thought that even in the worst situations she feels terrible. Then she swung powerfully. Then she hit him in the face and thought that drugs help with everything in the world. Shards flew forward. Bella opened her mouth and screamed that this is wonderful. Then she began to blur and added that it is wonderful, wonderful, just great, incredible, wonderful. After which blood flowed from her mouth and she thought, what is so good? The drugs used as medicines heal, but what is used as a drug distorts the perception of reality. The policeman stared at the girl. She opened her eye. The policeman strained his gaze, heard how he was still standing on his feet. Bella opened her mouth and thought that reality itself does not change at all, drugs. Then she grabbed her head and screamed that it hurt, they make everything much worse. The main character looked at her and heard what was happening. Why? She won, this can't be, she needs more. Bella stood up and reached into her jacket. Then she turned her gaze. Charlie stared at her and noted that it was a shame, he should just give up. Tears flowed from her eyes. Bella stared straight ahead and thought that she was a disgrace. Then she opened her mouth and screamed that he even knew. Then she looked surprised when she heard that he knew absolutely everything. Charlie threw the papers aside and added that he did better than anyone else. The sheets of paper began to fall. Bella opened her mouth and screamed that these were her drugs, he should stop. The main character squeezed her hand and told her to give herself up to the police. Then she received a blow to the head. Charlie clenched his fist and noted that she was only embarrassing herself even more. The girl looked at the ceiling and noted that it hurt. Then she knelt down and said that she needed more drugs, and Charlie said that if she promised to surrender to the police, he would give her a dose. Bella opened her mouth and said that it would be better to just kill her. The wrath of Mr. Buddha is worse than death. The protagonist took off his respirator and noted that Amanda asked for a favor. Then he stared at the girl and added that she begged him to leave her alive. Bella lowered her head and noted that if he really were a brother, he would never get rid of Amanda. He would be able to extract enough information from her. Charlie opened his mouth and noted that Amanda touched the children, and judging by her reaction, she did not know. Then he opened his mouth wider and asked now she understands why he killed her. Bella narrowed her eyes and noted that she continues to pretend to be that guy. The protagonist stood up and noted that if it was just this bastard, he didn't have to worry. Then he looked at him tensely and noted that he would finish off this bastard too. Bella froze. Then she laughed and asked him that he wanted to finish off Mr. Buddha. Then she opened her mouth and shouted that even that guy died at the hands of the Lord. Was he really naive to think that he could kill the Lord? Charlie opened his mouth and noted that there was nothing left of his real body, due to the long years of hard training and bullying that he had to endure as a child. Then he remembered his back and added that thanks to it he became stronger, but the body remembers everything and wounds are no exception. Then he remembered the herbs and noted that the mission that hammered the last nail into the lid of his coffin. The protagonist stared at her and noted that it was a special operation of the true religion. Bella opened her mouth and heard that he had suffered terribly back then, she remembered, didn't she? But his new body was different. Charlie clenched his fist. Then he looked at it and said that it had only been subjected to careful training, which now allowed the meme to feel free. There was not a single scar or trace of abuse on the body, which indicated its excellent condition. It was absolutely perfect. The protagonist looked up and thought that he would be lucky if he got her body. It was even scary to imagine the consequences. Bella opened her eyes and heard that if he finally got used to the new body and continued training, he would be able to kill this monk. Charlie smiled widely. Bella looked in horror. Then she raised her head. Then she opened her mouth and asked that he really was Charlie. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and added that that was exactly it. Now let him make a choice. Let him surrender to the police or die right now. Bella opened her mouth. Then she looked at the ceiling. Then she lowered her head. The chandeliers were shining down. The police looked at each other and said that they needed to gather everyone and get out of here. Help would arrive in half an hour and asked if they could give him first aid. Then they looked at the wounded man and noticed that he had lost too much blood. The man smiled and noted that if they touched him with even a finger, he would kill them. The policeman sat down next to him and noted that then he would only touch him with a fingertip. The man looked away with red eyes. Then he began to tremble and asked them to take a bandage out of his pocket and stick it on his body. The policeman opened his mouth and asked what nonsense. The man opened his mouth and shouted at him to do it faster. The policeman looked at him and asked what drugs were. How could he give them to a person with an addiction? Then he jerked sharply. Two silhouettes appeared in the passage. The policeman saw pumped up chest. The two turned and were surprised. Then he saw pumped up legs. Two warriors folded their arms and noted that they needed drugs for the scum. The policeman ducked. The warriors looked at them wildly and said that there were a lot of hot losers here. The policemen opened their mouths and asked what. Then they stared and asked again about hot. Tom opened his eyes and noted that he did not eat women. Then he looked at the policemen and added that the men had pretty good bodies. They did not need to try to hide their bodies under a suit. Then he pointed at one of the policemen. Tom folded his arms and asked what sport he did and for how long, and the policeman replied that he had been boxing for over 10 years. The other policeman opened his mouth and shouted why he was answering him. You idiot. Tom started clapping and shouted that it was excellent, wonderful. Then he opened his eyes and added that he had a great body. He liked it. Then he turned to the second one and shouted. The policeman behind him opened his mouth and asked why he talked to psychopaths, and Tom shouted at him to shut up. Lloyd opened his eyes. Then he stared at the girls and shouted that now he could get a good look at that woman. She was gorgeous. She had a strong body. The girl looked at the floor. Then Lloyd approached her. Then he put out his hand. Lloyd grabbed her by the neck. Tom grabbed the second cop and he shouted that he was so strong. Lloyd squeezed his neck. The cop opened his mouth. Tom and Lloyd opened their mouths and thanked them for lunch. The light was on overhead. The protagonist carried the girl on his back and heard what he meant when he said that she was the only one left alive for a reason. Bella opened her mouth and added that she probably just had a resistance to drugs. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that when they became partners, he realized something. The boy looked at the stick, after which a dark silhouette appeared behind him, and the boy thought that no matter how much effort she put in, she would still die at the hands of this bastard. The little protagonist let out a breath. Then he turned his gaze and heard if he was worried about this little one. The man looked at the protagonist carefully. Charlie broke the stick. Then he walked forward. Then he hit the man. He grabbed the stick. Then he stared at the protagonist and told him to calm down, even though he was chosen as the next leader. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The man hit him and noted that he was still a child. Then he threw the stick away and added that he would tell him how to save the girl from death. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he knew what poison was used to create Sayaka. If she began to take the poison, gradually increasing the dose, then she would soon develop resistance to the poison. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked what he wanted. The man opened his eyes and said that he was a smart guy. He was not mistaken when he decided to let him live. Then he lowered his head and thought that he made a deal with the first generation Charlie, and that was how he got to the list of poisonous herbs. Charlie held out a bowl and said to eat it. Bella opened her mouth and shouted that it was rice. Then she began to eat. Then she turned to the protagonist and noted that it tasted bitter, and Charlie looked away and thought that he added them to the food. The protagonist remembered the girl's face and noted in his head that after several years she was able to survive. Charlie walked on and noted that now they met again. Bella opened her mouth and noted that he was lying, and Charlie replied that he remembered how she lay with a fever and suffered from a rash all over her body. This was the body developing immunity. Bella closed her eyes and asked why he did not tell him earlier. Charlie opened his mouth and noted that if he had said anything, she would have spilled the beans while on drugs and it would have been the end for both of them. The protagonist remembered the huge man and noted that the bastard thought that she was born with a resistance to drugs like a first-generation phoenix. So he got her hooked on drugs to raise a new phoenix, and he, who was planning a secret escape without telling the Hwagaksa members, was about to leave. It was dark outside. A dark silhouette peeked into the room. The protagonist entered the room and told her to get up. Then he opened his mouth and added that before he found out. Then he opened his eyes. Bella opened her mouth and told him to go away. This is heaven. The protagonist stared at her and heard what was going on. He was going to take a walk with her. Then he looked at the syringes. Bella put her hands out and told him to just stay there. She had something better. Charlie looked at her from behind and thought that the drugs that filthy stuff changed her forever. He regretted his actions when he saw her becoming different. He thought that he should have just left her to die that day. Bella looked ahead and asked why he didn't run away alone. The protagonist went ahead and answered who knows. Then they both heard a scream from the front. Charlie stared there and asked what the screams were. Bella opened her mouth and screamed that it was Oscar's doing. We need to hurry to him. Then the protagonist ran to the door. Then she ran into the room. The protagonist and the girl froze. Tom bit into the policeman's body. The protagonist stared at the corpses. Then he opened his mouth and noted that this was not good. Tom opened his mouth. Lloyd opened his mouth. Two boys were standing next to each other. One of them had trembling legs. The other had arms, and the plot noticed that there were two brothers. The older one was born with weak legs and the younger one had weak arms. These shortcomings were the brothers' main weakness. The huge man looked at them and the plot noticed that this was why they were abandoned. The brothers entered the room and the plot noticed that the brothers were locked in a hunger room, where children with physical disabilities were sent. The brothers could not accept the fact that they would have to die for being born. The disabled were sitting on the ground, and the plot added that with such shortcomings, so the boys decided to challenge fate. Tom and Lloyd looked forward madly. Then they began to kill other children. Lloyd crouched down. Then he began to kick. Then he bit off a piece of the leg. Tom leaned on a knife. Then he swung the knife and bit off a piece. The door opened and light appeared. The huge man opened the door a little, after which he opened his eyes, and the plot noted that after several months of their training, they decided to leave them alive. Tom and Lloyd covered themselves from the sun. A drawing of a boar appeared on the mask. A drawing of a bird appeared on the mask, and the plot told that the elder managed to train his legs and become stronger than a wild boar, and the younger brother, who had weak arms, trained his shoulders like the wings of a bird. Tattoos appeared on Lloyd's legs. Tattoos appeared on Tom's chest. The two brothers stood next to each other. The two brothers looked at the protagonist and asked what this drug addict was doing, climbed onto the cop's back. Bella opened her mouth. Then she opened her eyes. She saw the dead Oscar. Then she opened her mouth and screamed. Tom put his hands out and screamed how long he had waited for this day. He despised people who pretend to be incomprehensible just because they belong to the top of the UE. Show off, as if they mean something, although in fact they are just carcasses. Bella gritted her teeth and heard that Charlie was dead, so if she died. Tom opened his eyes and added that the January heron, the March cherry, the August mountain, only they would remain. Lloyd looked at his brother and asked that maybe they should leave the cherry. It was cute, and Charlie thought that Yui was nothing but trouble, but at the top, only two could work in a pair. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if she had called for help, and the girl shouted that they would be there in 10 minutes. Charlie put the girl down and thought that he could resist them for 10 minutes. Then he stared at his brothers. Then they swam in his eyes. The protagonist opened his eyes and wondered what was wrong with his body. Then he saw a growth appear on his cheek. Then he looked more closely and thought that drugs had gotten into him through Miss Phoenix's blood, which was the reason for such a reaction. Charlie turned to Bella and noticed in his head that she started crying and said that she wouldn't go anywhere unless he carried her on his back, so he had to. He went limp. This is not good. Tom suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist and thought that this is not good. Then he grabbed the protagonist. Then he opened his eyes wide. Charlie suddenly disappeared from the hold. Then he began to do a sweep. Then he powerfully hit his opponent in the leg. The protagonist opened his eyes when he heard that he could not knock him down. Tom swung his arms and shouted that such a pathetic attempt. Then he struck. Tom opened his eyes. Then he saw an empty space where he had struck. Charlie looked at him and noticed that he seemed to have become larger. Then he clenched his teeth and added that this made him less agile. Tom opened his eyes. Then he stared at the protagonist and asked what he knew about him, and Charlie thought that his strength was leaving his body, after which he stared at the girl and told her to follow the police officers. He would join soon. The police officer opened her mouth and shouted to gather the children and other members of the squad and get out of here, after which she opened her eyes. Lloyd folded his arms and noted that he would leave. The protagonist looked away and thought that there was not much time left. He needed to finish as soon as possible, after which he ran at the enemy. Tom swung and shouted that it was courageous. He liked it. The protagonist dodged sharply, after which he swung. He saw an elbow above his head, after which he dodged the blow. A wound appeared on the protagonist's cheek. Bella opened her mouth and thought that he was keeping up with his brother. She had always been a burden. She remembered how she looked at the stick as a child. Chloe clenched her teeth, after which she reached into her jacket. Then she looked at the bottle and noted that this was the end. The protagonist grabbed his hand and heard that he was slowing down. His body was not bad. Tom looked at the protagonist and added that it was in terrible condition. It was stuffed with drugs, so he couldn't even eat it. Then he swung. The room shook. Tom opened his eyes. Bella covered herself with her hand. Then she closed her eyes and apologized to her brother. Then she looked at the bottle and noted that she didn't think she could surrender to the police. Tom opened his eyes and shouted for her to get out of the way. Bella opened her eyes and noted that this time he would be saved. Cards of different colors appeared and the plot noted that Miss Phoenix's drugs had several stages. Buddha's tears, made by the previous Miss Phoenix and their improved version Quan, also known as light. The man showed his muscles and the plot added that depending on the stage, the patches can increase the level of pleasure and physical abilities. Then he fell to the ground and the plot added that when the drug runs out, there is a high risk of the opposite effect. The girl looked straight ahead and the plot said that the light patches were the strongest. They were so strong that they easily clouded the mind, but there was a higher level that few knew about. There was a picture of a bird on the card and the plot added that Phoenix, noticing that she had developed resistance to the light patches. Bella stared at the drugs and the plot noted that she began to diligently try to achieve a stronger concentration, so this drug. Then she dripped a blue liquid and the plot noted that it was called Phoenix Tears. Then she picked up the bottle and the plot added that Phoenix decided to drink it when the light patches stopped working. Then when the critical moment came, she knew for sure that the drugs were safe because she put them in a bottle made of durable glass. Bella looked closely at the bottle and noted that if she drank it, everything around would turn into hell. The girl squeezed her opponent's hand tightly. Tom opened his eyes. Then he swung and shouted for her to take her dirty hands off. The girl hit the guy sharply in the side. Then he opened his eyes. Tom grabbed his side and backed away. Then he looked to the side. Tom saw veins bulging from drugs. Charlie and Bella stared at him. Tom looked furiously and shouted what a dirty drug addict. Then he began to shake and added that his body was clean. The girl opened her mouth and said something. Then the main character opened his eyes and listened to her. Tom looked at them and shouted what they were doing there. How dare they defile his clean body? Bella turned her head and noticed that, as she thought he was holding up well, he also dabbled in drugs. Tom opened his eyes wide. Then he hit himself on the chest and shouted for her to take her words back immediately. He was holding up only due to his spirit. Bella turned around abruptly. Tom clenched his fist. Then he hit the girl in the stomach. Bella spat blood and heard that he was the healthiest. Tom looked at her and told her to die. Bella took the blood in her mouth. Then she spat it up. Blood flew into Tom's face. Then he grabbed his face and screamed that it got into his eyes. Tom covered his eyes with his hands. Bella suddenly jumped on him. Tom looked up. The girl opened her mouth and called the police. They looked at her and heard that they should take their comrades and get out of here. The girl turned around, heard why she was suddenly helping them, and asked if it was important now. Then she opened her mouth and screamed that Charlie needed to be taken out of here quickly. Lloyd folded his arms and screamed for them to stop. No one would get out of here. Emily gritted her teeth. Then she looked down. Then she saw the cards under her feet. She opened her mouth and asked what they were. A scream was heard from the balcony. Tom slammed the girl to the ground and screamed that she had left him alone. Bella gritted her teeth and heard that she was a dirty creature. Lloyd looked at his brother and asked if he could help him, that he should wait a little. Then he moved forward and added that they needed to deal with these cops first. Then he opened his eyes. Emily stuck the card on her face. Then she opened her mouth and noted that it felt pretty good. Lloyd looked at her in surprise. Hayden opened his eyes and screamed that she was crazy. Emily suddenly appeared behind. A card appeared on the man's leg. Lloyd put his hands out and screamed. Then he began to tear it off and Emily screamed for James to take Charlie, to take care of the boys. James opened his mouth and said that he would do it. Mike opened his mouth and shouted that he took them too. The girl looked at the ceiling. Then she opened her mouth and shouted that they were leaving. James turned to the protagonist and shouted to be patient a little, the doctors would be here soon. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought about consciousness. Then he turned his gaze. Then he saw Bella. The girl looked at the protagonist with wet eyes and greeted him. The light was on in the ceiling. Lloyd was trying to tear off the card and shouted for his brother to get this dirty creature off him. Tom was trying to get out of the grip. Then he began to pull his hand out. Bella opened her eyes. The man sharply hit her in the face. His fist trembled. Then the girl got hit in the face again. Tom grabbed his throat and stood up. Lloyd looked at the card and noted that he would find this red rat and kill her. Then he looked up and heard where he was going. Then the vials exploded next to him. Smoke blew from the room. Lloyd opened his eyes and heard that they would have to fight him to the end. Tom grabbed his throat. Bella wiped her lip and noted that it was all over, so they would die together because they were all drug addicts here. Bella looked at the rain and told her that one rainy day, late at night, Charlie's brother came. She sat in the cave and watched him stand. He lowered his head and said that today he killed a person for the first time. She calmly looked at him and answered that she already knew. She heard that he killed old Charlie and officially joined the ranks of you. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy cried and said that he felt like he had lost something. He stood looking at the sitting girl and asked if she had ever killed before, to which she answered negatively. Bella looked at him sadly from below. The main character lowered his head, extended his little finger to her and asked her to stay like this. They clasped their little fingers and the girl agreed. Bella remembered the corpses of people on the floor and said that after that day, Charlie, who had officially become you, successfully dealt with many other murderers. She imagined a bloody cut canvas and said that he had failed to lay a finger on civilians and Lord Buddha had tortured him. Imagining Charlie standing with his back to John, the girl said that however, he was too skilled to die at the hand of the Lord. Bella remembered how people were lying behind her and said that when she entered the ranks of you to please the Lord, by her will, crowds of people sank into drugs and fell into the abyss of despair. The girl imagined herself in a mask and said that she did not feel a drop of regret for the broken promise. She consoled herself with the fact that he had not kept his word either. Remembering how little Charlie held out a bowl, she decided that she was wrong. Bella imagined herself standing over the man in front of the guy and saying that she had killed people in front of Charlie. Remembering the serious face of the main character, she said that she hated him. The girl decided that she had been very wrong then. Bella remembered how the man beat her. Grinning, she dodged the man's hands. The guy grabbed her by the hair and kicked her. Throwing her head back, blood was coming out of her nose and mouth, and she thought why she had changed so much. Looking at the cards flying up, she decided that it was all because of the drugs. Charlie in uniform carried a desperate girl on his shoulders who was calling him. Imagining a statue of Buddha, Bella thought about reincarnation. The girl imagined how a person falls apart in space and said that they say that if you sinned in a past life, you will be reborn as an insect or an animal, and only after getting rid of your sins will you be born a human. She imagined the old and new Charlie standing with their backs to each other, thinking that he had retained his humanity and was born a man to atone for his one sin. She imagined a bug on a tree and a cow, wondering if she would be an insect or a beast in her next life. She remembered the big temple, wondering if she would end up in that hell again. Two guys were standing over Bella, who was lying on the floor. The guys were looking at her, and the muscled guy asked if she was coming down from the drugs. She seemed unwell, and Lloyd said that they had overdone it a little. They looked at her in surprise when they heard her ask for drugs. The girl looked at him pitifully and held out her hand asking for more. The muscled guy put his hand to his head and laughed, saying that she was on the verge of death and asking for more. He picked up the card from the floor and asked if she wanted to get punched in the face before she died. He leaned over to her holding a card and telling her to take back what she had said about them being addicts and that they would give her some as a parting gift. He waved the card and shouted at her to speak. Bella looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked if they were really going to give her more drugs. She held out her shaking hand. The girl opened her eyes and thought. Bella imagined the guy holding her hand. Charlie stood in front of her crying and asking her to stay like that. She remembered how they had linked their little fingers. The girl was crying and looking forward. Looking at the guys who were surprised above her, she said that she was going to die. Bella smiled and raised her middle finger and said that they were addicted scumbags and shouldn't act innocent. They were no better than her. The guys looked at her in shock and she said that she was going to die sober. The guy grabbed her finger. He sat on top of her and pulled the finger out. The guy was beating her in the face and shouting that they were not drug addicts. How many times do I have to repeat that? The girl was looking at the ceiling and thinking that she would like to apologize with all her heart to all the people whose lives she had ruined, even if she was not reborn as Charlie's brother. The guy was looking at her furiously and insulting her. He was strangling the poor beaten girl. Bella was looking at him sadly and saying that she was very sorry, she was wrong. She was shaking from suffocation and saying that an insect or an animal All the same, it was not necessary to be born a human. The girl was crying and saying that she did not even want to be reborn. She imagined a dark temple. The guy was strangling her, and Bella was crying, asking only not to end up there again. He was looking at her furiously and asking what she was saying. The guy continued to strangle her, and dark energy enveloped everything around him. When he finished, he raised his hands and sighed. Looking at his palms, he said that he had stained his entire body. Lloyd looked at the guy who had turned around and asked if he was going to chase the cops in that condition. Their backup must be waiting around the corner. The guy looked at him furiously and asked if he thought he cared. He would just kill them all. Was he really scared? The guy looked at him fearfully and said that he was a little scared. Looking at the ceiling, the muscular guy screamed. They weren't done with that redhead yet. Lloyd said that he had trained his hands so much that his brain cells were affected. They didn't even know how many of them were there. He crossed his arms and looked at his partner who had turned away and said that he would have to go after him. The muscular guy looked away fearfully. He looked at the pedal in his hands and listened as Orchid asked on the phone if Bella was finished. The guys were walking away from the girl's body and saying that they were just leaving the murder scene. A crowd of policemen were running through the forest, and Orchid was saying that help was close. They were already climbing the mountain. The guy on the phone was saying that they would find gasoline in the warehouse, let them burn all the drugs before the police arrived, and run out the back door. He would give the coordinates. Lloyd, arms crossed, listened to his partner complain about Orchid giving orders, and he replied that this was an order from Buddha. They looked at the ceiling. The guys looked down in surprise and clucked. They looked at the girl's body under the maps and said that this would be the most pompous funeral for a drug addict. The guys looked down in surprise and said that they wanted to take her body and feed it to the mutt peony, but he would get angry if you fed the dog garbage. A huge flame appeared. Lloyd crossed his arms and looked at the flames and said that it was always interesting to watch a fire. They left, and behind them the girl's corpse was burning. The cards were burning on the floor. The guys said goodbye to Bella. Charlie got up from the bed in fear. He looked at the ceiling. Putting his hand on his head, he closed his eyes and bared his teeth. The main character looked to the side at the sound of a bird. He looked at the bird outside the window in surprise. Charlie looked at it in bewilderment. The bird was sitting on a branch and looking at the guy. The map burned out and the plot reported that Operation Bella on top of the Polonia tree was complete. The man looked at the card in his hand. John looked at the palm of his hand with the map in surprise. He clenched his fist and smashed it. Looking at the flower behind him, he called the May Orchid. The flower stood on the table and answered the master. Looking at the lanterns from above, he asked to gather everyone. John looked forward seriously and asked to call everyone from January to October. He said that the Buddhist ceremony was about to begin. Kate was sitting on the cot and tilted her head, squinting her eyes, making strange sounds. Charlie, arms crossed, watched her fooling around with the nurse and called her crazy. He turned to Bill, who called him. The general looked at him and asked if he was okay and if they could talk in private. The protagonist looked at him calmly. He looked at the ceiling. The guy sat across from Bill at the table and asked how long he had been unconscious, and the man replied that it had been 2 days. The guy frowned and asked if Bella was dead. Bill frowned and replied that she was dead. Charlie hung his head, displeased, and said that he should have gotten the information while she was alive. He looked at the floor, upset, and said that she was dead. The man sat at the table and said that while he was unconscious, there had been a discussion about the plan. He remembered people shouting and arguing, saying that there had been a debate about the excessive use of real bullets and, conversely, the fairness of the actions. Bill clasped his hands and imagined the building and said that a war of public opinion had begun. Charlie looked at the room in the hospital and said that Special Forces soldiers had died there. What kind of excessive use were they talking about? There are always two camps in politics. Bill introduced the men holding the pieces and said that if Party A is for the circle, then B is for the triangle. He introduced the men who swapped pieces and said that vice versa, if B is for the circle, then Party A supports the triangle. The protagonist looked at the general and said that his head was spinning. The man introduced Brittany and Sad Mike and James and said that the lieutenant colonel who took part in the operation and the patrolman wanted to resign. The general sat in front of the guy with his hands clasped on the table. Charlie indignantly drew his eyebrows together and asked what was the matter, and the general replied that he was trying to convince them otherwise. The man got up from the table in front of the disgruntled guy and said that this was all important news. Putting on his cap, he looked at the guy and said that he had to go somewhere with him. They would talk about the rest later. Bill looked at him seriously and said that they would go to the funeral of the dead Special Forces. Charlie looked at him in surprise and said that he had never been to a funeral. The man told him that he just needed to dress in a police uniform. The general looked at the guy with his head down. Charlie stood up and said that he also needed to go somewhere. He would be quick. The plot moves us to the Hwagaksa temple. We see a statue of Buddha. Many people were standing opposite each other. The plot reported that Pine was absent. Janice looked away and said that Pine had not come again. Rachel covered herself with a fan and asked if he thought that everyone here was lazy. She also had a lot to do. Tom looked away and asked why she was pretending to be busy. Clyde looked away and asked her to cover his mouth and put on a muzzle. Megan petted the dogs and replied that she didn't need to, her dog didn't bite. Lloyd crossed her arms and thought about asking Rachel out on a date after the service. The plot showed Miskant and said he was missing. Chase looked ahead and asked when the monk would arrive. Ron looked down and said it looked like he was dead. The doors opened. The crowd of people sitting looked at the monk. John looked at them and asked if everyone was there. Ron looked up and said that January Pine and August Miskant had not arrived. The man introduced Miskant and the crowd of corpses behind him and said he was cleaning up Bella's mess. Janice looked at him seriously and asked what January was doing. John frowned and said he had no comment. Tom looked at Rachel and asked what was going on, and she said she was actually here. John looked at the people and asked if everyone had been told Bella was dead. Janice sat and said she was being stupid and answering. Rachel looked at the monk and asked if they were there to pick November and December, and he said that was not why he had called them. John held out his hand with a scroll. Unrolling the scroll with Bill's portrait, he said that one of them should kill the police chief. The guys looked at his photo and asked if he should be killed. Chase introduced several people and said that if that was the case, it would be better to send not them, but the guys he was training, they would cope just fine. Clyde was sitting on the floor and looking at the monk said that he agreed. He was not even a big shot, but some old police chief. John frowned and replied that he had already sent Charlie to Bill. Chase, sitting next to Lloyd, said that Charlie had good skills, but he was not a killer, which meant he did not kill him. John looked at them from above in surprise and said that now something was different. He remembered how beaten Charlie sat on his knees in front of him and said that he came back covered in blood. The man frowned as the guy told him about the enemy. Charlie frowned and said weakly that he had been too strong. Megan turned and looked at him in surprise and asked how he could be too strong, that pathetic policeman. They were looking at Bill's photo. Tom sat next to Clyde, surprised, and said that it couldn't be, that Charlie probably just couldn't handle it, and the guy asked if he thought he would bring himself to that. The monk held the portrait and said that he couldn't believe it either, but it was better to be careful, then he hadn't killed him, he just made sure that he couldn't track them down. Standing in front of the seated people, John said that now he was on their trail again, now they would find out what he was capable of. Frowning, he asked who would go. The guys looked at the portrait in surprise. The monk asked who would kill him. Bill sat among the policemen, holding his shoulders and wondering what this chill was. The plot moves us to the mountains. Charlie was walking through the forest. He sighed and told us about the day when his consciousness clouded. The guy remembered how in uniform he looked at the confused Bella and thought about the last words she told him. Looking at the trees, he said that these were the coordinates of the location. Charlie looked at the path and decided that judging by them, it was here. He stood on the path and asked what was there. Was it really underground again? He was not some kind of worm. Looking down, he asked when he would have time to dig everything up. The main character turned around and saw a bird sitting on a stone. He looked at it in surprise. The bird was looking at the guy. The plot moves us to the temple. Clyde went to the monk on the balcony and called him. He looked at John and said that because of what happened to Bella, people had already drawn the attention of the police. Would anything happen if they killed one of the bosses? The man closed his eyes and answered that nothing, even better. He looked at the sky and said that the people were a stupid herd, like a flame that quickly flares up and just as quickly goes out. The monk stood with his back to the guy and said that it was better to make some noise right away so that they would forget everything right away. He looked at the moon and said that it was even more necessary to kill him. Clyde asked if he was really that dangerous, since they had January. The man turned around and said that someone in a Charlie mask had once visited here. He remembered a guy in a mask with a knife and said that he was very strong. Imagining the guy in the mask and Charlie, he said that this policeman reminded him very much. Clyde put his hand to his chin and clarified whether it was Charlie's mask, and the monk replied that he had two assumptions. He imagined the main character hugging the policeman and said that perhaps Charlie had secretly raised an apprentice among the policemen. Introducing Bill, who was hugging the guy, he said that perhaps the general was a strong fighter, so he created a squad to destroy Hwagaksa. Clyde looked at him seriously and said that during his life, Charlie was the object of public attention and was under close surveillance, so the first option was out of the question. John turned around and replied that he had lived most of his life here. The guy replied that yes, and a group that Bill had secretly organized was connected with Bella. Clyde, holding his chin, stood behind the monk and said that the second option was closer to the truth. Then if Bill was so strong that he beat Bill to death, 1 month would not be enough to deal with him. John silently looked away. He imagined Charlie's silhouette and said that after the destruction of the religion of truth, the main character's condition left much to be desired. One could not say that he was in his prime. 1 month would be enough. Clyde looked at the monk and agreed and asked if he would rest. The man looked at the moon and replied that he had somewhere else to go. He could go. The guy bowed his head behind the man's back and replied that he would go then. Clyde walked into the room and looked at the portrait on the table. Looking away, he asked if the head of the security department, Bill, really had any extraordinary abilities. Looking at his portrait, he decided that he should check the information. Bill doubled over and screamed in pain. Charlie smiled, closed his eyes and picked up the sheet of paper, saying that he hadn't said that he had to give a speech. He squeezed the general's shoulder hard, who asked what to do if Superintendent Brittany wasn't there. He had written everything, he just needed to read it. The main character clenched his fist in front of the angry man and said to warn him in advance next time. Bill held his shoulder and shouted that he was now his boss. How could he treat him like that? The man looked surprised, hearing that the guy said that it was possible. Charlie looked at him with displeasure and said that his whole body still aches from the thought that he did this to save him. The plot takes us to a joint funeral ceremony of police officers. The police were sitting in the hall at the ceremony. The girl, with her head down, was crying and saying that Sergeant Charlie's farewell speech would follow. The main character looked anxiously at the sheet of paper standing behind the podium and thought about who should be mentioned. He did not know how to read such things. Looking at the crying people and sad Bill, he thought that when the general gave his farewell speech, he felt his sadness and regret. Holding the sheet in his hands, he believed that the man sincerely regretted the loss of his comrades and colleagues. Charlie read the speech from the sheet into the microphone. Looking at the flowers in the hall, he thought that now he was experiencing rather not sadness. The main character squeezed the sheet and thought that inside he was somehow uneasy. He looked at the flag of the country and the name of the ceremony. The guy was leaving the stage holding a piece of paper and thought that the mood was so-so again. He was surprised to hear his name. Charlie looked at the shoulder straps in shock. Hang looked at him and asked the main character if it was him. The man smiled and asked if he caught those drug dealers in the club. The guy looked down in confusion and answered in the affirmative. The man laughed and said that he would become a brilliant policeman and wished him luck. Fang looked down and said that he still had some concerns if Chief Bill was responsible for such a big case. Introducing the general, he said that he had to personally report to him on the progress of the investigation, although in the end the case was solved. Fang smiled and said that he would consider himself lucky. Looking at the portraits of the dead, he said that maybe on the contrary, he had failed this case because so many young guys died. The man sat smiling in front of the confused guy and asked what he thought about it. Charlie looked at him in fear and thought about it. Looking at the smiling man, he wondered if this was the bald man. Charlie looked down in confusion. They both looked away, hearing someone calling their son. The man and woman were crying, holding out their hand and calling their dead son. The protagonist looked at them seriously and thought that he now understood why he was in a bad mood. Looking at the crying woman, he decided that when he died, there was no one who sincerely grieved for him. The man looked at the thoughtful Charlie, who believed that the new life was no different from the one when he was a killer. The man looked at him smiling and said that it was good that at least someone came back alive. Holding out his hand to the protagonist, he said that his son dreamed of becoming a worthy policeman and serving until retirement. He reminded him of his son. The man, frowning, held out his hand and asked that his dream come true through Charlie's life. He stood in front of the guy and said that they were all someone's parents and children here. They shook hands. The protagonist agreed with him. He looked at the ceiling. Charlie walked, turning around to see the police officers praising him. The girl in uniform was speaking into the microphone that this was Sergeant Charlie's farewell speech, and then the floor was passed on to the head monk. The guy turned around in shock. He watched as John approached the podium on the stage. Bill looked at the stage in bewilderment and listened as the monk spoke about the Hwagaksa temple. Charlie grinned in shock and listened about the cultural heritage of their country. John folded his palms, closed his eyes and said Amitabha. People in the audience cried, listening to the monk say that in Buddhism, a family is defined as a group of people connected to each other by grace. Looking at the portraits and flowers of the dead, he said that these young people repaid the state for the grace and mercy they received, fulfilling their official duty, and he could call all the people present here a big family. The people in the audience turned away and cried, listening to John asking his parents not to be too upset. All those young police officers sitting behind them are also their children. The police officers cried and listened to the speech that they should not be afraid, these people are their parents. John, standing on the stage, raised his finger and said that they are all one big family. The plot shows us a dissatisfied Charlie in the audience and says that when he was a killer, he often saw Buddhist monks, but now he watched them outside the walls of the temple for the first time. People cried, covering their faces, and the plot said that he played with people's pain, causing strong emotions. The monk stood behind the podium and the plot said that he ultimately did so that they would rely only on him. The main character looked ahead sullenly and felt a tremor throughout his body. John, standing on the stage, suggested that the audience honor them with a minute of silence. The man looked at the audience in surprise. He looked at Bill and Charlie in the audience. The main character looked seriously at the monk and decided to reveal all his atrocities, stop him and kill him. John looked down smiling. The girl in uniform, looking down, said that the farewell speech was over. People surrounded the monk in tears and asked how they should live now. Charlie stood behind and looked at the people around John. He was surprised to hear his name called. Several police officers stood in front of him. Fang smiled and closed his eyes and said that he was glad to meet him and was looking forward to further exploits. The protagonist looked at him seriously and thanked him. The man stood opposite the guy and said that he would like to treat him to something tasty, but his situation did not allow it. Let him at least drink a cup of coffee from the machine. Charlie looked at the coin in his hands in surprise. Fang, smiling, went ahead and told him to be careful. The protagonist looked down. He examined the coin in his hand. The cup of coffee stood on the table. Charlie drank coffee. Bill sat at the table opposite in the office and asked if he had found Bella's lair. The guy remembered a hatch in the ground and said that under the stones there was a door leading down. Charlie looked around the office and the general said that it seemed like the stones were unusual since he found them right away. What was there? Charlie frowned and said that there was Bella's diary and information about the gang members. The man happily spread his hands and asked if they could catch them with it. The protagonist replied that it was not that detailed information, just an addition to what he already knew. Bill bowed his head and closed his eyes and asked when he could get it, and the guy replied that he would put everything in order and show it tomorrow. Charlie folded his hands in front of his face and said that today he needed to discuss one important thing. He looked seriously at the general and said that he would now live in his house. Bill looked at him in confusion and raised his hand saying that it was impossible. He sat opposite the guy and asked how they could live together. He did not want it. The protagonist put a card on the table and asked if it was even possible. He put down a gold card. The man looked at it in shock and screamed. The protagonist held the card on the table and said that it was in Bella's lair. It looked like black cash. There were about 30 more of them, and Bill replied that it would be considered a bribe. Charlie picked up the card, hearing that it was still impossible. The general stood up and looked at him indignantly and said that he did not live alone. He had a daughter, and the guy replied that then all the more reason he should live with him. Bill folded his arms and listened as the guy said that until now he had managed to avoid murders thanks to his lies. Charlie sat at the table opposite and said that now Bill, who was responsible for the plan with Bella, would not escape danger. The man bowed his head thoughtfully and asked if he was in danger, and the guy replied that they would kill his daughter too. Looking at the office, Bill said that he would free up a room for him. This was the right decision. The protagonist frowned, chewed the card and clarified whether he really did not need it. The plot moves us to the hospital. Kate sat on the bunk and asked in surprise if all three of them had quit. She smiled in front of Charlie and said that she would never quit the service, and he replied that he wished she would quit. She put her hand to her chin, closed her eyes and said that no matter how strong the body, in the end it was the mental state that decided everything, and she was strong in that. Charlie thought that she was saying everything right, but it sounded unconvincing coming from her lips. Looking at the ceiling, he said that then she had nothing to worry about. Once she was discharged, she should start training. The girl, smiling, pointed at herself and asked if she had heard anything about a promotion. The protagonist looked at the happy girl and said that at first they refused to promote him by 2 levels. They said that it was too early. She put her hand to her chin, looked up and listened to the guy say that he and Brittany were expelled. He heard that the patrolman would be promoted. He looked at the girl in surprise. Kate, smiling, asked if it turned out that they were now on equal terms. Charlie frowned in disappointment and clarified what he had said. She presented the badges on her shoulder straps and said that now she had 3 flowers, and he also had 3. The girl, smiling, covered her mouth and said that they were friends, and he clarified that he had not said one thing. She looked at him in shock when she heard that she had been excluded from the promotion candidates. Kate, clenching her fists, screamed at him, asking what he was talking about. Stop lying. He was just pissed off that she was so happy. Charlie remembered the girl in the uniform with the map on her face and said that she had taken drugs during the performance. She winced in shock and was upset. The girl squinted and raised her hands, saying that she had been forced to. The guy replied that they said that she had been demanding drugs all the time in the hospital and that she would be given disciplinary action. Kate, panicking, grabbed her hair and said that this could not be. Charlie, smiling, took her wrist and said that she had dreamed of considering them friends. He smiled mockingly, closing his eyes and said that they would see each other after she was discharged. Kate, in tears, pursed her lip and looked at him pitifully. She screamed, "We see the hospital." The main character walked with his hands in his pockets and said that there was no need to worry about her. All that was left was to bring 2 men. The plot moves us to the building. Charlie knocked loudly on the door. Brittany looked at the door in fear. She opened the door in fear and asked who he was. The main character looked into the doorway in surprise. The girl fell to the floor in fear and screamed. Charlie looked angrily through the door and told her to open it. Brittany sat on the floor in front of the door and asked what he was doing there, and he asked her to open the door first. She stood behind the door with the guy and screamed at him that she would call the police, let him leave here, and he asked why call the police if they were cops with her. The main character furiously pulled the door handle and screamed to open it. The girl stood in front of the door and said that he would break it down. That's enough. Brittany frowned in fear and raised her hands. She screamed that he would break the door. The guy was looking around the apartment. Charlie sat on the bed next to the girl and asked if the best thing he could do was to quit the service and vegetate at home. She hung her head and frowned when he told her that she hadn't even come to her comrades' funerals. The plot showed us a serious Brittany in uniform and told us that she was 29 years old, the youngest superintendent, and the word failure had never been in her life. Bill sat in front of the girl and said that he had no doubts about her abilities, but that this mission was quite dangerous and the information was inaccurate. He clasped his hands and introduced Frederick and said that among the gang members there was a man who had been in the strongest special police unit under the command of Commander Pyeon Jangwook. The general clasped his hands and said that it might seem strange, but he would like Sergeant Charlie to take part in this operation. That was an order. Brittany sadly frowned and looked down, and the plot reported that she had violated that very order. The girl looked around her apartment and said that it was all her fault. She had behaved incorrectly. The main character put his hand on the upset girl's shoulder. He picked up the surprised Brittany by her blouse. Charlie dragged her by her blouse along the floor and told her to follow him. She screamed angrily and asked where he was going. We see a blue sky. The girl stood in the mountains with her boyfriend in surprise. Charlie looked at the family who had turned around in the cemetery and said that they were right there. Brittany covered her blouse with her hands in confusion and said that she didn't look right. She looked at the upset man and woman at the grave and thought about what to tell them. The girl lowered her head in fear and wondered how to apologize. The man approached her and asked if she was the commander who was in charge of this mission. Brittany frowned in confusion and looked up at him. The man smiled and closed his eyes and said that their guys had given their lives. He asked her to try to make sure that this never happened again. Brittany looked at him with surprise and sadness. She started crying. The girl opened her mouth and a tear was running down her cheek. She fell to her knees and burst into tears, screaming for forgiveness. Brittany cried and screamed that it was all her fault, all because of her. The family of the deceased cried and hugged the girl. Brittany cried, looking down. Charlie stood in the cemetery with his arms crossed. The family smiled through their tears. Brittany's face was tear-stained. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked her to think for herself how she could apologize to her comrades. Brittany held her head and began to sob. Charlie's voice was heard in the coffee shop. Holding coffee in his hands, the protagonist said that he did not have time, so the guys should speak in 3 sentences. James and Mike were taken aback by this and asked again. Sitting opposite, they asked if he had called them not to listen and how to put it into 3 sentences. Charlie said that he was not cut out for serious conversations with men and they would start with Mike. Mike said with a serious look that when he was boxing, there was one guy he couldn't beat, but he went down a bad path, so he became a policeman to catch him. The protagonist noted that he heard him and asked to move on to the next one. Looking down, James said that as a child he was a coward, so he was bullied at school, so he started doing jiu-jitsu to become a policeman and catch bad guys. Charlie suddenly slammed his coffee cup on the table. He asked with an enraged look why they wanted to leave the police if they had a clear goal. James remembered how they ran away from a bandit and noted that Charlie himself saw that they could not do anything. The bandit twisted James. Looking at the guys, the protagonist thought that this was self-deprecation and at least Brittany had pride and this is the most disgusting type of people. The guys were suddenly taken aback. While shaking his fist, Charlie said that if they said they wanted to leave again, he would kill them and they should shut up and get back to work. The protagonist emphasized the fact that it would be faster to intimidate them even more and put pressure on them. Standing up from the table, Charlie asked them to stop wasting their energy over stupid reasons. The protagonist presented the coat of arms and noted that they had returned to duty. Emily looked at Mike and James and asked why only she. The plot tells us that they were promoted to sergeants. Charlie stood over them with a baton in his hands and ordered them to get up right away, noting that he would set their brains straight. Emily entered the office and said that she would like to work out with the trainer. Brittany's face was serious. The man asked if she was the one because of whom the entire squad died. Sitting at the table, the man said that if Chief Bill had not asked, he would not have agreed to meet. The man put a cigarette in his teeth. He asked with a serious look why Brittany came. The room was dimly lit. Charlie put the documents on the table and said that these were the materials of the investigation conducted by Bella, which he promised to show. Studying the documents, Bill noticed that they mainly concerned March, April, and July. The protagonist noted that Bella was on bad terms with them. Charlie imagined 2 killers and thought that April and July were 2 brothers. Until March they accepted money from John, but now they do not receive a penny. He imagined people in masks and noted that together with March, September, and October they are among those who are not sponsored by John. They do not receive support, probably because of business. Charlie imagined a tall building and emphasized the fact that it is not yet known what kind of business it is. The barbell and dumbbells were lying on the floor. The protagonist reasoned that when there are no tasks, they play sports and sometimes go to the city. It was not possible to track them, but judging by their muscles, they most likely visit the fitness center. Charlie introduced the muscular guy and noted that they say that they are like that by nature, but the effect of steroid drugs is obvious, especially for the younger one. Sitting at the table, Bill said that this is useful information and Charlie should try to find a company that opened 3 months ago and a firm that sells steroids. The protagonist introduced a temple standing around cherry blossom trees and emphasized that March, wild cherry, she also does not receive money from John and vice versa, gives bribes to the temple. 3 cards appeared in John's head. He noted that it is distributed in order: Bella, Maple, Wild Cherry, and recently Maple has risen strongly, which made Bella start to worry. Bill looked at the documents and was suddenly surprised. He saw 3 girls and wondered why there were photos of 3 idols. Charlie looked at the girls and asked if Bill knew them. He replied that it was impossible not to know them. Bill said with a satisfied look that he was a big fan of them and they were very famous. Charlie said with a serious look that one of them was a wild cherry. Bill was dumbfounded by what he heard. Sitting opposite, the protagonist said that this was written in Bella's diary and he did not know for sure if there was a wild cherry among them, but judging by the rest of the information. Charlie introduced the girls in masks and told that they had a discord with Bella, but she often asked her to get pills or make new ones. The blue sky enveloped the building. The protagonist assumed that it was not for personal use, and a month ago there was a scandal with drugs among celebrities, and it seems that it was one of those drugs that Bella gave to the wild cherry and they supposedly act as idols. Bill looked at the girls and sighed. Sitting on the couch, Bill said that this was their John. The protagonist asked what their meant, noting that he had already given up on this matter. Frowning, Bill asked what John's goal was. Charlie looked at him with a serious expression, silently. The protagonist was sitting on his knees and someone spoke to him. It was around the time he was appointed the new Charlie. Standing in front of the hero, the man asked him what he knew, what was the most important thing in life. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he did not know. Raising his eyebrows, John said that fear. The man grabbed his head, and the man added that people live to overcome their fears. People were sitting in the office, and John said that in order to get rid of the fear of hunger, they work. The guy waved to the people, and the man said that in order not to be alone, they communicate with others. The man was lying in bed, and John said that but there is something that a person cannot overcome before the fear of death. Buddha appeared, and John added that all of them. The man stood in front of the hero and said that they turned to God. A modern city appeared, and the man asked who knows, there are so many troubles in the world, and if too many fears accumulate in society. The hero looked straight ahead, listening to the fact that people will lose all hope and learn to look death in the face. The protagonist frowned. Holding the mask in his hands, John asked that maybe they themselves will become a deity. The hero looked at the mask in surprise, hearing that December, along with 3 other months, will now become the main fear for this country. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that this is what he said, this is his goal. Sitting in front of the hero, the man asked what a deity means, so what is his absurd goal? But then a question arises. Bill said that here they are, the 12 months, asked why these months are so devoted to the monk, to which the hero replied that there are no they. People sat in front of the monk, and the man said that as he says, with the exception of a few, most worship him unquestioningly. The protagonist replied that the fact is that most are killers whom the monk raised from childhood, they all once experienced the horror and fear of death. The girl looked straight ahead, and the hero added that however, there was a pile of food on the table, when they themselves became months, a reward. The girl ate the food, the reward turned out to be very sweet for them, as if it was given by God himself. Folding his hands, the protagonist said that he himself had experienced this, so he knew that for them the monk was like God, which meant that his goal was half fulfilled. Frowning, the man said that he had nevertheless managed to overcome this temptation, to which the hero replied that he. Looking straight ahead, Charlie said that he had made a deal, to which the man asked again. The room heard what kind of deal it was, and the hero's answer that they completely obeyed him in order to maintain this sweetness of reward. Pointing his finger at himself, the protagonist said that he himself saw what happened to those who did not obey him, let him see what happened to him. The man looked surprised, hearing that he personally had never rebelled against the monk, but 5 years ago, 1 month appeared and staged a rebellion. Light appeared outside the windows, and the protagonist asked that he knew the Church of Truth, to which the man replied that he knew it was a pseudo-religion. The ceiling glowed in different colors, and Bill said that really, to which the hero replied what exactly. The girl spread her arms to the sides, and the hero said that she was the leader of this pseudo-religion. Looking straight ahead, the girl suggested praying. The protagonist said that now, most likely, the head is Ron of the second composition. Portraits of people appeared, and the hero said that after the first Ron raised this Church of Truth, she raised 12 disciples to resist the 12 months, so it could be 12 symbols of the year. Someone broke the glass, and the hero said that however, not even a few months had passed, as they were overtaken by failure. The first Ron with the remaining members of the church fled to the Philippines, and then Looking straight ahead, the girl asked how so. Sitting in front of the hero, the girl said that he also had many complaints about this old man, to which Charlie replied that he promised him. An old room appeared, and the hero added that she would allow him to live a normal life if he completed this task, to which the girl laughed and asked that he believed him too. Bleeding, the girl said that she would make one prediction: he would never live a normal life. The protagonist looked at the girl. He killed her. Surprised, raising his eyebrows, the man asked what, but he said, now the leader of the church is the second Ron. Did he not kill her? To which the hero replied that it was not Ron. Looking down, the protagonist asked what, or should she be regarded as such, to which the man asked that she could not have more than one person. Sheets appeared. The protagonist said that the second Ron has many oddities. During joint tasks there was always someone else. The hero looked at the man and added that, but it is strange. The people smiled, and Charlie said that everyone had their own gender, age, and voice, and the people turned to the hero. Smiling, they said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the hero said that but their behavior, character, and manner of speech were the same. The man was perplexed, and the protagonist said that in general he looked through all the Phoenix materials. Charlie raised himself up and asked that now it was possible to return. He thinks that the next goal is Wild Cherry, definitely one of the three. Lowering his head, Bill answered that it was good. The protagonist frowned in bewilderment. The moon was shining in the sky. The car was rapidly picking up speed. Sitting in the car, the hero said that he was a person of high status. Looking at Bill, he added that he drives such a jalopy. He could buy a new car, asked what, maybe, he would buy him, to which the man replied that this car. Looking straight ahead, he added that his wife had given it to him 15 years ago, and that she had died 3 years ago. Looking away, the protagonist said that it seemed that she had not loved him very much, that she had had enough time to buy a new car, to which he replied that he was an idiot, let her go. The car was driving along the road. The protagonist asked why his wife had died, that she had been ill, to which the man replied that she had also served in the police. The protagonist was surprised and asked that she had died during a mission, to which Bill replied that she had died 3 years ago. Sitting behind the wheel, the man added that some madman had killed her. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that he sympathized, and the general replied that this man had done the same. Looking straight ahead, Bill said that he had been a parishioner of the Church of Truth, and that seemed strange to him. A huge palace appeared, and the man said that it turned out that the matter was connected with the temple. The view of the map opened up, and the hero said that that's why he became gloomy when he suggested catching a wild cherry, asked what first they should deal with Ron. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was not necessary. Compared to the wild cherry, there was too little information about Ron. That was another matter. Looking at the road, Bill said that it was okay if he and his wife were police officers, but now their daughter wanted to join the service, to which the hero replied that it was good, since her father was the boss, it would be easier for her to advance in the service, and the man added that he. Frowning, Bill said that he did not want her to serve in the police, let her try to convince her when she lived with them, only let her not say that he asked. Clenching his fist tightly, the main character asked what and it was okay to hit, to which the man replied that he was still far from the life of a normal person, his sociability. A large building appeared. The hero approached the door and asked what the house was all shabby. What was behind the door, to which Bill replied that he should come in quickly. The man turned to the hero and said that he should not address him like that in front of his daughter, to which the hero replied that yes, he should not worry. The door opened slightly. The girl, standing in front of the man, asked that he had returned, to which he asked that it looked like she had also recently arrived, and she replied that she had been in the library, then returned home. Smiling, the man said that this guy would live with them for now. It would be awkward, but she should be patient for a little while, but she should not communicate too closely with him. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that they greeted him. Standing in front of him, the girl said that she was pleased to meet him. The girl, looking straight ahead, turned to the hero. The main character stood at a loss and asked that he had adopted her. There was a family photo in the frame. Looking at him, the main character said that she looked like her mother, and the man replied that he was still far from living a normal life, his sociability. Frowning, Bill said that his room was on the 2nd floor, let him go up and go to bed, he would go to bed too, and Susan wished him good night. The main character crossed eyes with the girl. Leaving, the hero thought that he would also go and rest. Taking his hand, the girl asked him to listen. Looking at the hero, she asked that she could go into his room, to which he asked what for. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she wanted to ask something. The main character stood in bewilderment. Sitting on the bed, Charlie asked what he did to become a policeman. Sitting in front of him, the girl replied that yes, she also wanted to serve in the police in the future, to which the hero replied that he did. Frowning, the hero said that he died, and when he woke up, he was already a cop, to which she asked what that meant. He tried his best. Looking at his hands, the protagonist thought that if he thought about it, he had no information about the owner of this body. He only knew that his parents were criminals. They abandoned him as a child, so he grew up in an orphanage. Sitting in front of the girl, The hero thought that although if he knew more about him, it would not change anything, and then said that he should not ask him about the police, to which she asked why. He could tell her. Frowning, the protagonist said that his father asked him to stop her. Grinning, the girl said that dad, damn, how annoying, to which the hero replied that he asked not to tell her. Looking up, Susan said that this was her life, asked why he was constantly interfering, to which the hero replied that she did not want to. In the room, they heard that tomorrow they should come to training. It was the weekend, and the hero thought that at least once, to which she asked if it was true. Smiling broadly, the girl thanked him, to which he thought that if he showed her this hell, she herself would refuse. The blue sky appeared. The officers asked in surprise what was going on. Pointing to the girl, the protagonist said that they should say hello. This is a special guest. Today she will be with them, and the girl said hello. Kate approached her and asked that she was a schoolgirl. She was kidnapped, to which the girl replied that she should introduce herself. Looking straight ahead, Susan said her name. She is a senior in high school. She wants to be as cool as they are in the future. That's why she came today. Smirking, Kate asked again and said that she understands people. A training ground appeared. Kate asked if she could give her some advice on her studies, to which the girl replied that no, she didn't need it. She was a good student, and Kate said that it was clear. Standing in front of the officers, the protagonist said that he had enough chatter. A fist was flying towards his face and he said that they would start training. The protagonist deftly dodged the blow. Charlie frowned. The protagonist hit the guy with his elbow. Suddenly, someone approached the protagonist. The guy grabbed the protagonist. Resting his head, James screamed loudly. The protagonist grabbed him. Suddenly, Charlie threw him over himself. The guy abruptly fell to the ground. Opening her eyes in fear, the girl asked why they suddenly started fighting, to which the protagonist replied that it was training. The guys grinned when they heard that the attack was a good idea, but they would never have thought of that. It was probably Kate. Walking towards the girl, the protagonist asked why she wasn't attacking, to which she replied that she had been going to the gym lately and her muscles were hurting. The protagonist grabbed her head and she said that she was giving up, to which he replied that it was enough to bother others. The protagonist hit the girl with his knee and said that she should try to attack too. Turning around, the protagonist said that now. Looking at the girl, he added that it was her turn. Pointing at herself, Susan asked that she did too, to which the protagonist said that she had come to train. Walking forward, Charlie said that she shouldn't be afraid, he wouldn't hurt her, to which she asked again. The protagonist suddenly jumped up and said that if she didn't want to. The protagonist struck the girl with his fist. The fist crashed into her body. Charlie smiled broadly and said that he would start first. Looking at the girl, the hero thought that after that she would give up on the idea herself, and then said that policemen can hit harder than this. The main hero looked ahead. The girl clenched her teeth in pain. The girl looked angrily at the hero, and he thought that most people lose their composure after a blow to the liver, and she had such a lively look. Looking to the side, the main hero said that this time Mike with James, Kate with Susan, should split into pairs for sparring. Looking at Kate, the girl asked what was wrong with her, to which the hero said that it was nothing, she fights well, and the girl laughed. Wiping the blood from her nose, Kate said that she would not give in only because she was a schoolgirl, and the hero said that by the way, he did not say one thing. The girl looked surprised, hearing that it was the chief's daughter. Lying on the ground, Kate said how strong she was, to which the hero replied that she was a sly sheep. It got dark outside. Walking down the alley, the girl said that it felt like her whole body was broken, to which the hero replied that she had done well for her first time. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that her eyes had sparkled during training. Then Charlie added that she would become a good police officer. Looking at him, the girl thanked him. A residential building appeared. The man, holding a mug in his hand, fell silent. Looking at them, Bill asked why they were returning together, to which the hero replied that it just happened, and the man asked again. Taking the girl by the hands, the man said that she should not hang out with him, he was bad, to which the hero asked how she could say that in front of him. He did not know the rules of behavior in society at all. Standing in front of her father, the girl said that he was not bad. Looking down, she added that he was cool. The man froze in bewilderment. He frowned furiously, and the hero asked what. Standing near the door, the man shouted that he should get out of here, to which the hero replied that he had done nothing at all. Behind the door, it was heard that this was not right with guests. Conversations were heard in the apartment. Someone was looking through the peephole. The protagonist turned around in surprise. The moon was shining brightly. Many bandits were standing near the house. The guys turned around in surprise, hearing that he thought the twins would come. Approaching them, the hero asked that Ron had sent them. The guys, wide-eyed in surprise, asked that he knew him. Grinning, the protagonist said that only he could have sent a whole herd. That's great, Bill would be happy, there was a clue that would help catch Ron. The bandits abruptly rushed towards the hero. The guy swung his knife. Suddenly his hand trembled. The protagonist looked straight ahead intently. Charlie hit the guy with his elbow. The bandits rushed towards the protagonist. The guy opened his eyes in surprise. The hero extended his hand in front of the guy. The hero slammed their heads together. The guy suddenly rushed at the protagonist with a knife. The hero kicked him. The guy flew back from the blow. Lying on the ground, the bandits wheezed, and the hero wondered what these guys were. Looking down, the protagonist thought that they were not professional killers. The man held the weapon in his hand, and the hero added that they were holding the knife clumsily, some kind of amateurs. The guy raised his hand and said that he was dying, asked what was going on. Turning around, the bandit asked what was going on. Opening his eyes in surprise, the man asked where they were. The protagonist looked at them. In the yard, he heard that there was no one. Squatting, the man asked that he could not remember how he ended up there, to which the hero replied that he himself was seeing something like this for the first time. The tied-up bandits shouted to be untied. They would sue them. Looking at him, the man asked that they were the first to attack. Who would they sue? To which the guy replied that he said he didn't remember anything. Looking at the paper, the main character said that he found their documents in the things. Some had a family photo. He didn't think it was a fake. They were ordinary people. To which the man said it was the same. The man angrily clenched his teeth and said that the same thing happened to his wife. The hero looked away, hearing the name Ram. A card with an animal appeared. Holding a keychain on his finger, the man said that they should look at the maple leaf. The maple swayed from side to side, and the man said that from that moment on their souls would become calm. Then he added that all the suffering and fear received in reality disappear, and peace comes to the soul. The maple continued to sway, and the man said that they admired the one who gave them peace and freedom from suffering. The man said that as soon as the maple leaf stopped, they would slowly tear their gaze away from it. The maple leaf stopped, and the man said that now he would ask questions. Standing in front of the girl, Ron asked who he was. The man in the mask narrowed his eyes. The girl said that he was. Smiling broadly, the girl added that the beautiful maple leaf that freed her from suffering was a maple leaf. Crouching in front of the girl, Ron said that right, he would make her beautiful. The man put the mask on the floor. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Extending his hand to her, the man said that it was Maple. The girl looked at his face in fear. She exclaimed in fear, and Ron said that it was her. Looking straight ahead, the man asked that the hypnosis had not worked. Looking at him, the girl said that no, it was not that. He was so beautiful that she was surprised. The man was holding a maple leaf in his hand. He hit the girl in the face sharply. The girl fell to the floor. Taking hold of the mask, the man made a sound. Putting on his mask, Ron said that this was not the first failure in recent times. Although this brat had been hypnotizable for a long time, it was a pity that Bella had died. It was much easier to hypnotize people with pills with her. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was a pity, he liked her, and the girl said that after Bella there should have been drugs left. The girl looked at Ron and said that they could have used them with this girl since he liked her. Looking down, Ron said that they should save them until a new Bella appeared. Turning to the girl, Ron heard that there had been too many failures lately. Only this week 20 people had died, and more. Sitting on her knees, Carol said that there were enough of them for autumn leaves. Looking at her, the man asked what she was she jealous, said that he had said that the more leaves, the more beautiful. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that then he shouldn't pick on them, even if the hypnosis didn't work completely. Asked that he at least knows how hard it is to find new people, to which the man clarified, and she knows that a person cannot be fixed. The corpse was covered with a cloth, and Ron said that he agreed with this, yes, a person cannot be fixed. Holding the keychain in his hands, the man said that it can be changed. Blood was spreading across the floor, and he added that if you do it through your fingers, it will lead to problems. The girls looked ahead, and he said that it would be better to completely change it for a new thing, as in their case. Ron's eyes widened. Turning to Carol, the man asked, by the way, what happened to those guys who were sent to the boss, to which the girl replied that it seemed that they had failed. To which the man added that even if they were ordinary people who had not undergone training. But how can you stop 5 or 6 armed people? You need to report to God. A huge temple appeared. A man was standing in the room. He was told that a report had come from Ron. Turning around, John heard him say that, as expected, Bill was very capable, to which he replied that it was good. A flower appeared. Someone said that he was worried about something. Could he ask? To which the man replied that he could speak. The man held a red box in his hand. Someone said that if they successfully completed their task, their status among the months would also increase. The girl looked straight ahead. It was added that if Ron's status increased, she would start bragging. Suddenly the same thing would happen to her as with the first Rom. People in masks appeared. It was said that the twins wanted to take on this task. Wouldn't it be better to trust them? Stop being interested in power. They are only interested in their own bodies. Looking to the side, John said that an orchid. He did not say that the task would go only to Ron, to which she asked again. A card with an animal appeared, and the man said that in this task, including the 10th month. It got dark outside, and the man added that 4 more months would participate. The orchid was on the table. It was heard what and which ones. Last time he said that one of the months would be enough, to which John replied that the plans had changed. Looking out the window, the man heard that, "But isn't 4 months a bit too much?" To which the man replied that nothing, it's a justified investment. Frowning, John said that a very interesting plan had occurred to him. A small tree was on the table. The man said that the boss was Bill. Sitting at the table, the man said that he should take on the responsibility of destroying the sect. Looking straight ahead, Fang said that he was. Bill looked at him attentively, hearing that he would give the necessary information. Standing in front of the man, Bill turned to him. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he had said that it was better not to mess with religion. Looking at him, the man replied that they said he had been attacked again. Fang said that he had checked through his channels. The religion of truth was involved again, as in the case with his wife, which surprised the man, and he asked what he did not know. Putting his hand on the folder, the leader said that those words did not concern the followers of pseudo-religions who pretend to be true believers. Standing still, Bill heard that he was familiar with the method of knowing the Tao. Judging by the materials, they were spreading their teachings in this place. The folder was lying on the table. It was said that he thought it was connected with the disappearance of the girls. Let him conduct an investigation and check. Looking down, the man heard that he could handle it. Folding his hands, the protagonist said that it was absolutely necessary to take on this case. Sitting on the couch, the man said that he was still thinking, to which the hero asked what there was to think, said that they killed his wife and attacked him, and now they have information. Isn't that a good enough reason to catch Rom? The folder was on the table, and Bill said that emotions can't be involved when carrying out the task, and the information is still unverified. The man said in surprise that it would be better to find out more about the wild cherry or the twins, and then asked where he had gone. Suddenly, Bill fell silent inside. Holding the sheets in their hands, the officers asked that the task was to catch the thieves, and what kind of pseudo-religion. Picking up the documents, the protagonist said that this is a religion of truth. They spread their teachings in the areas that are designated in the materials. Someone should be used as bait, and someone said that he should wait. Looking at the guys, Kate said that there were too many of these pseudo-religions, asked how they would find the religion of truth, to which James replied that he thought they would immediately take the bait. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that they were agreeing among themselves so that there would be no clashes in the same areas, to which he was asked how he knew so much about them, and he replied that it was because they had tried to recruit him many times. Probably looked stupid. Holding the documents in his hands, the guy said that there was a metro station in a busy street nearby. He thought they should just walk along it. Most of them hung out in such places. Smiling, Mike said that then let James be the bait, since he often came across, to which the girl asked that he did not see that they were mainly targeting beautiful girls. Looking down, the hero asked if anyone he knew had the same, to which Mike asked if he could dress James in women's clothing, and he asked if he was crazy. Suddenly someone interrupted them. Pointing to herself, Kate said that she was there. Everyone fell silent, looking at the girl. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that the boss's daughter should be bait, to which Mike replied that it was a bit, and James asked that he was crazy, and Kate angrily asked why they were ignoring her. Smiling, the girl said that they should wait here and not leave. They had pissed her off. The guys stood there in bewilderment. The blue sky appeared. The officers turned around, hearing that. Well, how did they like her? The girl fixed her hair and smiled. Looking straight ahead, Kate asked what they didn't like. Mike asked in surprise that her hair had grown, and James asked how she did it. Let her reveal the secret, to which she replied that it was false hair. Looking at the girl, the hero said that it would be nice if she kept quiet, to which she grinned, and he added that it was not a compliment. Smiling, the guy said that then she could walk around here alone, to which she asked again, and he added that of course she should be alone. They lose their minds when they see lonely girls. The people grinned and said that she made such a good impression. Kate turned around in surprise. Looking at them, the girl thought that it was true. How many such charlatans have bred lately? Grinning, the girl thanked them, and the man said that she should not think. They are not some kind of pseudo-religion, they are just studying religion. Kate was confused, hearing that they were watching her. Standing in front of her, the man said that they thought she would be very successful at work. She wouldn't mind talking to them. Kate nervously agreed and thought that so far, everything was just as James had described. The guy raised his finger and said that if he met them and started listening, they would offer to go to a cafe or a diner. At first, let them go together. The girl stood at the checkout, and James said that then they would say that they had no money. The people said that, to be honest, they did not have money with them, asked that they could ask her to pay. Smiling, the girl said that nothing could be done, and the guy added that she would have to pay for them. The people began to smile, and James said that then they would start thinking that she was stupid. The man held a cup in his hand. The guy said that then they would start talking. Sitting at the table, the man asked what she thought, to which Kate replied that she thought everything is so, and the woman confirmed, to which the girl thought that they had been talking some nonsense for half an hour. Getting up from the table, the woman suggested going to pray, and James said that then they would like to take her to their lair. Kate grinned and thought that they had fallen for it quite easily. It was just paradise. Just like James had said, they had fallen for it easily, and she replied that it was good. residential buildings appeared. The girl thought that their lair was so far away. Kate was going up the stairs. Pointing to the door, the man said that it was here, and the woman said that she should come in. Entering the room, the woman added that she was going inside, to which Kate thanked her. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. There was a green mark on the girl's neck. Many people were in the room. Suddenly, the girl with green hair turned around. The door slammed shut. Kate turned back in fear. Suddenly, people rushed at her. Kate looked at them in fear. The woman rushed forward. The girl deftly parried the attack and grabbed her. She kicked the man in the face. The girl with green hair looked questioningly. Looking at her hands, the girl heard that they brought a rather daring one, to which she said that it seemed that she had become stronger. On the floor sat tied-up girls. Looking at the girl, Kate asked what human trafficking, to which she clarified that what was she talking about. Stretching her hand forward, the green-haired girl said that this was the process of reuniting with him. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Kate abruptly took out a stun gun. Standing in front of her, the green-haired girl asked what a stun gun. The girl pulled the trigger. Suddenly she took off her clothes and asked what so she cop. Kate closed her eyes and screamed. Looking straight ahead, Kate thought that she could not see anything. Swinging her fist, the green-haired girl said that then she would have to die. Suddenly a kick flew into her face. The girl fell to the floor. Taking her by the shoulder, the protagonist said that it seemed that these charlatans, instead of honing their practices. Stretching his hand forward, the hero added that they were dragging people in. Looking at the people, Charlie asked what they knew at all, what dogma and morality were, and Kate turned to him. Holding her face, the girl said that you can't hit women, especially in the face. Grinning, the protagonist said that it seemed that she still understood that she was violating all moral principles. The girl received many blows. The protagonist swung his baton. A blow landed on the girl. Swinging, the protagonist thought that it seemed that after the Phoenix operation, his feelings had become more acute. He had already gotten used to this body. Looking at the people, the hero thought that with such a growth rate, and Sarah shouted, "What are they worth? Why don't they attack him?" Suddenly, people quickly ran towards the hero and shouted. The protagonist tightly clutched the baton in his hand. The man opened his eyes in surprise. The other guy looked straight ahead. Sarah frowned. The protagonist deftly defeated them all. Charlie, holding a baton in his hands, looked straight ahead. The hero stood among the people. Looking down, the protagonist thought that he would quickly be able to return to good shape, and Kate exclaimed in surprise. Lying on the floor, Sarah wheezed in pain. Kate looked at the beating, and the hero thought that she really could not stun even one. She needed to train more. Looking away, the hero turned to Kate and said that he should call for reinforcements to take them away from here, to which she replied that she. Sitting on the floor, Kate said that she was so scared that she could not move. Let him lift her, to which the hero responded with displeasure. An unconscious man lay on the floor, and the girl asked what. He was not overdoing it, said that she still laid out too. The woman was lying on her side. Extending his hand to Kate, the protagonist said that yes, she had achieved great heights. Taking the girl in his arms, the protagonist said that she was great. Surprised, Kate asked what he was doing, to which he replied that she had asked him to lift her. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked who had asked to lift her exactly like that. A request was heard in the office. The man nervously said that he had asked not to engage in amateur performance. The protagonist, sitting in front of him, said that but they had caught them, to which Bill replied that he could have at least warned him, he would have been prepared. To which the protagonist said that if he had said so, he would not have let him in, and the man added that he would go anyway, no matter how much he forbade him. The protagonist said that it made sense, next time he would warn before going on a mission, to which the man replied that it was good and thanked him. Looking at the man, Charlie asked him if he would take the case with the religion of truth, to which he replied that they needed to look at the results of the interrogation and then decide. The department would personally handle it. A voice could be heard in the building saying that they didn't know how to work. I forgot how they lost the Phoenix drugs. This time he himself, to which Bill replied that the order from the authorities had already been signed. Frowning, the man said that they could be trusted even more, to which the hero asked that even after what had happened, and Bill added that this time the head of the department himself had taken the case. The man looked back. Fang, 54 years old, the chief of police, started as a simple officer and rose to the rank of chief of police, a living legend among the police. The police badge appeared. The term of service as chief of police is only 2 years. But the actions that made him a legend, the empty work of his successors, and his enormous potential in politics showed that it was better to leave him in this post. The man's shoulder straps showed up, so the law was changed as an exception, and now he has been the chief of police for the 3rd term. He had held this position for the last 5 years. He gathered the most capable people from different cities around him and made it so that all power was concentrated in the police headquarters. But no one could say anything against it. His position in the criminal organization was categorical. Looking at the hero, Bill said that this is why he can be trusted. He has a lot of capable guys, to which the hero replied that that's it. Sitting opposite the man, the main character said that that's why his special squad was in such a state, to which he replied that after all, they all had good potential. He thought about the future, so he bet on them. It turned out in vain. The man frowned, hearing what would happen if the chief of the department himself, who had great power, took up this matter, asked why he thought about it so much, to which he replied that this man. Looking straight at him, the hero heard that he was too capable, just like him. A map appeared, and the man said that he had information about the group, so it was possible to understand where such achievements came from. Shurikens flew forward, and the man added that it was impossible to understand what he had achieved during the period while rising from an ordinary officer to the head of the department. Looking at the man, the protagonist said that perhaps he was one of those legendary policemen who appear once in 100 years. Gritting his teeth, Bill said that then why such a capable person? A huge temple appeared, and the man added that he did not know who was behind the group's affairs. The man folded his arms, and Bill added that he also stopped the investigation. Looking straight ahead, the general said that this was too contradictory. The protagonist looked at him carefully. A residential building appeared. The girl asked if they had already returned. Grinning, Bill asked how she was. A lamp lit the room. The girl said that they had started coming late, to which the man replied that there was a lot of work. Waving his hand, the man said that he was going to bed, to which the girl wished him good night. The protagonist looked away in surprise. Susan grinned, and the protagonist asked what she was smiling about. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she was just glad that he lived with them. The protagonist was perplexed to hear that, to be honest, even before moving here, his father talked about him a lot. After his mother's death, his father lost interest in everything. The girl opened her eyes in surprise and said that but when he started talking about him. Holding the girl's hands, Bill said that before her death, her mother told him something, asked him to finish that business. A family photo appeared, and the man said that all this time he could not fulfill his promise, however. The man grinned and said that now he thinks he can. A voice was heard in the room that he does not know what kind of task this is. Looking down, the girl said that she was glad that her dad had a strong desire to achieve something, to which Bill replied that he should not worry. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist said that he would definitely succeed in this matter. The hero looked surprised, hearing that he should promise. Grinning, the girl asked him to promise her this. Extending her little finger, the girl said that she promised. The protagonist's eyes widened. Extending his little finger, the protagonist said that okay, he promises, to which the girl asked again in surprise. Looking at the hero's hand, Susan asked what kind of little finger, to which the hero asked what and what, is that not how promises are made? And the girl turned to him. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that he, it turns out, is so cute. The protagonist, his eyes wide, asked him if he was cute, to which she replied that it was cancelled. A sign with the name of the head of the department appeared, and someone addressed him. Looking ahead, Bill heard that he was informed that the interrogation was over. He was indeed connected with the country's religion. Sitting in a chair, the man said that they managed to find out the entire location, organization, and method of committing the crime, to which Bill asked why so quickly, and he replied that he did. Folding his arms, Fang asked what, so what? Looking straight ahead, he added that he would take this case or not. The religion of truth is a pseudo-religion that was created 10 years ago by a girl who proclaimed herself a saint. A huge temple appeared, after which the religion began to spread rapidly and turned into a large organization that was impossible to ignore. However, 5 years later, it suddenly fell apart. The saint, along with the remaining leaders, took the parishioners and went to the Philippines, where they were all found dead. The police concluded that the cause of death was internal discord between the leaders and the saint, thus the religion of truth. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he thought she had disappeared. The man opened the door slightly, then. The man looked at the killer. Of the parishioners, only one remained alive. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes and he exclaimed and turned to the girl. Sitting in front of the man, Fang said that it seemed that he had gathered the remnants of the defeated community and was preaching this religion again. The second leader of the religion of truth is most likely now a little under 30 years old. He kidnaps people off the street, holds them captive and tortures them to break their psyche. The guy looked away. Ron stretched out his hand forward. He makes these exhausted and weakened people dependent on him. He uses hypnosis to make them his puppets. He uses men as soldiers, and the women he likes he makes his assistants. The man held a keychain in his hand, depending on the degree of psychological processing. Green leaf, Sarah. Yellow leaf, Carol. Red leaf, Judy. Black leaf, Chloe. Grinning, the man said that they had tattoos of one of the leaf colors on the back of their necks. Just a pervert, right? Bill was surprised to hear that they said that he built himself a palace on some uninhabited island and lived there. Looking straight ahead, the man said that if he took on this task, he would tell him the exact coordinates. Suddenly, he outrageously turned to the man and asked what he doubted. Looking down, Bill heard that this was a chance to avenge his wife, to which he turned to Fang. Looking straight ahead, the man heard that he did not think that it looked like a trap, to which he asked again. In the temple, someone sighed. Hugging the girls, Ron said that he was told that the green leaf was caught. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was a pity he hadn't done everything for her yet, they would get here soon. Looking at the guards, Ron said that they were looking forward to it. The man turned to the guys. Tom asked again and said that he was looking forward to it only when he worked with iron. Looking straight ahead, Lucas said nothing. Standing in front of the man, Tom said that it was surprising, because this task was bait for him and he gladly took it, to which Ron replied that if everything ended well. An image of John appeared and he added that the monk promised to reward generously. Ron looked surprised to hear that and he, folding his arms, Lucas asked that he was doing the task only for the reward. Standing in front of them, Ron asked what and what was forbidden. The guy opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that by the way, he should be surprised that they suddenly united, to which he replied that they were not doing the task alone. Looking straight ahead, the guy heard that he thought that only Lucas and the girl were participating in the task. He never thought that they would take the same task with him. Light was shining through the windows, and the guy said that well, if he didn't succeed, it would affect their business as well. He had no prejudice against him, except for the fact that he liked to have fun with women. Standing in front of Ron, Tom said that he also imagined it. With his eyes wide open, he added that they would definitely be able to achieve a good result. The girls turned around, hearing that the man turned to Lucas. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that the monk ordered him, so he was doing it. Looking to the side, Tom said that the lousy bastard had settled in well, asked what and what next. A huge temple appeared. It was said that it was waiting impatiently. A huge island was washed by water, and he added that as soon as this island was painted in a bloody color, like beautiful autumn leaves. Looking at the man, Bill said yes, it was a trap. The general said he had investigated a drug ring before. He had spent a lot of time on it, but it was over too quickly. It was possible they were lying. The man looked down, and Fang spoke to him. Looking straight ahead, the man asked what was doubting his abilities. A sign with the name of the police chief appeared, and Bill replied that he did not doubt his abilities. Looking at the chief, Bill said that it was a man named Fang. The man looked up at him. The chief smirked slightly. Sitting in front of him, the man laughed loudly and said how amazing he was. The man smirked and said he remained cool even in a matter involving family. Great. Fang lowered his head and said that it was good if he thought it was a trap. He didn't have to worry. Even if it was, he would be able to deal with it. Bill was surprised to hear that Commander Martin's special squad, he would ask them to assist. In the office, a voice could be heard that well, now he at least trusts him a little, they have known each other for a long time, to which Bill asked if he could make a proposal, and the man clarified what it was. The man grinned, hearing that if this task is completed successfully. Looking straight ahead, Bill said that let him conduct an investigation of the group's leader. Sitting at the table, the man grinned and said that he really is amazing. Grinning, Fang said that he had seen many who got into similar situations. The man asked again, his eyes widening in surprise. The man's shoulder straps appeared, and he answered that yes, no matter how you look at it, he is the only one who can take his place. Looking at him, Bill asked what he meant, to which he turned to him. The small tree stood on the windowsill, and the man apologized and said that he could not accept his offer yet. Bill asked in amazement why could they not conduct an investigation, to which the man replied that it was because. The man's eyes widened as he heard that the leaves of the trees appeared. The man said that he was the first month. Standing in front of him, Bill asked what he meant. The man's eyes widened as he heard that when he and his wife began investigating the clan case. The man's eyes glowed red and he added that he began to watch him. Looking down, Bill heard that but after what happened to his wife, he ordered the investigation to be stopped and he abandoned the whole thing. Gritting his teeth, the police chief said that he thought there was nothing special about him. The map burned, and the man added that after Operation Phoenix, however, he changed his mind. The card was in the bag, and the man said that it seemed to him that one warning from him and he, of course, would not carry out the operation. Fang grinned and said that but it was all just an act, he was secretly preparing his plan. Perhaps he could not complete the matter, but he acted brilliantly, so he wanted to see him again. Gritting his teeth furiously, the man asked what he was trying to achieve, to which he turned to him. Sitting in front of him, Fang asked that he loved this organization. A police sign appeared, and he said that he, for example, loved it very much. The man said that but it was very different from how he imagined it at the very beginning. He thought that this place would never collapse because evil was judged here. In fact, it is very dependent on public opinion and is engaged in wiping away the traces of other organizations. The man in blood sat on the floor, and then the man in the mask approached him. He met him. John said that their paths could be different. Looking at him, the guy heard that but the goal is one. Taking off the mask, the man said that he should join him, he will fulfill his wish. Sitting at the table, the man said that 30 years have passed, time flies inexorably fast, isn't it? He has been the head of the department for 5 years, a lot has changed in the organization. A huge headquarters appeared, and Fang said that during this time their investigative powers and rights have strengthened, the budget has grown, and there are more opportunities to express their position. Looking at Bill, he asked that he saw someone who would do as much for the sake of the organization as he does, to which the man replied that it is not for the sake of the organization. Looking down, the man said, for his own sake. The man said, wide-eyed, that he was not mistaken, that he was the core of the organization. His nameplate appeared, and he added that he only had 1 year left to serve, he could stay longer if they told him to. The man added that it was time for him to think about bigger things. Looking straight ahead, Fang said that was why he was thinking about him as his successor. The man became nervous when he heard that he did not give up his convictions and had an honest character. He liked it, as if he could see himself in his youth. Looking at him, Bill said that it was difficult for him to control him, so he wanted to put him in this official position so that it would be easy to manage. Bill said angrily that he would never become a corrupt cop like him, to which the man turned to him. The city appeared, and Fang said that no matter how much he tried to destroy evil, it would never disappear if it was constantly appearing. Stretching his hands forward, the man added that there was a choice, evil that could not be negotiated with, and evil that could be negotiated with, he simply chose the latter. The man fell silent, hearing that in his place he would have chosen the same, wasn't he right? Bill turned around abruptly, and the man asked what he was leaving. Fang said, well, let him answer his offer next time. Turning around, Bill heard that he had asked about his goal. Closing his eyes, the man said that he wanted peace to come to their country. Looking back, Bill heard that that was all. The man handed over a folder and said that he should not forget this, the information about Ron is correct, he can swear. Holding the folder in his hands, the man said that he must avenge his wife. A lot of maple leaves appeared, and he added that the name of the operation was leaf litter removal. He liked it. The man took hold of the door handle, and Fang turned to him. Gritting his teeth, the chief said that he thought highly of him. Looking down, Bill heard that therefore he should not bury himself. Walking forward, the man tried to remain calm in front of him. The officers opened their eyes in surprise. The pupil suddenly dilated. The man thought about what, but there was real chaos in his head. The man froze and thought about the many questions that appeared. A lot of inscriptions appeared, and he added that the conclusion was much simpler. Standing still, Bill thought about how helpless he was, what he could do. A residential building appeared. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked why he came, said that he was delayed there. The hero asked in surprise what did he drink. The man looked up at him. Holding his hand, the protagonist asked what and if they tried to kill him, he should have gone home right away. And he was drinking in uniform, he was completely crazy. The hero was amazed to hear that today. A map appeared, and he said that he met the first month. The hero asked again in surprise. Bill answered that he was. Looking down, the man said that he was the head of the department, to which the hero asked again. The light from the lamp illuminated the room. The hero asked who this bald man was, said that he should tell in more detail, but first get ready, to which the man replied that the operation to destroy the clan. Walking forward, he added that it was cancelled. Looking at him, the hero asked that he was completely crazy. Looking down, the man said that it was clear from the beginning that they would not win this battle. John held them in his palm, and the man added that they all hold in their hands. The protagonist looked down. The man held a folder in his hands. It was dawn outside. A mooing sound was heard in the room. The man grabbed his head. 2 guys were standing in front of him. Bill stood up abruptly and shouted what was going on. What were they doing here? To which Mike replied that Charlie had asked them to stay here for now and guard him. And James added that he was worried that he hadn't woken up for so long. Looking at the guys, the man asked what they were talking about and where Charlie was, to which James replied that they didn't know themselves. He said that he needed to go somewhere. The man looked surprised when he heard what he asked to pass on. A bag appeared, and the guy added that if everything was in their hands. The hero held onto the strap of the bag, and the guy said that now was a great chance to grab them. The protagonist was standing on the embankment. Charlie looked straight ahead. The guy said that the name of the operation was cleaning up fallen leaves, the beginning of a solo move. Clenching her fists, Kate shouted that she would also go on the mission, she would also go. The protagonist turned around and asked what was going on. Looking at the girl, Charlie asked how she knew about this place, to which she replied that when she was bait, they downloaded the app so that it could track her location. Holding the phone in her hands, Kate said that she checked, his location appeared there, to which the hero asked again. Looking away, the hero asked what kind of setup. A call came from Billy. Picking up the phone, the protagonist asked what he wanted, to which the man clarified that where he was, and the girl asked who it was. Standing near the boat, the protagonist said that he was going to the island, to which he asked what and how he would return, and the hero added that he bought a used boat from a fisherman for ingots, to which the girl asked what ingots. Frowning, the man turned to the hero. Looking straight ahead, Bill said that he came to help, let him be careful. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that it was good that he pulled himself together. The protagonist said that otherwise he would have a hard time after this task, to which the man replied that they would think that he had not heard anything, and Kate asked who and what it was. Putting his foot on the boat, the hero said that he went and said goodbye, and Kate sadly said that she was with him, asked to take her with him. Holding on to the bag, Kate said that these fanatics are greedy for pretty girls. She can become bait again, especially since she has clothes and cosmetics with her. The guys stood in bewilderment, and the hero said that he should go home to rest, to which she asked why he gave a separate task to Mike and James, and he replied that because they are stronger than her. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that especially since they have at least some experience, she is still far from them. The girl said that the more tasks she completes, the more experience she gains, asked what and where else she can gain it. On the street, they heard that she wanted to go on a mission so much to get a promotion, to which she replied that, in fact, no. Looking down, the girl said that she was also a member of the team, to which the hero replied that she was a slave, and she added that yes, she was a slave. It felt like she was some kind of outcast. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that who knows, what if. Looking to the side, the girl said that she would do well and that he would praise her again. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that to be honest, that time he praised her, to which the hero replied that it was great that she had such an attitude. Having hit the girl in the face, the main character said that but this was too dangerous a mission. Standing on the ship, Charlie said, well, let's go. The door opened slightly. Standing by the door, the girl said that Chief Bill asked to send him Officer Martin. Sitting at the table, the man asked if it was true, said that then let him send him right away, to which the girl responded approvingly. The door slammed shut. Fang grinned and said he knew it. He had been persuading him for so long, he had to react. The man took out a small bug. Looking at it, he said that he could hear it, the bait worked, he would be there in 3 or 4 hours. It sounded like he understood, he would tell Ron. Closing his eyes, the man said that it had started. Images of bandits appeared, and the man said that Ron was on the front lines, Lucas and Tom. The policemen stood back to back, and he added that they were against Bill's team and Martin's special forces. Smiling widely, the man said that this would be interesting. The man looked away when Fang proposed this plan to the monk. It didn't matter to him who won. The blood moon appeared. If Ron won, then his plan would work and he would be able to gain even more trust from the monk. Police headquarters appeared, and if Bill won, his position as chief of police would be strengthened even more. In this mission, he only hoped for a lot of bloodshed on both sides. Masked men appeared. He believed that all these terrible months could play an important role when he wanted to implement something big. At the same time, Martin was like a thorn in his side, because he was the only one in the police department who did not support his side. Tapping his fingers on the table, the man said that balance. Looking at the table, he added that balance is important. As soon as the scales tip in one direction, everything becomes obvious. Suddenly, someone turned to the man. He was surprised to hear that he had said it himself until the police arrived about 3 to 4 hours, to which he asked what and what. Leaves were falling to the ground. It was said that he was told that Ron's people, who were in ambush. There were corpses on the ground. It was said that everyone was dead. The man's eyes widened, and he asked again. A question was heard, what was going on? The man looked down in surprise. He exclaimed in amazement. Putting his hand to his face, Fang thought, let them look at him. He turned out to be a cunning fox. Bill's image appeared, and the man added that he pretended to be weak in front of him, but acted behind his back. He was starting to like him. Grinning, the man said that it looked like Bill had sent his team, let him tell Ron that he was sorry, and then thought that it meant that he had secretly gathered a team. Trees appeared. It was heard that he had received information again. The man ran forward quickly. Someone said that they were saying this was not a team. The guys looked straight ahead in fear. Someone waved his hand. The main character quickly struck his opponents. People were bleeding. Charlie looked straight ahead. It was added that a one person. With his eyes wide open, the man sighed and thought, is it really him? Putting his hand to his face, Fang thought about how unexpected. He knew he was difficult, but not to that extent. This was already a big change in the plan. The man looked straight ahead. Looking at the phone, he thought that he would have to resort to a backup to restore balance. The blue sky appeared. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero asked what. Looking to the side, he asked that they wait here for the special squad. People were lying on the ground, and he asked that it was not Brittany by any chance. She would slow down again, to which he was told to believe him. Bill said that Martin's special squad. Sounds were heard in the corridor. The man opened the doors among all the squads that currently exist. Looking straight ahead, the man said that they were given a task. Putting her hand on her side, Grace asked what the task was. There had been nothing for a long time. Smiling, Jonathan said that damn, how long had they not been assigned anything? Looking to the side, Robert told the guy that without expressions. Brittany stood still. They stood one behind the other. This squad is the strongest, and the man said forward. The offensive of Martin's special squad. Orange foliage appeared. The hero said that he refuses. Standing with a knife in his hands, Charlie said that it is more convenient for him to carry out the task alone. If someone with a strong character comes to the team, there will be disagreements. Bill asked that didn't he say that he was wounded during the showdown with the Religion of Truth when he was a killer. Foliage appeared. The hero answered that the month from the first composition. The girl looked straight, and he added that she was one of the strongest months, which he admitted. Standing near the corpses, Charlie said that now she is not so strong. All those who were sent on missions were quite low level, to which the man turned to the hero. Looking straight, Bill said that he killed his wife. He wants to finish him off once and for all. Holding the phone in his hands, the hero replied that he wants it too. There were documents on the table. The man said that then he should listen to him. Leaning on the table, the man said that he wanted everything to be clear and without losses on this mission. He had a plan. The waves were washing up to the shore. Looking straight ahead, Martin asked that it was him. Standing in front of him, the protagonist answered that yes, it was him, to which the man said that he had heard a lot about him. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he was the commander of the Special Forces Martin. The protagonist said that and these. Looking at Kate and Grace, the hero asked what they were doing here, to which the girl asked what and what. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that these were his guys, and the girl added that you can't abandon your own. Looking to the side, Grace said that she was told he abandoned them. Teamwork is important on a mission, right? To which Kate replied that it was true, and the girl thought how cute. Approaching the hero, Jonathan asked that he was the one who had busted the drug dealers. Robert looked at him and said that he should observe subordination, and the guy continued that what the hell was subordination? He was lower in rank than him. He expected to see something more. Pointing his finger at the hero, he asked that he was one of those who abandoned his guys, and after that he called himself the leader of the team. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that they were of no use anyway, asked why he should take them with him, to which the guy clarified that. But how could he abandon them? And Kate said that he was bad, to which the girl replied that he should not listen to these bad words. Gritting his teeth, Jonathan said that he was just scum, and Robert said that he should watch his vocabulary. Looking up, the protagonist thought that he really wanted to get rid of everyone and go on a mission alone. The protagonist looked away, hearing that they were addressing him. Putting her hand to her face, Brittany said that he should just endure it. Looking at the girl, he thought, Brittany, what good manners. Looking at the hero furiously, the guy asked what he said there. Everyone turned around, hearing that Martin turned to the guy and asked what he thought of what starting a conflict during the mission. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he should know when to stop. He probably had his reasons. Looking to the side, Jonathan apologized, and Robert said that he didn't say anything. The protagonist fell silent. The man was smoking a cigarette. Suddenly, he looked to the side in surprise, hearing sounds. Taking the radio in his hands, he heard that everyone was assembled, to which he replied that yes, the channels had also changed. Looking at the radio, Bill said that then they would start a briefing on this mission. A huge temple appeared. The man said that the object was in a 3-story building. A view of the temple room opened up, and he added that on the first floor there was a staircase, a dining room on the sides, and a passage to the basement. A view of a huge hall opened up, and Bill said that on the second floor there was a service hall. A long staircase appeared in the room, and the man said that on the third floor there was the office of the head of the sect. Holding a walkie-talkie in his hands, Bill said that if he were in their place. The man added that he would first lure them deeper into the building. Bill said that and then surrounded them in the rooms. The general said that therefore they would split into teams and each would go in their own direction straight to the left room, the right room, and the basement. Looking straight ahead, Martin asked that there were no errors in the information, to which he was told that there were no errors. With folded hands, the hero heard that he himself was watching and checking. There were no errors, and then he thought that at first he said that he would not take on this case, but he himself was conducting an investigation. Images of bandits appeared, and the man said that there was one suspicious detail. They could not have such a powerful force, there must be something else. From the radio came the announcement that they should first quickly sort out their zone, and then prepare together for the next steps. Putting his hand on his chest, the main character said that then he would go in a straight line. The guy frowned and asked what was going on. Looking straight ahead, Charlie said that he was the strongest, to which he was asked again. Gritting his teeth angrily, the guy said that he was asking for trouble, to which Robert said that he should refrain from swearing. The hero looked surprised, hearing that they were addressing him. Stretching his hand forward, Martin said that by the way, and they shook hands when they met. I don't think so, maybe they'll do it now. The hero shook the man's hand. Martin opened his eyes in surprise. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the man said that Officer Charlie would go in a straight line. The guy asked in amazement what it was, and Robert said he understood, and Grace added that if he said so. Looking at the hero, the man said he would try to cover for him while he went up. The man added that he hoped they would work together. The main character looked at him and said good. Looking down, Brittany turned to the commander. The guy asked in surprise what it was, and the girl said it was not the bag their gear was in, to which Robert asked what a fishing rod it was. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the captain said it looked like they had been given the wrong suitcase. Let him try to contact the carrier. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl said she kept calling. The boat was moving forward rapidly, and she added that but he was not picking up the phone. The man frowned and said it looked like he was joking. A question was heard in the office that everything had been replaced. Sitting on the chair, the man thanked them for fulfilling his request. The chief of the Marine Police replied that he was welcome. The man hung up. Scratching his head, Fang said that this was, of course, too much, but nothing could be done if he wanted to maintain balance. A maple leaf appeared. Someone said that God exists. Looking at the maple, Ron said that he himself saw it, so he can speak with confidence. People looked at him in amazement, listening to him say that a believer will find salvation, and an unbeliever will be punished. The man looked at the maple leaf. Light was shining through the windows, and Ron said that now unbelievers are approaching here to harm them, but they will win. Looking straight ahead, Ron added that they believe in God. The people's eyes widened, listening to him say that they should believe, too. Their pupils dilated, and he added that they should believe in him. Standing in front of a huge crowd of people, the man said that when this battle ends, they will get closer to God. The madness in his words began to seize the believers. Bowing his head, the man asked what other God. You have to believe in yourself, and Lucas remained silent. Maple leaves turned into crimson autumn foliage. People looked forward angrily, so did Madness. Looking straight ahead, Ron said that all this is for God. People's eyes glowed red. Madness penetrates into people. Suddenly, guys fell to the ground. Several people walked past them. Looking at the temple, the man said that how majestic. Walking forward, he added that they are coming in. Operation Cleaning of Fallen Leaves begins. The doors to the room opened slightly. The squad went inside. Grinning, the guy exclaimed in surprise. Looking at the people, he said how many of them. Bill looked down and said that there were many ordinary people among the parishioners who had been brainwashed. The people with wide eyes were looking straight ahead. The man said that such people were dressed in white. Bill added that the rest were dressed in green, yellow, and red. Looking straight ahead, Grace said that since they were all dressed in white, they were most likely ordinary people, and they had to be careful not to hurt anyone. The protagonist suddenly rushed forward. He was rapidly approaching the people. Suddenly, he jumped up abruptly. Charlie swung his leg at the parishioners. The protagonist kicked the man in the face. The guy fell to the ground after the blow. The protagonist looked straight ahead angrily. Jonathan shouted furiously that he was an idiot. Looking at the protagonist, he added that he should not forget that these were ordinary people, to which he replied that he knew. Looking straight ahead, confused, Robert said that he could not handle it alone, and Martin replied that it was okay not to stare. Turning around, the captain added that everyone should go to their position. Bill's decision turned out to be correct. Ron placed people in white clothes on the stairs leading to the second floor to lure the enemy as deep as possible, and in the neighboring rooms and in the basement, he intended to surround them along with the parishioners in colored clothes. The man held the image from the camera in his hands. Ron looked closely at the tablet. Holding a cross in his hands, the man said that everyone should wait at their position, to which he was answered approvingly. Light was shining through the glass, and he thought, which was strange. It turned out to be easier to check than to prove. Bill had been trying to find evidence related to the clan all this time, and now it was quite easy to check the materials Fang gave him. He made sure that there were no errors in the materials, and proceeded with his plan. Ron thought that they were not all going up to the second floor together. Looking at the cameras, the man thought that they were divided into teams, and each was heading to his point, even knew the location of the secret doors. The team distribution appeared, and he thought that this one. The view of the basement opened up. Bill's plan. Looking at the tablet, the man thought about the information leak. The plan made Ron doubt. When Sarah was captured by the police, Ron hypnotized her so that she would reveal the information for the bait. However, Bill's information was not obtained through Sarah, but from Fang. Standing in front of the stairs, the man thought that it was strange. Maybe the hypnosis did not work, but this cannot be, or Bill did an additional investigation. But even in this case, he could not find out this information. Only the monk and the intermediary know that Fang is in the police even inside the temple. Ron only knew that the clan leaked its information among the police. Therefore, the man looked surprised and said, "Really?" The guys were surprised to hear that they were addressed. Looking at them furiously, Ron asked what and why they came here. His guesses were correct. Looking at him, Tom asked what was wrong with him. What was that? Why did they come on business? Tom asked again in surprise, hearing that they should not pretend that they knew nothing. Standing in front of the guy, Ron asked that this business was to destroy him and his team. The monk ordered him to. In the building, they heard that, but why? Putting his hand on his chest, the man said that he did not blaspheme, as the first one did, to which Tom asked what kind of nonsense he was talking. The man enthusiastically shouted that he was obedient and silent, he just served him. Looking at him, Tom said that he had just been chatting about God and urged people to believe in the monk, and now he was talking some kind of nonsense. Ron, opening his eyes wide, asked him to listen and asked what kind of fool he took him for. Lucas, sitting in front of him, said that if they were given the task to kill him. Looking up, the guy added that they would have done it a long time ago. The man looked at him and said let him try. He approached him and repeated let him try to kill. The man raised his fist and shouted for him to die. Jonathan clenched his teeth angrily and said let him die himself. The guy held his hand out in front of the man. Robert looked away and said that he had told him that the people in white were ordinary people. Let him watch his strength, to which the guy replied that he had enough of lecturing, and Robert continued that this was not lecturing. The people in white were standing in a crowd. The guy asked why this corridor was so long, said that they would have to clear it for a long time, they would move forward slowly. Jonathan clenched his teeth and asked by the way he was going up, to which Robert replied that this was the commander's decision, stop grumbling, and he added that he was just worried. The light from the lamp illuminated the corridor, and the guy said that he had gone in there alone. It worried him, to which he was told that he should worry about himself. A long corridor appeared. There were many people in white lying on the floor. Holding the man, the hero said that this was a corridor to the second floor, and here everyone was wearing white clothes, though. The beaten man said that Ron was up ahead. He couldn't go there, to which the hero said that these people were in white. The hero hit him in the face and added that they couldn't wake up from hypnosis, it seemed to be very strong, and then thought that there must certainly be something that would wake them up. The man, cowering from the beating, said that the maple was beautiful. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that okay, he would go up and find out everything there, he had to continue going up. The lantern was shining brightly. There were unconscious people lying on the floor. Looking at them, Martin said that the corridor was very long, asked that she was not injured, to which Brittany replied that she was not. Turning to the girl, the commander said that they were coming in, to which she responded approvingly. The door opened slightly. The man looked forward in surprise. Deer antlers appeared. There were masked men in the room. The masked man looked straight ahead. Holding a cigarette in his teeth, the commander said that these guys were the leaders the boss was talking about. Here, they were the clan's killers, but they were kicked out and Ron took them for himself. Using drugs and hypnosis, he turned them into puppets that began to behave just like him. The longer the antlers, the longer they had been killers. Gritting his teeth, the man asked what was not difficult. The masked men stood silently. The man added that he was talking about the antlers. The masked man opened his eyes in surprise. The man grabbed the antlers. Having hit him, Martin added that it was not difficult, he was asking. The man's mask crumbled. Looking straight ahead, the man said that it was great for holding on with his hands. The man hit the girl sitting at the table. He swung again. Then he struck again. He hit the masked man in the face. He struck blow after blow. There was a glint in his eyes. He broke the man's mask with his fist. He fell to the floor with a scream. The blade flashed in the air. The man swung again. The other swung his weapon back. The man's eyes widened. The girl struck and knocked the man down with her foot. She bared her teeth angrily. The man rolled on the floor. The man told her that she was good. The girl thanked her. They looked ahead in surprise. The mask and the thing lay on the floor. They looked at the man who appeared in front of them. The voice said, so. Then he continued, stop, for both of them to calm down. The man raised both hands. He called Ron and said that he didn't know what had happened to him suddenly, but let him try to turn on his brain and that he and Lloyd were doing business. Tom raised his finger and continued that why should they participate in the mission to clean him up, and also that he hadn't trained for 2 days specifically for him. Tom said that if they were given such a task, he would kill him and go to training, especially since this idiot was so busy that he did not even show up for the meeting, and that he would move on the first day if they were ordered to kill him. The man asked if he was right, the others were silent. Ron said okay, he will believe, because believers receive a blessing. Tom said not to worry, even if he thinks he is inferior in strength. He continued that the months are on his side. The man next to him was silent. Tom said that the leaves too, although the deer suffered from injuries. Even if they are controlled with drugs, a girl appeared in front of the people. Tom continued that there is also this rag that used to be a month. Margot stood in front of them. The girl said in bewilderment that she had hit pretty well. Margot flew at them with a blow. The blow cut through the air. Her legs wrapped around the man's body. She put the weapon to his neck. It was getting closer to the skin. Her hand caught the girl's hand. He threw her into the wall. Margot put her hand on the floor. She landed on her knees. There was a knife in her hand. The man thought that this girl, she had such soft movements that it was hard to believe. He continued to think that she had already recovered from the previous blow. Looking at her, he thought that her eyes were dull, and her movements were like a petal. As soon as he hit, his fist flew into her face. He frowned. The girl's face was indifferent. The man thought that she was trembling like a leaf. The girl got to her feet. Her thoughts flashed that she was dodging to the side. The man thought that this would not work. The girl called the commander. He thought that she was strong. He frowned and continued to think that he didn't want to kill people, but there was nothing to be done. If his blows didn't work against her. His eyes lit up and the man swung. Something cut the air. His eye had a blade. The blade pierced his hand through. The man grabbed her by the face with his injured hand. He slammed her into the floor and thought that he would have to pin her to the floor. He swung his other hand. The girl opened her mouth wide, and the thought flashed through his mind that he would trample her. The girl looked at what was happening in shock. The man looked ahead in shock. Blood was coming out of the girl's mouth. She lay lifeless on the floor. The man thought how ironic it was. There was more life in her eyes now than when she was actually alive. The girl shouted to the commander that he needed help. The commander said that this was Martin's team. They had finished in the room on the left and were ready to join them. They answered that he was fast. The protagonist thought about it. The voice said that she had done well. Someone said with a smile that she had always done well. The girl said that he was worried. She hadn't been on missions for a long time, but it seemed that she still had some fire in her flasks. Kate looked away and said that it was. The voice continued that it concerned her too. Someone answered that no, dozens of people were lying on the floor. The voice said that her whole body was stiff. She hadn't warmed up yet. They asked her again. The person continued that of course, before, when she had often been on missions, she would have done it much faster. Kate told Grace that she had served in a special forces unit. The girl answered that no, she wasn't connected to a special forces unit. The girl asked again that then why was she so strong? The voice said that that was what she was talking about too. Grace said with a smile that she had simply followed one respected person and had become like that. She hugged the girl and asked if she understood what she was talking about. Kate asked what. The girl thought she was cute. People were lying on the floor and breathing heavily. The guy grabbed his head and said that they barely dealt with them. Damn it, his partner called him. The guy angrily said that he should stop swearing. Every word he said was a curse. Jonathan replied that these were exclamations. Idiot, the guy said that he exclaimed every 5 minutes. The voice said to use only when really necessary, otherwise it would become a habit. Someone sighed heavily. Jonathan frowned and said that he was so fed up with his lectures. A moment later, the guy screamed loudly. Jonathan asked what was wrong. What was wrong with him? The guy said his name. He asked, what was it? The voice shouted that these girls, Carol and Judy, were standing in front of them. The first said how loud it was. Judy said that she thought her eardrums would burst. The guy said, fascinated, that they were very beautiful. Jonathan said nothing. Someone cursed. Judy, Carol, they were always next to Ron, helping with everything. They were raised as killers in the temple since childhood, and Ron received them from the monk as a reward. The guy called Jonathan and said that they were very much his, and what to do. The guy answered that he should kill himself. Judy said that this man understands girls. Carol added that this is true. Ron had been brainwashing them since childhood. The voice said that only the girl was holding a weapon in her hands. Someone asked what to do. The guys looked at them in surprise. They were very devoted to him. The girls said that they already had a master. Jonathan asked the girls to listen. He continued to put down their weapons and surrender. The guy added that it was true and suggested not to fight. He said that after all they were girls. The whip appeared in front of his face. Judy delivered a crushing blow. A scream was heard. The girl asked what dodge. Carol added that it looked like he was not just a chatterbox. The voice said that in that case. Carol asked how about this and flew at them with a weapon. She cut the air. She thought and said that this one was not simple either. Jonathan exhaled heavily. He shouted at Robert to run and that they could not cope with them without a weapon. Carol appeared behind him and answered that no, he was a chatterbox. The guy shouted why he was standing there and for them to run. They called his name. Robert said that he was from the girls. Looking at Judy, he continued that he was not running. He swung at her with a blow. The girl said that he had said so, she was after him, and that he wanted to hit her. Robert raised his fist, saying that there was no way to get closer to the girl faster. The voice said that rather than communicate with her in body language, he struck her in the face. His eyes widened. Someone asked what to communicate. Then she repeated that to communicate. She grabbed the guy's hand and said that he was wrong about something. Judy and Carol. The girl said with a smile that about communication before the monk sent them to Ron. They were contenders for the place of the wild cherry, competing with the one that occupies it now. Judy grabbed Robert's hand. The voice said that in a conversation the interlocutors are equal, and what they do is not a conversation. She raised the whip over the guy and said that education is unilateral. Robert screamed in pain. He opened his eyes. Carol rushed to him in a jump. She seriously said that he should die and repent. Jonathan shouted that this Robert was an idiot. He threw a table at them and continued that he had suggested that he run. Carol's weapon cut through the air. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. She looked ahead in bewilderment. Robert grabbed his shoulder and said that they were hot. Jonathan added angrily that they needed to run away from here quickly. The guy replied that he would never run, even under threat of death. Jonathan said that then let him do the same. Robert replied that he didn't want to. The voice exclaimed why he didn't want to, and that it was humiliating in front of the girls. They looked at them in bewilderment. Jonathan shouted that he was an idiot to pull himself together, and was he going to tell the boss? The guy closed his eyes and said okay. They called the girls. They looked at them. Robert took a fighting stance and asked them to understand their situation. The guy told him to shut up. The voice said that it would be a dirty fight. The room was empty. Someone was thinking. The man was standing on the floor. The protagonist asked that there was no one on the second floor. Then he continued that they thought that they would not get to the second floor, and that judging by the fact that it was empty. He said that Ron, when he was an assassin during missions, different people always came, which seemed strange to him. He walked through the room. Finally, he would see his face. The camera was pointed at him. Someone was watching him from a tablet. Ron thought how annoying. He looked at him and thought that Martin had some information, so he foresaw this, but he could not even imagine how strong he was. Ron thought that he was the one who dealt with Bella, then the special squad was completely destroyed, so he did not pay attention, and maybe they were just unlucky. The guy thought, okay, he is not as weak as Bella. He squinted and thought that he had a secret trump card that was not known in the temple, although, fortunately, he would not have to take it out, because the voice said that, and yet Charlie said that it was too presumptuous to leave the passage to the third floor empty. He was asked what kind of empty. The protagonist turned around. Someone was standing in front of Charlie and saying that he could not see his huge body. Tom was standing in front of him. He went there. The hero smiled and said that the guy was right when he said that there was something else here. Tom said that he knew that he would come. The guy said that that was good. The man offered to fight and put an end to this game. Charlie said that he certainly would. Then he continued that he wanted to kill him with his own hands. Tom asked again what kill. He continued what kill then. He said that the word kill can be used in several meanings. Charlie narrowed his eyes. The man said that this guy had a killer body. They started rushing towards each other, and Tom said that if he meant exactly that. Charlie landed in Tom's body. The man covered himself with his hands and asked that the meaning seemed to be different. The protagonist said that he was slow in thinking. He continued that maybe his brain was made of muscles. Tom is in the Hwaguksa clan. The building towered over the ground. The man swung. He had a very strong fist. Charlie dodged the blow. The voice said that he was getting bigger every time. Tom asked again, puzzled. Then he continued that when that idiot Bella was there, he also spoke as if he knew him. Charlie replied that of course he knew. He continued that he was that same slowpoke. The voice said something about muscles. Tom stretched his hand towards the man. There was a devastating explosion. Tom's eyes widened. He was holding something in his hands. Then he laughed. His hand was holding a jacket. The protagonist looked at him. Tom said what he thought, took off his clothes and got rid of the troubles like some idiot. He asked what would happen next, and then his underwear. The man looked at him and said to try. He closed his eyes and said that he would also peel off his skin. Tom said that it seemed to him then. The guy looked at the man angrily. Tom continued that he was the one who slowed down. His eyes widened. The voice said that in fact he became faster. The protagonist looked at him. He continued that it seemed that after that day he began to pay attention to speed. Tom asked again. The man bowed his head and said that after that day, the guy answered affirmatively. The voice said that abilities should be recognized. Charlie said that he was really good. Tom asked again in bewilderment, why all of a sudden? The hero said that he tried so hard to hide his shortcomings. He continued that for the sake of this body he suffered many failures. His chest tensed. The protagonist continued that he did not give up to prove his strength. Charlie said that he still survived the failure of that day and became much faster, overcoming his weaknesses. Charlie said that he was good. He acknowledged his suffering. The man looked at him in bewilderment. Then he said that what a freak, what a freak. Tom asked, and who is he to acknowledge or not acknowledge him? The protagonist answered that such a body is difficult to achieve by efforts alone. The protagonist said that even pills will not help. Tom answered in surprise that everything is natural. Charlie said that this is why it is a pity. He rolled his eyes and continued that for the sake of increasing his muscles, he gave up the joy of increasing something else. Looking at him, he said that he chose to make his muscles harder and gave up the joy of hardening another part of the body. Top asked what he was talking about. Charlie asked with a smile, what? But he has no idea. He is a castrate. The man's eyes turned bloodshot. He put his hand to his chest and asked what he, no way. He flew towards the hero. Then he fell to the floor. He looked away. The guy was holding a weapon in his hands and said that his huge body. The hero continued that it deprived him of valuable parts. Tom turned around at him in shock. They approached each other. Blood spurted. Tom's eyes widened. It wasn't capable of anything. The guy said it was just a big piece of meat, nothing more. It was good that he had brought a gun with him. The guy said it would be easier to cut him into pieces. The protagonist held a gun in his hand and said that, by the way, he had increased his speed considerably and he still didn't use a gun. The man lowered his head and repeated the word gun. A moment later, he swung and said that it was for those weaklings who doubt their strength. Blow after blow was delivered, blood poured from the body. The voice said that he had shown off that day too, and then lost. Charlie asked what he thought. It was all about speed, and that his brother hadn't given him advice. Tom held his chest in shock. Bloody streaks were spreading across his body. His hand lay on the skin. Then he clenched his fingers. Tom asked in shock who he was. The protagonist answered with a smile that he would find out everything soon. The voice suggested remembering the nightmare of that day. The man was watching them on the cameras. Ron sat silently on the couch. He touched his mask. He put it on the couch. Then he continued watching. He held his face in fear. He asked what Charlie was doing. Tom in that short fight. The protagonist with the gun looked at him, felt the same pressure as his first bench press, weighing 550 pounds. Thanks to that pressure, in the past, he survived in the starvation room with his brother, and when they got out of there, it was thanks to their efforts. They killed April and July, taking their places. It was a victory of man over physical disability. Effort. It was effort that helped the brothers survive and achieve everything. Their whole life in itself was one continuous effort. That's why they hated Bella, although she was one of them. After all, she became strong with the help of drugs. They could not even imagine such a thing. And yet Lloyd, someone asked again. Lloyd asked that he was suggesting to kill Bella. Then he asked why it was so serious. He didn't really like her, but she was okay in appearance, and offered to leave her alive for her face. Tom said, well, he's a real guy. The voice said that he was too obsessed with women. He needed to improve. They answered that he hated them too much. Tom answered that he didn't hate everyone. He just didn't like those who weren't attentive to his body, and when he looked at that wimp Bella. Lloyd looked at him in surprise. Tom widened his eyes and said that he had a feeling that all his efforts were in vain. Lloyd looked at him silently. He was doing sports and said, okay, if he said so, he agreed. The voice suggested watching the situation for now. After that, the brothers tried to find a reason to kill Bella and secretly interfered with everything she did. The voice cursed loudly. The girl grabbed her head and asked why such problems always arose. She sat on the couch and said that if she could not give a bribe. She stuttered in fear. John said that it seemed that Bella was no use. He looked at the guys and asked what they thought about it. He looked at the brothers in this way. They thought that a good chance had come, but it was raining outside. Someone was standing under an umbrella. Tom said that he was a freak. He asked what he was doing. The protagonist answered that he was watching them. He continued that it turned out that they were interfering with Bella and trying to kill her. Tom asked what was wrong with that. The man answered that he would decide. He stepped on the umbrella. The guy said whether to kill her or not, and that it was none of his business. The hero said that he had his own relationship with Bella, just like he had with his brother, and that he himself would decide whether to leave her alive or not. The fist flew forward. Tom asked what the hell he was talking about. The man was aiming at the guy with a punch. His eyes widened and a voice said to answer. Charlie asked if he understood or not. Tom was on his knees. The man screamed furiously on that rainy day. He got it from the protagonist. In his clouded consciousness, Tom for the first time, he learned that there are things that do not work out, even if you try hard. When he thought he was about to die, the hero looked at him angrily. Lloyd appeared in front of his body. Tom called his brother. He widened his eyes in fear. Then he narrowed his eyes. Tom looked at what was happening in fear. Lloyd asked if he was awake. The man called his brother. Then he said that it was Charlie. Lloyd replied that during the fight he made a deal with him. He promised that they would not touch Bella if he let him go for treatment. The man answered in shock that here. His hands clenched until they trembled. The voice said that someone screamed in bewilderment. Tom hit the floor with his fists. He screamed loudly. Lloyd called his brother, then told him not to be angry. Tom looked back at him. His brother said that if he tried hard, he would win. Tom remained silent. After that day, Tom got hooked on steroids. Thanks to the drugs, he became much stronger, and the more his muscles grew, the more he hated women. A few years later, Tom decided to take revenge on the protagonist, but he was already dead. But he was definitely dead. Tom looked at the guy in front of him in bewilderment. Charlie smiled at him. Tom looked at the tall painting. Why was the protagonist's energy coming from this freak? Damn it, why him? The guy raised his hand and thought he was shaking so much. Whether it was because of his habit of straining himself or from fear, Tom let out a shrill scream. He opened his eyes wide. Then he rushed at Charlie. A dangerous light burned in his eyes. Pictures of a bird and a man appeared before his eyes. Tom rushed towards the protagonist, screaming. Leaves flew through the air. The man's mask flew off his face from the blow. He narrowed his eyes. The hero dodged another blow from the screaming Tom. The guy said what had changed. The man's back was bleeding profusely. Charlie turned around and asked what was it, just muscle and speed, and that his technique hadn't changed. His entire back was cut. The voice asked that he would continue to push through. Tom said that he could lift as much weight as he wanted. Then he turned and said that but eventually there would come a time when he would win. He looked at the guy and said that the same thing applies to him. He turned towards the hero and said that he just needed to grab him once. Charlie frowned and asked what he thought. He had 100 lives. Tom screamed sharply just once. His hand reached for the protagonist's face. Leaves flew through the air. Once, Tom swung to hit. Charlie frowned. Blood sprayed in the air and someone screamed. Tom's mouth opened wide. He needs to lift it once. Someone told him to lift it. The barbell rose into the air. Leaves flew through space. The barbell rose even heavier. A voice said to lift it. Leaves flew through the air. The barbell was torn from the weight. Tom's hands were shaking and he was lifting the weight. His eyes were bloodshot from the effort. Will he be able to lift it? He opened his mouth in fear. The man spread his arms wide in front of the hero. The protagonist replied that it was weak, the fact that his muscles atrophied before the blow saved his life. Tom held his neck and listened to where his confidence had gone. Charlie asked with a smile why he was wincing so much. The man held his neck in shock. He asked what was the matter and who he was. Then he continued that Charlie had students. He said no, even if they did, this. The man cursed and asked what this was. The guy pointed a gun at him. Tom was at a loss, but even in this situation, he knew one thing for sure, he would never win. When Tom heard about Charlie's death, he sighed. After all, there was no need to fight him now. Even if he suffered hundreds of defeats, he believed that one day he would win, if only he made an effort. But Charlie was an innate talent. And not just any kind. The man said that he had the ability to kill people, the first Charlie. The boy asked what this was praise. The man said that in this world it was considered praise. He continued that although for an ordinary person it was a curse. The boy said that he never wanted to have such abilities. He continued that but still it was better than nothing. It is not what kind of ability is important. It is who got it. The man said no matter how cursed it was. The boy looked at it. The voice continued, someone like you. The guy looked at him silently. Tom looked at him in surprise. Tom believed that he would never see himself in such a pathetic form again in his life. He wanted. The voice said that if he tried, he could win. Lloyd looked at him. The man opened his eyes in fear. He clenched his teeth. He wanted to cry, but he held back and did not. Then he said that he knew. He continued that there is a safety device for strength exercises that prevents dangerous situations. Charlie answered that he knew. After all, if a person fails, he will say goodbye to this world forever. Most people use these devices when lifting heavy weights. Charlie asked what was so special about it, some kind of strange will he has. Tom answered that he did not. He continued that he removes the safety device when he lifts the heaviest weights. Tom said that he chooses the night time when no one is around so that no one can help him. He held the barbell above himself. His face was red. The voice said that he was ready to die, ready to kick the bucket if he fails, and if he does not want to die, then he must lift. Tom continued that even then there is nothing more terrible than death. This weight is just bullshit. The protagonist smiled and said that it was a long explanation that he was just a fucking jerk. Tom replied that he was in this situation now. He came here believing that he would not die. Looking at the guy, he continued that now, however, he would fight, knowing that he could die. Charlie frowned and offered to try. Tom screamed furiously. The hero frowned and pointed his weapon. Tom did his best and ran away. The man screamed in fear. He ran away with all his might. Charlie asked in bewilderment why he ran away. He did not expect this. Footsteps were heard throughout the room. A voice said that and still him. Tom ran, waving his arms. The protagonist caught up with him and blood spurted. He said that he would not leave here alive. Tom grimaced in pain. The guy said that he was finished. A crushing scream was heard. Tom grabbed the doors. He screamed and turned to the protagonist. A scream rang out in space. The hero was hit on the head and asked what was being thrown at him. The voice asked if he really wanted to live that much. Tom answered that he did. The boy told him that it was disgusting. Tom looked at him in bewilderment. He asked again what was disgusting. In the past, Tom, he thought about death many times. He thought about why he was born so weak. It was unfair. What was the point of trying to survive? It would only get worse. So the brothers ended up in an isolation ward where they were starved. The boy told his brother that it was even for the best. Then he lowered his eyes and continued that all this time they were trying to do something to survive. He turned to his brother and said that now this humiliation had come to an end. He was called. The boy told him that trying to survive was not humiliating. Tom said the same thing at the same time. He continued that the only thing that did not seem disgusting to him was his attempts to survive. The protagonist looked him in the eyes and listened to what exactly had changed him. The guy was silent. The girl looked at the boy with wide eyes. The protagonist closed his eyes and said okay. He continued that he was taking it back, but it wouldn't change the fact that he was finished. Tom screamed furiously and grabbed his leg. Charlie looked at the man screaming and clutching his leg in confusion. He frowned and screamed that he wouldn't succeed anyway. A moment later, his eyes widened. Tom jumped out the window abruptly. He hit himself with his hands in shards of glass. A large hole appeared in the window. The hero ran to the window. He looked down. His hands were shaking. Tom was lying face down on the ground. The guy asked what was the point of living with such injuries. The man replied that the point was that he was alive. He continued that if he lived, he could try again and again, he could cope. Tom screamed that he would live. He was lying on the ground and saying that he would definitely live. The protagonist thought that this guy. Then he continued the thought that he couldn't let him go alive. Charlie's skin crawled because of Tom's all-consuming desire to live. He raised the weapon above his head. Then he threw it with all his might. The knife was flying at the man's back. A moment later, he held out his hand and the knife sank into it. The hero looked at him in bewilderment. Tom said that he would survive, he would definitely survive, he would try if only he remained alive. It flashed through his mind that he would soon die from blood loss. The guy continued the thought that he would definitely survive. He turned away from the window and thought that this wouldn't do. Even if he wasted time, he had to go down and finish him off. A weapon appeared in front of the guy's face. Then he fell to the floor and a man appeared above him. His cheek was cut until it bled. The guy stood up and looked at Lucas. Then he wiped the blood from his cheek. Lucas pointed a gun at him. A voice said his name. There were sounds in the room. Carol said, surprised, that it was amazing. The voice asked why these guys were defending themselves so desperately. Robert said that it was a disgrace. They were men. Jonathan said that it was good that they had something to cover themselves with and for him to shut up. Each member of Martin's squad took up a position. Frederick and the girl were responsible for shooting and covering. Martin and Grace and Leon were responsible for the assault. Robert and Jonathan were responsible for defense. Carol asked what was the point of just standing there. They would eventually give up anyway. Judy added that yes, the table wouldn't last forever. She threw something at their cover. Then she said that she would smash everything here. Jonathan said that it was okay as long as they held their positions here, the commander would come to them. The voice on the radio said that it was Martin. He was heading to the room next to them. Jonathan opened his mouth and said that he knew it. Martin continued, or rather, he was heading, and then he heard the sound of broken glass on the second floor and the screams of some unknown man, and that he needed to check what was outside and let them be patient a little longer. End of communication. The guys looked at the radio in shock. Then they looked at each other. The girls looked at them with burning eyes. The voice began to suggest something. The sun lit the sky. Blood was smeared on the asphalt. Martin looked at this and asked what traces of blood. The voice from the window shouted that he fell from the second floor through the window and then climbed along the road. Brittany asked that Charlie was on the second floor. She called the guy into the radio and asked if he was okay. The radio was silent. The girl said in fear that he was not answering. What if he was wounded and maybe follow these tracks or to the second floor? The man was smoking a cigarette. He silently looked at the traces of blood. Carol held her gun in her hands. The girls ran after the screaming guys. Carol said how pathetic. Judy added that they also say that men never run away first. Robert shouted that it happens, that men should run away too. Jonathan said that if they had a gun, they would have won. The girl rushed after them and said that excuses. She swung the gun at them. Then she said that they would tell stories in hell. There was an explosion. The girl was thrown back. Blood spurted from her mouth. She fell to the floor and rolled back. The guys happily shouted that the commander, Martin, appeared in front of them. He frowned. Martin met many strong opponents working in the special forces, and even after a short touch he could find out everything about a person. After he shook the protagonist's hand, the men shook hands. Martin looked down. He felt a strong aura that only 3 of those he knew had. Brittany told the commander what they were going to do, that she was screaming, but there was no answer. We need to go up to the second floor, the man said, who was Sergeant Charlie. He continued that there was no need to worry. He sent Brittany on the bloody trail, and he himself came to help Robert and Jonathan. Judy asked the girl what she did not notice. Carol apologized to her. Jonathan told the commander to be careful. These girls, the commander replied that he knew. It flashed through his mind that this girl has incredible agility and power. Carol wiped her mouth and said that it seemed that he could be useful to them. It flashed through his mind. I wonder if this one with red hair is the same level or higher. The girl asked if it was true. Martin thought that there were many more strong opponents than he expected. He frowned and continued his thought that these girls needed to be finished off. Gotta get his hands dirty today. Light was coming in through the windows. A man was standing at the top of the stairs. Static was showing on the screen. He thought about Lucas. He had broken the security cameras on the second floor. He wondered why he was here. The voice said, "Oh my God." He went on to say he didn't want to. The girl was sitting on the bed, telling her to leave him, first Maple. The girl asked him why he didn't want to. The man said she was a saint because he loved her. She narrowed her eyes. Then she said what it meant if she didn't leave him. She continued with a smile that he would love her no matter what she did. The man said yes with a smile. Ron, his face bloody, frowned. He was holding the plug. He crushed it and said again. He stood alone in the large room and said she left. He touched the cross and said now. Ron took the lid off it. He went to the closet. He put the key in the lock. The guy looked at the contents of the cabinet. Ron frowned and said that there was nothing to be done. The guy pressed the button. The man exhaled. Grace said that they seemed to be finished. There were people lying in front of them. She said that it was time for them to go back too. They raised their heads and Gray continued that to the others. Everything around shook. The guys looked up and said, "What was that?" Martin frowned. The girls bared their teeth. They looked up in fear. A voice asked what Ron was doing. Someone asked about the earthquake. Kate's eyes widened and she sat down on the floor. There was a hole in the floor and a voice said that it was the floor. Someone's footsteps were heard. Grace frowned. Her hair was flying in the wind. The girls looked at the woman who entered. Kate asked in bewilderment what the. There were several people standing behind Chloe. The voice said that it was nonsense. The girl put her hand to her face with a smile. She said Ron's name. It was Chloe. A heart appeared in her thoughts. Ron and Fang were the only ones who were not originally part of Hwagaksa. He himself gathered the remains of the gang and infiltrated the lower levels of the clan, swearing not to keep people with him that Hwagaksa did not know about. However, Ron had a trump card that he hid from everyone. These were the 3 apostles who died with the first Ron, but barely survived thanks to the second. There were 3 of them, Richard, then Philip, and Harold. Kate asked in confusion, who were they? Grace frowned. It flashed through her mind at this girl. She approached her and she continued the thought that she looked dangerous. Grace struck with her fist. Then his eyes widened. Chloe grabbed her hand and said that she did not think Ron called her because of them. She looked up and continued that it looked like. Looking at the ceiling, she said that there was someone else up there. Grace swung at Chloe. She dodged and hit the girl in the face. Blood spurted out of her mouth. She fell to the floor and Kate called her. Chloe called Richard and he answered. She continued that she had to hurry to meet Ron, so let him deal with these bastards himself. The man answered affirmatively. Kate blocked Grace with her arms and told her not to come closer. She repeated it again. Grace stood up. Then she jumped on Richard's neck. She wrapped her legs around his neck. A moment later, she snapped the man's neck. Chloe and Harold looked at what was happening in shock. The voice said that she was not the only one here who wanted to finish as quickly as possible. The girl's eyes widened. Grace wiped her mouth and continued to leave. Chloe moaned. She said that she didn't ask and ran in the other direction. Grace ran after her and said that here. Philip and Harold appeared in front of her. The girl raised her hand to strike. She hit Harold. Philip looked at her. She struck and the guy dodged. Grace's eyes widened. Philip threw his fist into her stomach. The girl narrowed her eyes. Then she grabbed the guy by the collar. She hit him in the face with her forehead. Blood spurted from his nose. She grabbed Philip by the neck. A moment later, she twisted it. Kate covered her mouth and looked at them in shock. Grace called Kate and told her to do it. The girl asked again. Grace ran out of the room. Harold looked at her. The guy ran away. Kate asked again in shock. Lightning appeared in the air. Harold's entire body was filled with lightning. The girl was holding a stun gun in her hand. She shocked Harold. He turned to look at Kate. She smiled and looked into his eyes. The sound of gunfire was heard. Torches illuminated the space. Grace ran after Chloe. She bared her teeth. Dossier, a little over 20 years old, graduated from the police academy. At first, her goal was to become the chief of police, but then she fell in love with one man, and to be near him, she joined the special squad. Thanks to her efforts, she began to work with him, and her love grew stronger. So about 10 years passed in service next to that man. The years passed, and she gradually grew old. The girl shouted, "Why is she so fast?" Dossier 34 years. Chloe enthusiastically repeated Ron's name, and how long it had been since they saw each other. Grace shouted to her that if she were 10 years younger, she would have caught him long ago. Chloe replied that it was not about that. She continued that it was just that her love and desire to see him was stronger than his desire to catch up with her. Wasn't that so? The girl ran and thought that she was talking, completely crazy, by the way. She smiled and continued the thought that the mood had suddenly deteriorated because of this creature. Grace asked that it seemed like she liked speed. Chloe turned around. The girl said with a smile that she could because her man was a fast shooter. Chloe's eyes widened in shock. She stopped abruptly. Then she turned to Grace. She asked what that meant. Grace closed her eyes and asked what she thought she didn't like since she was so angry. Chloe said seriously that she would kill her. She called her an old nag. The girl covered herself from Chloe's blow. The girl screamed at her to take it back. She repeated over and over to take it back and struck again. Chloe struck again, saying to take it back. Grace dodged and said she didn't want to. The girl's face twisted. Grace struck again and again and repeated that she didn't want to. The girl frowned and said that here. Chloe hit the girl in the face. Her eyes were wide open. Grace hit her with her elbow in the face and said that she did not want to. Chloe fell to the floor. The girl said that she had smeared her lips as if she were a corpse. The man was very puny. Chloe covered her mouth and listened to what she decided to adjust to him. The girl stood up and exhaled. Then she said that they were both women. She did not want to. Grace looked at her face. She pointed to her face and said that touching the face, there was something hanging in the air. The girl said with a smile that but she started at first, the old neck. Grace closed her eyes and said that she was nasty. She continued that she looked older than her. The 12 apostles, among all the months only a few are the strongest, among them was the first Maple. She created this group that she could be proud of her strength. However, they could not compare with the months that the monk led. After the war with Hwagaksa, they suffered losses and fled to the Philippines. The leaders were eliminated by Charlie. They all continued to lose, after which they were broken. Harold's eyes widened. However, even after that, a foot flew into Kate's stomach. Her eyes widened. They stood opposite each other. They remained the strongest. It was clear to anyone that there was no chance of success. And at the same time, Grace entrusted Harold to Kate for a reason. While she was fighting with the parishioners in white, Grace turned around in surprise. Kate was hitting people. There was a spark in her eyes. The girl looked at her silently. Grace called Kate. She responded. She said not to do anything. She would figure it out herself. The voice asked again. Kate sadly said that it seemed that she was of no use. She should have listened to the protagonist. It flashed through her thoughts that this girl. She continued the thought, who taught her to move like a killer. She hits mainly in vital organs. There are, of course, a little clumsy movements, but an ordinary person can easily die from a blow from one of these parishioners in white. It's scary to think what will become of her. In her thoughts flashed that he can. Kate began to cry, calling the protagonist for help. Charlie, at first, when she saw how he steadfastly reacted to injustice, she thought he was stupid. On the other hand, she thought he was brave. In the end, he was able to cope with all the difficulties, looking at his steadfastness. Kate thought about how amazing he was. She squeezed her eyes and thought what was amazing about him. She continued the thought that he always beat her during training. He just changed, although she was pleased when he praised her. Unlike James and Mike, Charlie simply made Kate learn his fighting style. She was quite smart, so she learned all his moves. But she physically could not repeat them in reality. The girl was on her knees and saying that she was worthless. Someone told her to pull herself together. The girl looked up. The protagonist said that fighting is fortitude. He continued to stop whining, keep fighting. Then there will be an opportunity to change something. The girl frowned and thought that it was true. Harold looked at her. It flashed through his mind that he shouldn't give up. She ran at the man screaming. She struck and Harold dodged. Their abilities were too different. Harold dodged all her blows, and he was just waiting for the moment when he could finish her off. He was waiting, but these blows were very clumsy. Charlie said that fighting is strength of spirit. Harold looked ahead in bewilderment. A question sounded in his head. The protagonist looked at her. Harold turned around screaming, his eyes wide open. Kate's movements, she was in a fighting stance, reminded Harold of his mental disorder. His body was shaking. Then he screamed and ran away. Kate asked again in bewilderment. His leg twisted. The corridor was lit by torches. Harold screamed that he didn't want to. Kate asked what was wrong with him and thought that she didn't know for sure. There was a sound. She continued to think what it was. Harold was lying on the floor. She pounced on him from behind. Then she thought that this was her chance. Kate was sitting on top of him. She looked down in confusion. Harold was lying face down on the floor. She began to stutter. She raised her hand up and shouted that she had won Kate's victory. The girl happily thought that it was great. She continued to think that she would be praised again. Chloe looked at the girl. Grace frowned. She threw something at Grace and she dodged. The yo-yo cut through the air. It returned to Chloe. Grace looked ahead, confused. The girl said that she was dodging well. The girl thought, what kind of weapon is this? A yo-yo? A bola? Then she thought that if she had a weapon, the yo-yo would have flown at her. Grace covered herself with her hands. The weapon cut her arm. Blood spurted from her leg. Chloe swung and asked what she was thinking about. She continued that she was scared, that she was about to go to the next world. Grace asked what she thought. She was afraid of death. She continued that on the contrary, she was glad. Chloe asked again. Grace answered with a smile that if she died, the commander would give his life to avenge her and that it was very romantic. Chloe looked at her in bewilderment. Then she said that she should die then. The girl answered that she would still. Because of her, she would not die. The fist flew into the girl's face. Martin dealt blow after blow to Carol. The hand reached forward. The man intercepted Judy's whip. The needles cut the man's skin. He held her whip in his hand. Then he pulled it towards himself. Judy reached for it. She flew closer to him. The fist flew into the girl's face. Carol swung behind the man's back. Her eyes widened. An elbow hit her in the jaw. Jonathan said that their commander was spreading his forces too thin during a fight. Robert added that if he had a gun, he would not have suffered so much. The girls trembled under Martin's gaze. It flashed through his mind that these girls, he continued the thought that they were too afraid, therefore they did not show their full capabilities. He did not think that they were afraid of him. He thought that although this was even better, they resisted less, he would not have to kill them. Martin said to arrest them, tying their hands with fishing line. Jonathan said that he had. Robert asked to let him do it. The flashlight illuminated the room. The girls were sitting on the floor tied up. Robert said that he said so, he will do it himself. Jonathan told him to shut up. Idiot, the guy told him not to swear. The voice told the commander to scold him when they returned to the station. Martin asked to stop arguing and to go to Grace. Robert said that, by the way, they haven't seen her for a long time. Jonathan added that they probably ran into a strong opponent in the basement. Martin replied that they don't have to worry about her, nothing serious will happen. Someone called the commander. He turned his gaze. His mouth was wide open. Chloe was holding the wounded Grace in her arms. She said that it was her. Jonathan screamed. Robert asked what the hell. Martin rushed towards them. He was approaching and raising his fist. The girl opened her mouth enthusiastically. She was holding Grace by the hair. The voice said that one blow and she would go to the next world. He said to let her go right now. Chloe asked why she was so angry. On the contrary, she should be grateful. She said with a smile that she had torn the pumpkin from the stalk. The girl continued that it seemed like they didn't understand what was happening yet. She said that if they came closer, she would kill her. She turned her gaze to the girl. Chloe put her hand in Grace's mouth. She said no, she couldn't. She decided to bite her tongue and die on her own. She went on to say that she would be the one to kill her. Lightning flashed. Lightning pierced Chloe's body. She turned to Kate. A shot rang out from her gun. Kate was shooting lightning furiously. Chloe said in displeasure, what kind of a mop is that? Jonathan ran into her. A sneaker flew past her face. Robert hit her in the face. She flew back. Martin said that he was good. Someone called Kate. She asked if Grace was okay. A voice called the guys and told them to take her away and take care of her treatment. The guys answered in agreement. He continued for Kate to go upstairs to Charlie. She accepted the order. Chloe stood up. Martin frowned and said that he would quickly finish here and come to them. Chloe looked at him with enthusiasm, saying that now it was clear. Ron called her from behind him. The SWAT logo appeared and the plot noted that during his time in the SWAT, Martin had seen many strong fighters and also learned that each had his own fighting style. After which the man began to spin and the plot added that some try to hit the enemy with fussy movements, and there are those who look like poisonous snakes. They hide their fangs in order to suddenly bite. The man with scars looked back. Another man stared straight ahead and the plot noted that there are those who wait for the right moment to attack and those who can be watched endlessly. The officer folded his arms. Martin dodged a yo-yo and the plot said that it was impossible to understand their style. Martin's style was that he was not afraid of injuries. Chloe swung and shouted that his fighting style was so unpleasant. Did he really not care about his own body? Thoughtlessly jumping into a fight was a very big disadvantage. Martin spread his legs and noted that he did not think his fighting style was a disadvantage. And the girl said that it seemed that he lost his eye because of his style. He must have gotten a strong fighter since he took away his eye. Martin looked at her silently. Chloe looked at him in surprise and heard what he was thinking, since he did not have a weapon with him now. The man raised his hand and added that he was ready to lose even his own hands, and the plot noted that it was quite simple: give bones and take flesh in return. Chloe smiled and said that it was surprising that the man that Mop loved so much turned out to be such a psycho. She did not consider her fighting style. Martin gritted his teeth and said that some kind of disadvantage. She would not live long. The girl spun the yo-yo. Martin looked at her and noted that the boss hadn't called her because of him. Then he introduced the protagonist and added that there was someone stronger than him. He had already gone upstairs. Chloe looked at him and thought that there was another strong fighter. Martin tensed up and noted that he probably knew that the more power, the scarier. Such people train their whole lives to gain power. The girl was spinning a yo-yo. Martin jumped on the girl and added that they knew that power was all they had, so she avoided fighting him in every possible way. Chloe threw the yo-yo forward. It flew into Martin's chest. The man aimed his fist at her. Chloe covered herself with her hand from the blow. Martin began to press on her and said that they would not be able to kill him without harm to themselves. Chloe looked from under her hand. The yo-yo flew forward. Martin dodged him and asked what she would do to help the boss. She had to get to him in one piece. Could she do it? The girl covered herself with her other hand. Then she jumped back and heard that he had already said that he did not consider his style a disadvantage. The man opened his eyes and noted that this time he was ready to give up his ears, and what could she refuse? Chloe clenched her teeth and heard, from the eyes, fingers, or nose. Martin looked at her madly and said that no matter what, she should choose what would least hinder her from fighting further, because that guy was stronger than her. Charlie looked straight ahead. Lucas slashed with his sword. The protagonist moved back. The warrior jumped back. Then he approached the protagonist. Charlie tensed up. Then he cut the enemy's side. Then he looked back. Three warriors appeared and the plot noted that Lucas's first meeting with Charlie when the protagonist was still a killer. He had seen many months with different abilities, but had never met anyone with similar skills to him, so he felt hostility towards Lucas, whose abilities were very similar. Charlie looked straight ahead and thought, what an unpleasant movement. Lucas looked back and the plot added that Lucas also felt that they were similar, their skills were very similar. The moon was shining on the field. Leaves were falling from a tree over the water. Lucas held out his sword. The protagonist put out a knife and prepared himself. Then they came face to face. Emily opened his mouth. Then she looked at the bodies and asked how many he had killed and what if they woke up. Then she turned her gaze. She saw a huge door. Emily opened the door. Then she opened her eyes. The sun hit the window. She looked at the destroyed temple and asked what it was. Light was shining through the huge window. Pop stared ahead and noticed that the sounds of the fight had died down. It seemed like it was over. Then he continued to watch and added that the black leaf was giving in after they had lost their strength in the fight with the police special forces. Then he looked at the window and added that he had planned for Lucas to finish this job. He couldn't understand it, so it meant they wanted to deal with Lespedeza. Pop presented a card with a bird. Then he raised his hands. Then he covered his face and asked that nothing was clear. He didn't understand what was happening here. The sword rolled across the carpet. Pop looked up and asked if it was Lucas. The protagonist slung his sword over his shoulder. Then he opened his mouth and noticed that it was Charlie. Pop opened his eyes. Then he reached into his inside pocket. Then he released several shurikens. Charlie abruptly cut several shurikens. Pop looked at him and asked if Lucas was alive. He died too. It couldn't be, he just couldn't. Then he clenched his teeth and added what was going on here, what was happening. Charlie opened his mouth and told him to stop racking his brains. Nothing was predetermined. If he didn't confess to his crimes, he would die right here. Pop clenched his fists and asked what that meant. Then he opened his eyes. Charlie opened his mouth and asked, so he was the one he hid when the first Maple was dying. Then he remembered how they were spying on him. Ron looked at the protagonist and asked again. The protagonist clenched his teeth and shouted that he didn't keep his promise, so he was the second Maple. Pop gritted his teeth and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he had already said that he was Charlie. Had he forgotten about the promise he had made to him that day? Then he remembered looking at Ron. Then Ron opened his eyes. Pop opened his mouth and looked surprised and asked about the promise. The sun was shining on the tops of the trees. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the forest and heard that it was him. Claire adjusted her hair and asked that he was the second Charlie, the young one. Then she went up to him and added that he was not allowed to show his face like that, and the protagonist replied that it was not that important. Then he opened his mouth and added that he would not look at him for long anyway. Claire put her hand on the mask and noted that she did not need to hide her face either. Then she took off the mask and added that they hoped they would work together. Charlie looked down and noted that he had heard that among her people there were 12 apostles. These were 2 of those apostles. The 2 children looked straight. Claire turned and noticed that they were not apostles, they were her leaves. The girl looked ahead. The boy looked straight ahead and Claire noticed that when he turned crimson, they would change too, and when he turned into dry leaves, they would fall too, and when she turned green leaves again, they would become with her. The girl smiled. Then she hugged the children and added that she loved her beautiful leaves. Claire looked at the protagonist and noticed that judging by his questions, she was interested in him. He thought they would be perfect for each other, and Charlie noticed that they were not at all. Then he strained his gaze and added that his behavior reminded him of a monk, and now he was just enduring it so as not to break down and kill them. Claire opened her mouth and noticed that what was he talking about? They were completely different. She really loved them. Then she went up to the children and asked if these were really kids. The children looked at her and answered that they were. The protagonist looked away and the plot noted that this was the first meeting of Charlie, the second Maple, and the Black Leaves. The bodies were lying on the ground. Claire stepped on the head and noted that it was funny, which meant there were still other masks. The protagonist turned his gaze and thought that this girl was quite strong, which meant the apostles were strong too. The children were standing near the bodies and Charlie added that these guys would also grow up very strong. The girl looked down and the protagonist added that this girl could even become one of the months. Claire approached the protagonist and noted that he was strong, as she had heard. Then she opened her mouth and added that he was still so young. If he was in cahoots with her, she would love him. Charlie opened his mouth and noted that he did not want to. Then he looked at the roof and added that he also did not really understand love and feelings. Then she stared at Claire and added that he knew for sure that this was not love, and she asked Claire how it was not love. The protagonist looked at the children and noted that one only had to look at these children. Although they were outwardly obedient, one could see in their eyes how afraid they were of him. After which he opened his eyes and added that she probably instilled this fear in them. Is that love? Claire smiled and noted that fear is also love. Claire put her hand on her chest and asked what love is. Is it when your pulse quickens at the sight of your lover, when you constantly think about another and cannot live without him? The guy opened his mouth. The girl stared at him and added that her heart was beating now, after which she approached the protagonist and added that looking at how he fought. Then she approached his ear and asked if he wanted to feel how hard it was beating, and Charlie replied that he did not want to. Claire jumped back and noted that she would listen to the answer to her confession next time. He would still love her, even if he did not like it. Then she turned and added to wait a few years, something interesting will happen. The protagonist looked at her calmly. The building stood under a clear sky and the plot noted that the first Maple, along with the apostles and other subordinates, attacked the Hwagaksa clan when there were no months there. The man received a weight on the head. John glared furiously. 3 men suddenly attacked him. John clenched his fist. Then he hit one of them. Claire watched this carefully. John straightened up and noted that he had noticed the signs for a long time, so it was she who pointed the knife at him. Claire closed her eyes and noted that she no longer wanted to be afraid of being abandoned. Then she put out her hand and added to try to hold out until the months come, monk. John grinned and asked if she wanted to test him. Let him try. The sky began to darken. Claire leaned on her hand and the plot noted that the Maple and the 8 apostles brought 60 red-robed believers and attacked the monk. Then she opened her mouth. John turned to her. A glow appeared in the sky. The warriors looked down and said that this was just crap. She was talking about him, not her. The girl stroked the wolf and noted that they would rather sort this out and go get a bite to eat. The bodies lay on the ground and the plot noted that the months were arriving one after another. The girl knelt down and noted that the monk would be angry because of the rebellion. First Miss Canth looked at the girl and asked, did she just let those 2 go? The girl opened her mouth and noted that no, that girl is strong. She thinks the other months will sort her out themselves. Miss Canth looked away and asked what the girl was aiming for her place. Why did he react like that? He was used to her, but he liked the contender for the place of the second Sakura. The girl looked at him and noted that he should shut up. The second Charlie would soon displace him from the place of the strongest, and he replied that they had not fought him yet, especially since he would not take away his place of the month. He did not care. The monk was sitting under a waterfall. Islands appeared on the map and the plot noted that after the defeat, Kleena, along with the remnants of the gang, fled to the Philippines. Claire was sitting on a chair. Then she bit her nail and wondered why she lost, what she lacked. Then she opened her mouth and shouted for the apostles to move. She told them to move. The girl clenched her fists and shouted that they thought her words were a joke, and John asked if she herself could move. Claire opened her eyes. John looked at her furiously and said that the fear he instilled was much deeper than hers. Claire opened her mouth and screamed. Then she began to fall onto the couch. The apostles looked at the girl. Then the girl opened her mouth and told them to come to her. The leaves were lying on the ground and the plot noted that the first Maple that lost the battle with Hwagaksa began to instill an even greater sense of fear in the apostles and believers. Blood flowed onto the leaves. The metal leaf glowed brightly. Claire looked madly and told them to come to her. The guy put out his hands and tried to calm the saint. The apostles trembled when they heard why they were hesitating. Claire gritted her teeth and noted that they said that they would love her no matter what. Let them come. The cooled metal fell to the ground. Claire sat with the guy on the bed. The girl closed her eyes and said that he knew why she wanted to become a goddess, and the guy replied that he did not know. No one abandons God. The girl sat on the ground and cried. John put his hand out and the guy added that no matter what happened, the only thing that remained was hope for God. Claire hugged the guy, heard what it meant that she would abandon him someday, and replied that he should not be afraid. Then she put her hand on his chest and added that she would never abandon him. A destroyed building appeared. Wounded bodies lay on the ground. Harold clenched his teeth. Then he opened his mouth and screamed. The protagonist stared at him. Light was shining through the roof. Claire folded her arms and noticed that they had met again. The protagonist stared at her and noticed that the corpses of the apostles had begun to decompose. Then he strained his gaze and added that this was the love she had spoken of. Claire tilted her head and asked why she was asking if she knew everything. Charlie stared at her and asked where the children who were next to him had gone, and the girl asked if she thought they had died or not. The protagonist raised a knife and shouted that she was disgusting and that he would have to kill her. The girl turned to Ron. Then she waved her hair and noted that he would only get in the way, let him hide behind and watch, because she would come back alive. Then she headed towards the protagonist. Claire kicked him. Then she twisted. Then she kicked him with her other foot. The protagonist received a blow to the chin. Then he wiped his face. Then he squeezed the knife. Charlie abruptly stabbed him with the knife. The girl opened her eyes and said that she heard he had suffered from torture, which seemed true. Then she remembered a blow in the past. The girl twisted and noted that it was no longer so exciting. Then she looked down. Charlie dodged the foot and noted that she had won. The leaves fell down. There were holes in the ceiling. There were wounds on the girl's stomach. Claire sat down and noted that he was a real monster after all. She was quite strong. Yes. Charlie stared at her and heard that she would break all his joints. It would be difficult to move. The girl stood up and noted that if he had helped her, perhaps the battle that day would have had a different outcome. Then she looked up and asked how so. Then she stared at the protagonist and added that she also had many complaints about this freak, and Charlie replied that he promised that if he completed the task, he would allow him to live the life of an ordinary person. There were broken windows in the building. Claire opened her mouth and noted that she would tell him how it would be. He would never be able to live like an ordinary person. The protagonist stared at her carefully. Claire squeezed her hand and noted that she really could not understand one thing. In his best years he could have easily dealt with this freak. Then she opened her mouth and asked what could be wrong. It was all about that girl. That freak had her in his arms, so he couldn't go against him. Charlie stared at her and heard that that rag hated him. He was dumber than she thought. The girl put out her hand and noted that it was not too late now if they combined their forces. The protagonist abruptly cut her with a knife. Then he looked furiously and noted that she was exactly the same creature as he was. Ron ran to her. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that she had said that she would never leave him. Then he began to cry. Claire clenched her teeth. Then she remembered John's face and remembered that she was exactly the same creature as he was. Ron clenched his teeth. Claire relaxed her lips. Then she raised her hand and apologized. The protagonist looked at them attentively. Ron swung. Then he was knocked out by the protagonist. Ron flew to the exit. Charlie looked at him and said that no matter how many wounds he had, he couldn't handle him. Then he closed his eyes and asked why he was crying so much. Then he stared at Claire and said to get out of here. This girl doesn't give him love, she inspires fear. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that if fear is love, then he loves him too. He's still young, he can forget everything. Ron looked at the protagonist with tears. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if he remembered. Ron opened his mouth. Then he covered his eyes with his hands and noted that this was unexpected, what was going on, and Charlie asked him to stop making a scene. Then he strained his gaze and added to remove the hypnosis from the parishioners and confess to his crimes. Ron covered his face with his hand and said that maybe God sent him this test, he wants to test his faith. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that this was definitely a test from above, otherwise how can all this be explained? Ron folded his arms and shouted that his faith was unchangeable. Then the protagonist hit him on the head. Ron started to fall to the ground. The protagonist put his sword out and noted that his head was in really bad shape. He would fix his firebrand. Chloe looked forward. Martin looked at her and asked what she had done here. The girl gritted her teeth and noted that he was just trying to test her. Martin gritted his teeth and asked if they hadn't figured out everything about each other. Then he opened his eyes and asked what he was saying, that he couldn't defeat him, let him fight to the death. Chloe opened her mouth and shouted at the red and yellow leaf. Judy and Carol opened their mouths. Chloe looked at them and shouted to get up. They would continue to watch. Judy opened her mouth and shouted that their hands and feet were tied, and Carol added that especially since her opponent was a man, what use were they? Martin opened his mouth and noted that there was no greater burden than helpless allies. Then he strained his gaze and added that they were only a hindrance. A sharp yo-yo hung in the air. Chloe began to spin it and noted that she said to let them stand up. Julie and Carol opened their eyes. Then they remembered how they were tortured. They remembered how Chloe looked at them. Judy remembered how she cried. Then blood appeared. The red and yellow leaf opened their mouths and screamed that they were asking them, they would obey. Chloe opened her eyes and told them to go forward. The girl ran at Martin screaming. The man hit her sharply in the stomach. Then he hit the second one. Then he turned back. Chloe started to run away. Chloe gritted her teeth. The protagonist hit Ron in the nose. Then he leaned back. Charlie swung. Ron doubled over and screamed. The blade turned over. Then it hit Ron's neck. Pop fell to the ground. The protagonist looked down and noted that he had removed the hypnosis from the apostles. Ron grabbed his side and noted that he refused. Chuck jerked his sword sharply. Then he squeezed the blade and noted that he was speaking again. Then he hit Ron and added that he had removed the hypnosis. Pop leaned back and noted that he refused. Charlie stared at him and noted that she had been processed the most, it seemed. Then he picked up the sword and added that they would see how long it lasted. Ron scratched his cheek and noted that it sounded incredible, but he had only just realized it. Then he looked up and added that he was Charlie, and the protagonist asked that he had only just realized it. Pop looked at the window and said that he felt something was wrong in the fight with Lespedeza, but how could one believe that he was Charlie? Only a madman would believe it. Then he gritted his teeth and added that he had said that day. Then he remembered the protagonist who said that he was the same bastard as the others. Ron looked at the protagonist and noted that he could say the same thing. He also looked very much like a monk. The protagonist looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Ron straightened up and noted that violence and fear, the monk solved things using violence and instilling fear. Charlie bowed his head and heard that he was exactly the same. He learned to solve problems this way. He tries to act like him in any matter. Then he threw the sword over his shoulder and noted that it seemed that he had a good gab. He was the head of a pseudo-religion. And Ron said that he told him to live like ordinary people. But how is this possible? What should he do to live like the rest? Ron stared at the protagonist and asked if he had ever lived an ordinary life, and Charlie replied that he did not know. Then he lowered his head. Ron backed away and shouted that how could he tell him to live a normal life, he also only knows what he was taught. Then he remembered the girl. Then he cried and added that he was told that this was the only way he could win her love. Yellow leaves appeared and Charlie wondered what the life of ordinary people was like. The guy gritted his teeth and noted that he himself did not know. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked why he was asking him about this, and Charlie answered that he had always told him to live an ordinary life, but he himself did not even know what that was. Charlie gritted his teeth and heard that there was no right answer. The guy turned to the protagonist and noted that everyone imagines life differently. Then he turned his head completely and added that for him, life is a story in which he himself is the author. Then he squeezed his eyebrows and added that everyone has their own story, but the end is predetermined, in the end they will all die. The guy looked at his feet. Then he put out his hand and noted that, nevertheless, before death, when he looks back on the years he has lived, he should not have any regrets, he should strive for a happy ending. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked that you can live as you want. The guy gritted his teeth and replied that he could if it made him happy, but there was something he should never do. Then he put his hands in his pockets and added that he should never harm other people. Then he turned his gaze and added that how can you demand respect for yourself if you can't respect others? It's illogical. Charlie opened his mouth and said that he would never be able to live like a normal person. The guy looked at the leaves and said that he had been studying with a monk lately and noticed that he was starting to look like him. John put his hands on the protagonist's shoulders. The guy raised his hand. Then he stroked the protagonist and noted that he shouldn't worry, he had thick hair. Then he opened his mouth and added that he wouldn't go bald. Charlie looked at him with displeasure. Then he looked at the leaves. Then he hit him on the hand and asked what he had decided to joke about, and the guy replied that he was boring and should work on his sense of humor. The guy opened his mouth and said that there was nothing wrong with that, because he would become stronger. Charlie lowered his head and said that it was okay if he also harmed someone. The guy opened his mouth and noted that that was exactly it. He would also kill someone later. He would not escape his fate. Blood appeared over the house and the guy added that he had to overcome it to stay alive. Greg looked at the corpse and noted that he would kill others and then get used to it. Then he strained his gaze and added that his feelings would dull. Greg leaned towards the protagonist and noted that then he would remember their conversation with him. He uses fear not only for his own benefit. Charlie remembered John and heard that for the sake of people close to him. Then he stared at the guy. Greg lowered his gaze and added that he was quite capable of that. The protagonist looked at the windows. Then he put out his sword and noted that he was taught to use fear for these very purposes. Ron gritted his teeth and asked that that was why he lived like that. The protagonist remembered Bella and noted that he tried. Pop leaned over and noted that he was talking about that asshole, right? No one could touch him because everyone was afraid of him, and what was the result? Then he looked at the ceiling. Ron smiled and added that he died and the monk too, and the height of fear is God. John put his hands out. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he cannot resist. He also tried to resist him and died. Then he lowered his head and added that he was not ashamed of that life. Ron opened his mouth, heard if he could call himself honest and worthy, and answered that it made no difference, didn't he say so? Then he spread his hands and noted that he was taught that this was the only way he could get love. The protagonist looked up and noted that he was pathetic. Ron stared at the window and noted that looking at it, he realized what a normal person would believe. Then he spread his arms and added that Charlie had returned alive. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he had not been abandoned, but that an unimaginable situation had arisen. Ron bowed his head and shouted that he would survive and return to him. Charlie put the sword aside. Then he swung and noted that he would definitely not go anywhere until he removed the hypnosis. Chloe opened her mouth and told him not to move. The protagonist turned around. Then he opened his eyes. The girl opened her mouth and shouted that she would kill that girl. Ron turned to him and noted that the black leaf had come. Chloe gritted her teeth. The protagonist looked at her and thought that she was the same one who had been with him then. Then he remembered little Chloe. Chloe opened her mouth and shouted what he had done with the maple. Then she gritted her teeth and asked what the one with the eye had said about him. The protagonist looked at her and added that he said he was stronger than him. Ron opened his mouth and asked the black leaf to save him. The girl opened her mouth. The protagonist looked at her and heard that if she twitched, he would kill this girl. Then he looked at another part of the temple. Charlie squeezed the sword and noted that he would not repeat it, let him release the hostage. Chloe opened her mouth, after which the protagonist quickly chopped off her hand. The girl opened her mouth. The protagonist opened his eyes, after which he looked furiously and noted that he said he would not repeat it. The whole temple shook with a scream. Emily ran to the side after the order to sit in the corner. The protagonist turned his head. Then he opened his eyes. Ron began to climb the stairs. Charlie put out his sword and asked that he was also going to run. Ron opened his mouth and shouted that the black leaf would stop him. Chloe put out her hand, after which she received a blade in the face. Chloe flipped over and flew away. The protagonist went to the priest and noted that he was using a girl he had been friends with as a child as a shield, and he himself wanted to run away. The priest turned his head and shouted at the black sheet. Chloe opened her mouth and called him. Ron opened his mouth and noted that even if he had to die, he should stall for time until he escaped. She understood. Chloe began to cry and said that this was exactly it. Charlie opened his mouth and noted that they were both crazy. Ron leaned on the wall and noted that he would get out. He would definitely get out of here. Then he looked ahead and added that he would come back to him. Then she remembered John. The protagonist swung. Chloe opened her mouth. Then she looked up. She saw Ron. Pop turned. He looked at her lips. Chloe put out her hand and noted that she loved him. Ron looked at her in surprise. Then he remembered how the little one looked back. He looked at Chloe carefully. The little girl opened her mouth and noted that she loved him. The girl looked at the leaves and wondered what love was. Claire sat thoughtfully on a rock. Then she looked at the children, and the plot noted that the first Maple brought children from the orphanage and raised her own army. The girl looked at them and noted that this is learning, and the plot added that as the monk did, this boy. The guy sat on the ground and breathed. The girl looked at his face, and the plot noted that in the future he would become the second Maple. He was abandoned by his parents when he was a baby. He never received love like all the other children. The children looked at the floor and caught their breath. The other children did the same, and the plot noted that the guys who were abandoned by their parents in childhood and who did not know love, the first Maple instilled in the children that fear is love, and they believed her. Claire looked at them furiously. The boy turned his gaze to the girl. Chloe opened her mouth. Then she opened her eyes and noted that she loved him. Ron remembered little Chloe, and the plot said that the future Black Leaf was the only one who remembered the love received in the family. This girl went everywhere for the second Maple, which reminded her of her dead older brother. Chloe ran after Ron and called him. The guy turned his gaze and noted that he was not her brother. Then he closed his eyes and noted that he was saying that he was not her brother. Ron and Chloe looked away, and the plot noted that they had been friends for a long time, so they became close. The guy looked straight, and the plot noted that the second Maple, who knew nothing about love, believed that he loved the first Maple. Chloe looked straight, and the plot added that the Black Leaf, who knew about love, was afraid of the first Maple. The foliage covered the sky. Chloe looked at the guy and noted that the Maple was constantly scolding them. Then she opened her eyes and added that she was scared. Did he really like her that much? Ron opened his mouth and noted that it was all out of love for them. That's all. Chloe opened her mouth and asked what kind of love it was, and Ron asked what love was. There were flashes. Chloe opened her mouth and noted that it was just love. The two turned sharply when they were called. Claire opened her mouth. Then she looked at them and asked what they were doing here. Then she folded her arms and noted that it was not the time to sit here and chat. Let them follow her. The girl turned around and noted that it was time for battle. Leaves were falling from the sky. The first Cherry raised her sword and noted that this mop had raised some good guys for herself. Ron squeezed the knife. The Cherry swung and noted that the only bad thing was that they were still too small. Ron opened his eyes. A strong wind appeared. The girl opened her eyes. Chloe abruptly covered Ron from the blow. Then she turned and shouted at him to run, and Ron said that the task that Miss Maple gave. Then she opened her mouth wider and shouted that what difference does it make? To hell with the task. If she stays here, she will die like the last dog. Cherry abruptly squatted and noted that it was true. They will all die here. Then the blade approached the girl's face. Chloe opened her eyes. The girls stood face to face. Chloe parried Cherry's blows. The girl opened her mouth slightly and noted that he was not bad. Then she ran past and added that then she would switch to him. Drops of blood rose into the sky. Cherry opened her eyes. The blade hit Chloe in the stomach. Ron froze. Then he opened his eyes. Chloe turned and noted that she loved him. Ron opened his eyes even wider. Cherry smiled and noted that if she pressed, he would die. What to do? Chloe gritted her teeth and heard that she, too, had once been just as young and blooming. After which Cherry covered her mouth. Then she began to pull out a knife. The girl smiled and noted that he should take her. She would leave them alive. She liked them. Then she gritted her teeth and added that they should get out before she changed her mind. Chloe grabbed her stomach. It began to get dark outside. A bandage appeared on the girl's stomach. Ron looked at her carefully. Then he opened his mouth and asked why she did that. Chloe smiled and noted that she had a brother whom he looked very much like. Then she remembered her brother's corpse and added that he tried to protect her from her father's beatings and died, saying that he loved her. Then she remembered her brother's smile. Chloe looked at the boy and noticed that Maple told him to die instead of her, but she could die instead of him. Ron turned his head and asked why. He wasn't even her brother. The girl looked at the sky. Then she closed her eyes and answered, because she loved him. A hot metal sheet appeared, and the plot noted that on that day the boy realized what love was. Chloe put her hands out and heard to quickly take it off. Claire opened her mouth and asked if she refused her love. Then she turned around, hearing a voice behind her. Ron put his hand out. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he would get punished instead of her. Then he calmly looked and added that she punish him. There were burns on his back and the plot noted that this was not fear, but sacrifice. Chloe watched from behind the cage and the plot said that the first maple locked the black leaf deep in the basement so that she could not meet the second maple. An amulet hung on the rope. Claire pointed at it and asked him to look at it, and the plot added that she hypnotized the second maple so that it would forget the black leaf. Ron looked at the amulet and the plot noticed that he was looking only at her. Blood appeared in front of his face and the plot added that she inspired the second maple that fear is love, and then told everything she knew. Claire approached the guy. The lights were burning on the walls. The students were looking forward madly. Ron held the amulet and heard that his abilities were growing. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he was curious about why it was necessary to instill a trigger that could awaken from hypnosis. Claire looked at him and heard that it was possible to do without it. Then she looked sadly. Ron turned to her. Claire clenched her teeth. Then she put her hand on his shoulder and noted that no one knows how circumstances can turn out. Let it be, it doesn't matter, let him not forget about the trigger that will awaken from hypnosis. The guy remembered the leaves and the plot noted that the trigger that the first maple put into the second to remove hypnosis. Claire raised her hand and apologized, and the plot noted that it was the word sorry that was the trigger. After the death of the first maple, some time passed, and the second maple woke up from hypnosis. The door to the basement opened. Ron leaned on his feet and thought that he should find the black leaf. Then he opened his eyes. Chloe looked at the guy. Then she smiled. Ron pressed his lips and the plot noted that he could not even hug her because he realized that he had become very similar to the first maple. Claire's spirit hugged him from behind. The guy looked into the cage and the plot added that he had become the same as the one he was so afraid of. The second maple decided to escape from this reality. The red light was burning in the temple. Chloe looked at Ron. Then she straightened up and noted that wherever he went, she would follow him. Ron turned his gaze to her. Then he looked at the amulet and the plot said that in this way, the second maple put himself under hypnosis. Then he remembered Claire and the plot added that he decided to forget everything and live as he was taught. Then he remembered John and the plot noted that by serving the one he was afraid of, but as the first maple taught him, he put a trigger that could bring him out of hypnosis. Ron looked closely at the leaf. Chloe put out her hand and noted that she loved him. This was the very trigger, after which memories from the past appeared in Ron's head. The guy opened his eyes. Chloe began to fall to the ground. The protagonist confidently looked forward. Ron stared forward in horror. Then he started running. Charlie turned his gaze. Ron jumped on him screaming. Then he got hit in the face. Then he fell to the ground. Chuck opened his mouth and asked what was wrong, if he had changed his mind. Ron stood up and screamed. Then he got kicked in the head. Charlie opened his mouth. Then he opened his eyes. Then he saw tears in Ron's eyes. Pop ran forward abruptly. The protagonist looked at him carefully. Then the room jerked. Charlie turned. He saw Ron hugging Chloe. Then he turned and noted that he seemed strange to him, so he did not try to hit him. Chloe opened her mouth and called the guy. Ron hugged her tightly and noted that that was it. Then the light illuminated them and the guy added that he remembered everything. The guy remembered the leaves on the trees and thought that the maple seemed beautiful to him, all-consuming fear. The children opened their mouths. Then bloodstains appeared. Ron stared ahead and thought that the scarlet blood, like the color of the maple, all of this seemed beautiful to him. Then the color of the leaves changed and he added that in fact everything was not so. Claire leaned towards him and he thought that he just had to think that it was beautiful. Then he imagined the treetops. He was sitting under a tree. Then he looked at Chloe and noticed that all he thought was beautiful was not fear and blood. The girl smiled and noted that she loved him. The guy opened his eyes. Chloe blushed. Chloe closed her eye. Ron smiled and noted that he loved her too. Charlie stared at them and heard that he would remove the hypnosis and confess everything. Then Ron turned and asked to save her. The protagonist looked at him and noted in his head that the leaf cleaning operation was over. There was a card in the leaves. A building. Martin looked at the protagonist carefully. The protagonist was surprised that the guy was still able to convince them to admit their guilt. Martin asked Charlie in surprise how he did it, to which the hero replied that he just hit him. The man noticed that the guy had a wound on his face. The guy looked at the floor with a sad look. Charlie replied that it wasn't him. The hero remembered Lucas, answering that he was a strong guy. Martin asked the guy if he could kill him. The hero replied that he couldn't do it. Someone called the guys. The girl screamed that she was able to provide first aid. Everyone began to look at her carefully. Charlie asked to remove the hypnosis. The guy silently looked away, saying nothing. As soon as Ron removed the hypnosis, all the parishioners began to show their displeasure. The heroes shouted loudly and called the guy names. The guy looked at the girls, bringing them out of hypnosis too. The heroines screamed that they were very disgusted. Ron looked at them carefully, listening to all their screams. Anger appeared on their faces. The girl sat on the floor, telling the girl to take her words back. Chloe looked ahead. The girls were scared. Someone started shouting at them to stop making noise. Martin hit them on the head, telling them to sit quietly. The hero understood that they were all full of energy, judging by the volume, how it arose despite the fact that it was connected. Charlie didn't like to do missions with someone before. The guy understood that Martin could be trusted. The protagonist understood that it would be reliable to go on missions with him. 3 wounded, no fatalities. The officer laughed loudly, calling them good guys. Charlie was talking on the radio with the boss. The guy asked the general if everything was okay. The officer calmly answered that everything was fine with him. The man calmly answered that since the mission was completed, he would send people to put everything in order there. The hero began to think that Ron had lost after all. The man asked the other guys. The assistants calmly said that there was no news. Everyone thought that they had been betrayed. The room. The hero smiled angrily. The finger was extended forward. The officer shouted that it was very strange. The man thought that the balance was normal, but at the same time the scales were tilted to one side. No one could believe that Martin's camp was stronger. The officer understood that this task involved 3 months. There was a pine tree. The door to the office closed. The officer understood that it would be better this way because he had everything under control. His hand was on the phone. The man understood that they needed to reduce the time frame a little. The assistant replied that he understood everything. The officer shouted to everyone to get ready to leave. The sky. No one could understand when their reinforcements would be brought. The foot stepped on the asphalt. People's faces immediately changed. The girl approached the guys. The heroine looked at everyone, answering that she had not seen him for a long time. In the past, the girl was in a special squad. Martin asked the heroine in surprise what she was doing here. Hannah answered that her boss had sent her here. Martin asked in surprise why they were the ones in charge. The heroine laughed. The guys looked at her calmly. The heroes did not understand what was wrong with the girl's face. Hannah answered that it was offensive. Martin was surprised when he asked the fighters where their commander was. The girl was standing next to the guy, answering that he had gone to another place to complete another task. The office. All the heroes were shouting at the guy to come with them. It was a senior officer, the commander of the Black Crane squad. The guy calmly looked away, hearing how they told him that the police chief was looking for him. He approached the police and asked what other task they were talking about. The girl answered with a smile that the police chief had told them to take another chief because he wanted to meet him. The man frowned with displeasure, and the girl, approaching Charlie, asked that he wanted to leave the leader of the sect with them and asked him to leave because he had a boat. The protagonist replied that, of course, he didn't. Folding his arms, he added that they had caught everyone, and they wanted to take credit for everything. They would go together. Suddenly, someone held out their hand and said that they had 2. The guy in the blood added that they wanted to go with them. The girl, squinting her eyes, sighed. Then she, laughing loudly, asked what they were talking about. He thinks they can decide for themselves. Imagining her superior in her head, she added that this was the order of the commander-in-chief, and what next? Then the man turned to Charlie. Lowering his head, he added that they needed to go and carry out the order. The protagonist looked at his comrade in silence for a few seconds, and he, squeezing a cigarette in his teeth, replied that nothing could be done. A moment later, he went forward. We are carried to the boat. The man, looking forward, says that, by the way. Turning around, he adds that the sergeant could not find anything. The girl, frowning, replied that she followed the tracks of his blood. Remembering how it happened, she added that she ended up in a dense forest. Looking around, she did not notice anything. After which she lowered her head, saying that later the tracks disappeared. She looked ahead with displeasure and added that she had found nothing in the end. The protagonist, crossing his arms, said that she was a useless rag, man, that there really wasn't even a corpse, to which the frightened girl replied that she had combed the area but hadn't found anything. The protagonist remembered the girl with black hair. Frowning, he stared ahead in silence for a few seconds. Then an image of a man in a mask appeared in his head. He thought that they were acting too suspiciously. We are transported to a forest. The man, covered in blood, clenches his teeth. He is shaking, his legs wrapped around a tree. And then, looking ahead with fear, he says that he will survive. We are transported to a room. 2 dead women are lying on the floor. The priest stretched out his hand, saying that something was bothering him. The girl, smiling, asks if it is true. The priest approached her and frowned, asking why, if they made a sincere confession, it would help. With you, the girl answered that the boss was more accustomed to hearing something else. Continuing to look proudly ahead, she added that Sosna did not need useless changes. He himself said so. The priest looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds, and the girl, looking ahead, said that they would be able to escape during the transfer, and then they would be shot. Laughter was heard throughout the church. Tears poured from the priest's eyes. He said that he really was just playing by the rules that were set for him, what kind of life he had lived. Looking ahead, he added that this girl, hugging his girlfriend, he continued to shout discontentedly that she knew nothing, they should not kill her. Then he lowered his gaze down. His girlfriend, smiling slightly, said that she would follow him anywhere. He looked desperately ahead for a few seconds. The girl commander, waving her weapon, said that she would then say goodbye to them. We are carried into a room. The commander-in-chief smiles broadly and says that the boss is in front of him. He looks menacingly ahead. The commander, smiling, continues to say that he completed the task without a single corpse. He is simply great, how he feels, having avenged his wife. The boss, frowning, asked why he was called, to which the commander replied that he should not be afraid. He called him to give the next task. Lowering his head, he continued to say that they are one family. I need to share the task. Menacingly looking ahead, he added that he has all the information about the months except for February, May, and August. The boss frowned, and the commander added that he should use this data and kill the months one by one. Smiling broadly, he added that first they will undermine the clan's strength, and then deal with the monk. The chief stretched out his hand in fear, replied that these monks are hidden killers. Even if he manages to kill them, how will he cope with the monk? Such an operation threatens major losses. Hearing this, the commander replied that he has his own plan, but he is very sorry that the plan is to overthrow the monk. Looking around the room, he added that he cannot reveal to him. If he refuses to take part, he will give him reinforcements. The chief did not look at the task in front of him. Then the commander, imagining young guys in his head, added that his team consists of good people. Then an image of a man with his team appeared in his head, and he added that although he does not obey him, the special squad obeys him. Then he introduced his personal squad and added that the Black Crane will also be under his command. Smiling, the commander said that if they join forces, he thinks they can cope with all the months. The fight between the police and the hibiscus. We are transferred to the main police building, and then a temple appears in front of us. The commander pulls out a small red box and says that this is a hut. Looking at his comrade, he adds that fighting with flowers, these are very well-known words. We are transferred to the temple. The monk, looking menacingly ahead, says that now. He looks at his servants, and then, wide-eyed, says that they will begin their service. We are transferred to the commander. Stretching out his hand, he says that they must join forces. It will be an interesting game. The girl, turning around, said that it seemed that they often gather lately. Her friend answered why so few came. He who turned around added that this was the first time there were no brothers. Then one of them looked at the monk and asked what, by the way, and why they gathered. The monk, looking menacingly ahead, answered that the maple lost. The girl was horrified to hear this. Her friend, looking ahead, asked that other people did not participate in this task. The monk, looking ahead, answered that January turned out to be a traitor. The girl, fanning herself in fear, said that he had never been seen. Then her friend, coming closer, added that this meant that their other comrades were already dead too. The guy, looking ahead, said that the purpose of this mission was. Squinting his eyes, he continued to speak, to lure the team into the Maple's lair, to disperse their forces. Let's imagine the commander-in-chief in his head. He added that then the pine tree had to deal with him. Looking at the girl, he continued to say that at some point the connection with the pine tree was broken. If you believe the words of the returned miscanthus, suddenly the girl interrupted him, answering that this was so, but he could not die. Imagining a crane in her head, she added that the pine tree really was a traitor, but in reality. The monk intervened in the conversation. He said that the pine tree was the chief of police. Hearing this, the girls looked ahead in surprise. One of them, clenching her fists, asked what he had just said. Lowering her eyes, she left, grabbing the mask, and she added that that was it. Why not her and the monk? A girl standing next to her asked what was going on. Suddenly the monk, looking ahead, added that compared to the uprising of the first maple, something more serious would happen. Looking ahead, he continued to say that he would soon gather them again, but for now let them get ready. Looking at his comrades, he added that they would begin their operation. Suddenly a girl came up to the fuck, raising her hand. She asked to be heard. She asked that the Lespetica had died. The monk stared ahead in surprise for a few seconds. We are transported to the guy, who stares ahead in horror. His comrade is lying on the floor. Suddenly, someone appears behind him and says that he is covered in wounds. A man enters the room and says that it is a miracle that he survived. Then, looking ahead, he adds that he is as tenacious as a cockroach. The guy, lowering his head, asks who did this to him. His wounded comrade, clenching his teeth, answers that it was the guy who was carrying the stone mop. Imagining the protagonist in his head, he adds that he is very strong. The man standing behind him says that he has too many wounds. It will be difficult for him to walk normally. Looking ahead, he continues to say that he thinks that he will have to choose a new April. A second later, the guy jumps up to him and, grabbing him by the collar, tells him not to talk nonsense. The man, looking ahead, replied that there was no point in taking out his anger on him. Nothing good would come of it. The guy looked menacingly ahead, and the man continued to say that he had done everything in his power, that he should not worry, that he would try to return him to his previous appearance. The wounded guy whispered that it was nothing to worry about. Opening his eyes, he added that he was still alive. If he tried, he could handle this too. His comrades looked at him silently for a few seconds. Then the man turned around and told him to come out and he would begin the operation. We are transferred to an enraged guy. He is walking down the street. He looks menacingly ahead and then says that he will kill him. After a while, we appear next to the protagonist. He looks ahead with displeasure. Sitting opposite the commander-in-chief, he asks what Sasna suggested to join forces. The office, he adds that because of the Black Crane they are strong. The chief replied that most of the special forces, so most likely, yes. Charlie looked ahead in surprise and replied that it was a pretty good force. Then he looked at the chief and asked what he would do next. Agree to the unification? He replied that he hadn't said anything yet. Imagining the monk and the commander-in-chief in his head, he said that whatever choice he made, it was a chance for them since there were internal disagreements. Frowning, he continued to say that they would watch their squabbles and then take advantage of the moment, so they needed to pretend that they were in cahoots with Pine. He continued to say that no matter what, they were in the same organization. The protagonist, getting up from the couch, said that okay, he would have to train his guys. The chief, hearing this, replied that he had said that it was more convenient for him to carry out tasks alone. Charlie silently looked at his comrade. We are transported to some time later. The protagonists approach the man and say that he did a good job, to which Charlie replies that he did too. Looking at the sky, the man added that perhaps he would not like his words. Lowering his head, he continued to say that he did not know what kind of task he had in the past, but judging by his desire to act alone. Looking at the protagonist, he said that he had not entirely reliable colleagues before. Charlie turned away. The man continued to say that now he should still trust his team a little. Looking at the girl, he said that they are trying their best, they will certainly be useful to him later. The protagonist, leaving the office, replied that he had changed his mind a little. After the end of the leaf cleaning plan, a press conference was held, at which they announced the brilliant results of the operation. Pine looked ahead with a smile. Cameramen were filming him. The commander-in-chief said that he was the chief of police. Smiling broadly, he continued to say that, being in his last term of office, he would find and exterminate all the villains. We are transferred to the temple. The monk looks at the phone in surprise. He received a warning from the commander-in-chief. We are transferred some time later to the head of the police department. A girl comes to him and says that it is time for him to go. Getting up from his chair, he, smiling, asked why so much time had passed. Leaving the office with his comrades, he headed forward along the corridor, saying that they needed to go. We are transferred to the monk. He opens the doors. The commander-in-chief comes up to him, says that they have not seen each other for a long time. Smiling broadly, he replied that he came with good news. Hearing this, the monk smiled kindly. The commander-in-chief, looking menacingly ahead, says that he will not even offer a cup of tea. How poorly they greet guests here. The monk, smiling broadly, did not answer him. And then, looking ahead, he said that he was incredibly impudent, to which the commander-in-chief, lowering his head, said that he was often told that. A second later, the monk, who had swung his fist, made a dash forward. The commander-in-chief looked ahead in surprise. At the last second, he was able to stop his enemy's fist, asking why he still would not calm down. Throwing him back, he added that they were both no longer at that age. Let them resolve the issue without fists. Waving his hand, he added that they would get straight to business. Stretching out his hand, he added that the monk should drop everything and go work for him, then he would be able to save his reputation. Smiling broadly, the commander-in-chief added that they were connected in many ways. Let them resolve the issue in a good way. The monk replied that he was too. Smiling, he continued to say that he was one of those who would be thrown out when he was no longer needed, like a pawnsmith telling the owner, let him not confuse himself with him. The commander-in-chief sighed and replied that he had not expected him to listen to him. Looking at the temple, he replied that he was simply curious. Raising his head, he continued to say what his face would look like after losing 5 months at once. The monk, frowning menacingly, replied that they could all be replaced with others at any time. The commander-in-chief, looking ahead, replied that he looked relaxed. Now he wanted to see his face when the battle was over. The monk replied that if he had waited a little. Looking ahead frighteningly, he added that his dream would have come true, but he had made a different choice. The commander-in-chief, opening his eyes wide, replied that he had called him a pawn, but he liked being the one who controlled these pawns better. Getting up from the table, he added that they would see what would come of it. He had better stock up on his pawns. Very soon he would officially declare war on him. As he left the temple, he added that he hoped it would be a good fight. The monk saw him off with a wide smile. We are carried to the girl. She is being beaten badly. Charlie flies up to one of his comrades, swinging his fist. He tries to return, his mouth wide open. A moment later, he gets a knee to the head. Another of his comrades flies from the side, swinging his fist. A few seconds later, Charlie hits him in the neck with his hand. All his friends fall to the floor, writhing in pain. The protagonist lowers his head and then thinks about this miscanthus. He remembers a battle with a very strong opponent with swords. When he looked at him menacingly, he was able to push him back. Looking ahead, he addressed him. With his menacing gaze, he said that he was not showing his true abilities, underestimating him. The guy looked ahead for a few seconds in silence. Then suddenly he pulled out one of his katanas. Looking ahead, he told Charlie to try it. The protagonist, looking at his enemy, almost exploded from such impudence. A moment later, he snatched the katana from his hands, and then with all his might he cut the air with it. He looked ahead in fear. Where his opponent had been, there was nothing anymore. A moment later, he heard a voice behind him that he could say the same thing. His opponent, standing with his back to him, added that he, too, was not showing his true abilities. Turning around, he continued to say that it seemed that the time for their battle had not yet come. Charlie silently watched him go. We are transferred to the present. The protagonist, lowering his head, thought that he was very unpleasant. Little by little everything falls into place. Looking at his comrades, he wondered what next time. Suddenly, someone behind him said that it sounded like a ghost crying. Everyone turned around. They were known continued to say that he was watching them here. There was a tattoo of leaves on his leg. He looked down menacingly, and then he said loudly that his movement was very similar to him. Even goosebumps. The girl jumped back in fear, saying that it was a mountain of muscles. The protagonist, looking in his direction, asked who they had here. The guy went down, and Charlie asked what he wanted to get, like his brother, so he came himself. The guy in the mask, looking menacingly in front of him, answered that September Chrysanthemum looked at the wounds in his brother and said that it was very similar to willow branches. An image of his brother's wounds appeared in his head. The protagonist, looking in front of him, asked that Lespedeza died. The guy answered that he was alive. Hearing this, Charlie looked ahead with displeasure, and the guy said that he also had a question. Looking menacingly ahead, he continued to say who he was. Looking at the sky, he replied that he was a disciple of a master. Clenching his fist, he added that or he was the master. His three allies looked ahead in surprise, asking what they were talking about. The guy, hearing this, looked menacingly ahead, asking what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The protagonist, looking ahead with fear, replied that he should check it himself then. A moment later, the guy jumped up. But suddenly Charlie was under his feet. We are transferred to the guy in the blue kimono. He stretches out his hand to the cuts of the month and says that the results of the wound analysis are elevated from the chrysanthemum early, very similar to those that the second master inflicted on the first. Silence hung in the room. The monk, looking ahead, said that it was him. An image of the guy appeared in his head, and then he introduced the protagonist, asking who he was. Then he called Miscanthus. Turning around, he added that Charlie seemed to him. He, lowering his head, replied that he was very strong, such could be counted on the fingers. Turning to Chrysanthemum, the monk asked how Lespedeza's operation went. Chrysanthemum looked ahead silently for a few seconds. He saw the threatening look of the guy behind him. He opened his eyes wide. Chrysanthemum, putting his hands behind his back, replied that everything was done just fine. He would soon recover. Hearing this, the monk replied that it was good. There was no need to choose someone else to replace April. We were transferred to the street. Chrysanthemum, looking at the guy, said that it would take about 3 months to recover, during which time he should somehow convince him to return to his place. Raising his hand, he added that he owed him, to which the guy thanked him. He looked at the sky for a few seconds, then we were transferred back to the battle. The guy swings his leg, but misses. He somersaults around, and then makes a strong lunge forward. Charlie puts his hand in front of his face and blocks his blow. The guy flies back at great speed. The protagonist, looking ahead, asks what he is doing. He hits easier than then, doesn't he? Looking ahead, he added that he relaxed. Clenching his fist, he added that he doesn't think that he hasn't trained since that day. He should have become stronger. Looking menacingly ahead, he added that either he underestimates him. The guy lowered his head, replied that before coming to him, he talked to the Miscanthus. He remembered how he heard someone's voice, who replied that he was coming to him. Looking at his comrade, he turned to him. Then he lowered his head menacingly, adding that he should not kill him because he is his. He lowered his head and continued to say that if he killed him, he would kill his brother and him. The guy, passing by on the road, replied that he was overestimating him. The man in the black mask said that, unlike his brother, he was capable. Charlie, looking ahead, replied that he was now afraid of the Miscanthus, which is why he began to fight like that. Frowning, he continued to say that, by the way, he was right, his brother had no abilities. Imagining a cracked card in his head, he added that he was, of course, cool, that without any special skills, with just his efforts, he was able to take the place of the month. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked that maybe he was wrong. The guy in front of him replied that his brother had no special skills. He was wrong. He added that effort is also a skill. Hearing this, Charlie, frowning, replied that they all try. Looking around, the protagonist continued to say that he knew it better than anyone. Clenching his fist, he continued to say that he also did not have special abilities. The guy replied that he achieved his position only through effort, to which Charlie replied that he just should not deceive himself. Remembering their fight, he replied that he had fought with both of them and knew their abilities. Imagining his brother crawling up the stairs to the guy, he added that he himself probably felt when he was on missions with his brother that there was a huge difference between them. Frowning, Charlie added that this is exactly why he came to kill him personally, because his brother would not be able to defeat him even if he woke up. Menacingly looking ahead, the guy replied that it was not he or the Muscat who would kill him, but his brother. Hearing this, Charlie replied with displeasure that he was overestimating, but the guy interrupted him, replied that even if everyone said that nothing would work. Looking straight ahead, he added that he believed in his brother because he was the only one he had. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, shouted that why did he come here then? The guy lunged forward, answered to relieve his anger. Charlie put his hands in front of his face. He tried to block the blow, but it knocked him to the ground. His comrades started running towards him, to which the protagonist shouted for them not to come closer because they would only interfere. The guy, looking straight ahead, added that when his brother was being beaten, he could not stand aside. Rising to his feet, Charlie replied that he would take out his anger on him. That's exactly what he was going to do. Hearing this, the protagonist, frowning, replied that it was incredibly boring and he would regret it, that this was the only chance to kill him. Looking straight ahead, he added that when he returned to his previous form, then it would become impossible. The guy, looking ahead, answered that his brother would manage anyway. They took off. The protagonist, swinging his elbow, answered that he would not let him go alive. Suddenly, Charlie looked ahead in surprise. The guy, going behind him, answered that he should not deceive himself, after which he kicked him in the stomach with all his might. Looking menacingly ahead, he continued to say that he would let him live. The protagonist clenched his teeth. He lowered his head, and then, smiling broadly, said that after all, a man should have strong legs. The guy looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. We are transferred to the temple. The monk addresses the orchid. Turning around, he tells him to bring the guys, we need to choose new months. The hero quickly ran forward. The fighter did not let himself be offended, kicking him. Foliage. The guy quickly tripped the hero so that he could not stay on his feet. Charlie looked at the leg in surprise. The hero was surprised that he was like stone. His eyes were full of surprise. The huge leg was rising above the guy. The hero quickly kicked Charlie. He laughed, shouting that this could not be compared to a real fight. The hero smiled, saying that it felt like the guy was regaining his feelings again. The fighter jumped on Charlie, asking him not to talk nonsense. The hero looked forward with confidence. Despite such words, the guy himself understood that his movements were getting better. The leg quickly kicked the hero. Charlie began to direct his fist. The hand touched the hero's shoulder. The man quickly kicked Charlie in the face. The guys looked at the heroes in fear, not knowing how to react. The two heroes stood opposite each other. The villain looked away in surprise. Charlie laughed, saying that it was very good and there was nothing better for improving skills than a fight with a strong opponent. Sky. Charlie mocked the guy, asking him when he would show his abilities. The man calmly closed his eyes. The hero understood that his movements had become much better. Charlie quickly hit the guy. The main character understood that because of this, they stopped comparing him. Charlie held his hand on the villain's body, saying that, unlike his brother, his upper body was more trained. The man understood that they began to compare him with his brother. The hero decided to kill Charlie. His look was full of madness. His face was surprised. The hero was lying on the bed with wounds, and his brother next to him answered that he would try to cope with all this. The doctor and his brother were standing near the bed. Their eyes were full of anger. The villain looked at Charlie, answering that he needed to go already. Charlie said with displeasure that they needed to fight to the end. The guy continued to calmly look away. The hero started to run away, answering that he didn't want to do it. Charlie, gritting his teeth, ran towards the hero. His legs were running fast. Charlie was trying to keep up with him. The forest. The guy looked ahead tiredly. There was no one on the street ahead. Trees. The villain had doubts. The hero looked at the sky, realizing that he had no right to be called an older brother. The man hoped that his brother would cope with everything. The inhaler was on his face. The man lay calmly. At the same time, the man was in shock. The officer couldn't believe it. The documents that were given to him contained information about March, June, and September. Everyone remembered the heroine. The girl was sitting on a chair with a guitar in her hands. She was a singer and the author of many songs. Information about June. The girl was slowly scratching her dog. The heroine was a zoo worker. September had arrived. 3 men were walking through the hospital. One of the guys was a doctor. The officer looked away in confusion. The hero began to understand that they all held high positions. At the same time, the monk was also doing something. The man looked at everyone carefully. The hero calmly answered that from now on, people would be his cards. The guy looked away. The girl was calmly silent. The killers did not know what to do. Meanwhile, the monk was trying to find help only from them. At this time, the hero was walking down the street. The guys asked the guy if he was really Charlie. Everyone looked at him in fear. Meanwhile, Charlie was watching the people in surprise, not knowing what to answer. A question came from the street about why he was interested in everything. The guys were standing next to Charlie. The girl was angrily shouting that he himself had just told the big guy that he was the one. The guy calmly looked ahead, saying nothing. Charlie was discontentedly shouting at the girl not to ask such questions. The hero looked at the two guys next to the girl, telling her to be silent as well. The guys were worriedly shouting that they also doubted the hero's words. Charlie calmly looked at them, saying nothing. The officer calmly replied that he was told that Ron was already dead. The hero shouted that everyone told him to go ahead. The guy asked the general how he felt if his wife was killed after all. The officer calmly replied that he was not in the best mood. The criminal gave birth to the victim, and then the victim herself became a criminal, and in the end Ron turned out to be one of the victims. The man replied that they would make the monk answer according to the law. For this it was necessary to stop this chain of tragedies. The officer replied that everyone said that Ron surrendered voluntarily, but no one knew this yet. After some time, the man gave Charlie all the information about the months. The protagonist thoughtfully realized that only the most active ones were written there. In addition to the twins, there are also February and May. Charlie replied that he had not seen February, but he had seen May many times. The hero remembered that he was always near the monk, like his shadow. The officer wanted to say something else. The man replied that they had decided to act with the pine tree. The hero warned everyone that he did not like this idea. The man calmed the guy down, saying that they were going to work together as colleagues and nothing more. The hero began to ask Charlie for more news. The guy calmly replied that the guys began to ask him who he really was. The officer told Charlie everything honestly, since they would not believe him anyway. The hero looked ahead. The man said that they would like this truth. The officer shouted that these were simple human connections. After the hero's words, Charlie told his comrades the whole truth. Hearing this story, the guys' faces immediately changed. The heroes could not believe it. Kate worriedly began to suggest that the guy stay in the hospital for a while longer. The guys laughed, thanking Charlie for telling the truth. Kate looked at her assistants with displeasure. Charlie did not know how else to explain to them what was happening. The heroes continued to stand, not believing their eyes. The guy answered everyone to think as they wanted. The heroine looked at the guy in surprise. There was a group of people standing behind Charlie. Charlie was pointing at the group, saying that they would train together from now on until they were given assignments. Their eyes were full of surprise. The guys didn't know what else to say. The guy looked at the hero, shouting that he looked stupid. Mike looked at the guy, who replied that he wouldn't want to train with a man. Kate looked at Charlie with displeasure, asking why there were two people standing next to her. There was a man standing next to Charlie. The guy hoped that they would put him in jail. Martin asked the guy with interest if everything was okay. Charlie understood that in the last fight he had realized that practice was very important. The man pointed at himself, saying that he didn't want to be blind. Charlie replied that he would kill the attacker, trying not to aim for the eye. The guys began to ask in fear if there were any concessions for them. The door opened slightly. The girl confidently answered that the boss sent a message that he was ready to cooperate. The man told the girl to tell him that they would see each other soon. The girl asked the man with interest if he would tell her about his plans regarding the monk. The hero calmly answered that it was not necessary to say that. The officer understood that the guy was quite limited, so he would probably back down when he finished the task. The hero smiled, saying that if this happened anyway, he would have to control all these changes. The general laughed, answering that after this task, there would be no one who would want to touch him. The guy was glad that there would be less trouble. The general calmly answered that lately he had become very tired of all sorts of scumbags. Orders, Congress. The man looked at the girl in surprise. The heroine sternly asked him to write that in the article. The girl asked the guy if she should repeat these words. She looked ahead angrily. The heroine was angry that this man was raising bandits from the police. The next day, in the office, Feng thanked the hero for agreeing to cooperate with him. The officer looked at the general, asking her what her plans were. Feng laughed, offering to get to know him a little better. The man replied that everyone in the world had a dream. The officer asked the boy, confused, if he could even hear it. The boy looked ahead intently. The hero quickly replied that his dream was to become the president of the country. The man calmly replied that he had chosen a difficult path. Feng thought about what would have happened if he had been in the same boat with the monk. The hero understood that then he would have risen to the presidency without any problems. Feng understood that he also had a thirst for justice, so he did just that. The hero laughed, replying that he was simply using him, but nevertheless, he did not intend to continue the relationship with him. Feng replied that he would change the entire country and make it safe. The officer understood that this man was in cahoots with a criminal. The hero understood that this would never be safe. Feng looked ahead in surprise. He replied that he had conspired only to destroy the mask under which this criminal organization hid its past. The hero replied that he had obtained information through the monk, thanks to which he had been able to eliminate other groups. The man understood that he was the only one left. Fang sat on the couch, saying that they were very similar since they were willing to conspire with the lesser evil in order to catch a big fish. The officer asked the hero with interest what it meant that he called himself evil. Fang, with a smile on his face, said that he definitely could not consider himself good. Soon there would come a day when Fang would run for president. That was when he would tell about all the crimes committed by the months. Fang suggested that the officer deal with them together. The man agreed to cooperate, but he did not want to follow all the words. The hero suggested not killing the months, but capturing them alive so that they would voluntarily surrender. The officer looked at Fang and said that he would not leave him and the monk alone. The officer replied that he would judge everyone according to the law. There was laughter on his face. The man asked the guy if he was being too presumptuous in his presence. The officer answered menacingly that he had a trump card that no one else had. Fang was worried. He tried to find out right away what this trump card was. The hero answered the general that he would not die anyway since he had all the cards in this game. Fang laughed, answering that everything was becoming much more interesting. The hero calmly answered that they would try to catch the monk first. The officer looked angrily at the man. The general hoped with all his might for a good game. As he left, the officer decided to ask the man if he knew what the difference was between them. Fang listened in surprise to the hero, who answered that for the sake of his dream he got into his own boat with evil, which the officer did not do. After a while, the hero left. There was a year and a half left before the presidential elections. During this time, everyone trained as best they could. The hero angrily hit the guy, shouting at him not to ask for rest anymore. The guys looked ahead, directing the force of the blow. A guy ran after Kate and the girl as fast as he could. A real fight began. Charlie fought confidently with Martin, not afraid of anything. The building. The fighters looked ahead, wondering if they were new months. The guys looked at them carefully. One of the guys decided to check them. The girl looked ahead. Blood splashed on the walls. The guy held 2 heroes, answering that he would add a few more. The mouth and blood opened. The man agreed to all this in surprise. The heroes looked around. The officer held the papers. 6 months passed. Fang answered that he was ready for battle. The man ordered the girl to prepare a press conference. The girl confidently began to say that Fang's rating as a future presidential candidate was growing, so there was nothing more to add, and if he started the election campaign too early, attacks could begin. The hero laughed. Fang understood that he just needed to seize the group, then the presidency would be his. All this would attract the attention of society. The man understood that he couldn't put it off since no one knew what Bill was saying about them. The general decided to act according to their plan. The girl calmly replied that one person's rating had also risen quite a bit. Fang was angry since she was constantly saying something against him. The man understood that a split was the most effective way since each side would get half. The general replied that this did not change his plan. The press conference itself began. Fang, with a smile on his face, replied that it had been 5.5 years since he became the chief of police. The hero understood that this had never happened in his practice, but his last term of service was coming to an end. The man replied that during this time he had managed to catch many criminals, but there were still some that could not be found. Fang replied that during his last term he was going to find large groups that were undercover. Bill watched all this carefully. John heard Fang on the news answering that he had completed the entire operation. The man, with a smile on his face, was going to run for president. Bill looked at the phone with anger. The monk did not know how to answer this. The hero began to call his assistant. John answered that the months should prepare. He had a red button in his hand. Fang asked to watch his actions. The war had begun. The hero stood near the board, saying that now they would determine who would take on which months. Leon would be responsible for Bella. The hero answered with displeasure that the girl did not look strong. June Peony herself would take on Hannah. The heroine answered with a smile on her face that the girl had very scary eyes. Chase answered for another hero. The man said that when he destroyed all the months, he would immediately hold a press conference to expose the monk, and then everyone would mobilize their forces for the capture. Fang understood that the relationship would end quietly like this. Leon asked the general if Charlie would participate in this. Fang answered that they were on the same side for now, so they needed to communicate without quarrels. Someone slowly walked up to the guys. The girl said worriedly that she needed to tell him something. The heroine said that they had received a call. Fang said that he would call her back. The assistant shouted that it was better to talk right now. The hero did not understand why he should do this. The girl said worriedly that she had said so. The man's face immediately changed. The girl laughed. She answered Fang that she was glad to see him. The man suggested that she get straight to the point. Fang looked at her with incomprehension, not knowing what to say. The heroine asked to tell him about the rumors on the last mission. The man looked at her calmly. The hero immediately realized that she had a man at the police station. Fang could not understand who told her. The man laughed, answering that he did not know what he was talking about. The hero began to get angry. The girl was a former lawyer, a deputy in her 3rd term, who was used to identifying the weaknesses of her opponent and gnawing at them. Fang knew that if he said one more word, she would immediately start picking on him. The man replied that this was false information. The girl laughed, asking if he was telling the truth. The lawyer laughed, answering that she had heard this information from someone connected with this case. Fang, with fear in his eyes, asked who it was. There was a smile on his face. The heroine laughed, answering that these words were conveyed by the monk himself, who said that he was hunting him. The general continued to watch. Laughter appeared on his face. The man asked her if she was a plum. The girl's mouth opened slightly. The lawyer replied that this was a message from the monk and that she should not try to aim for the monk's place. Fang heard her telling him to go to his place. The man gave the girl a chance to choose. Fang offered the heroine to go over to his side. The hero replied that all suspicions against her were true. The girl heard the man answer her about the rumors with the gang connection with displeasure. The heroine covered her mouth. She answered that all people obey the rules. She said that there are school rules, there is medical law, legal law, and it all depends on how they get the role. Their role is the monk's team. His word is law for them. The heroine answered that he gave her one last chance, so will he return to him? Fang laughed, answering that he refuses. His hands opened his clothes. His shirt came unbuttoned. The girl said loudly that whoever refuses should be punished. The man thanked the girl for revealing herself since he had no information. The girl heard the guy answer that she was on the list for elimination. The heroine did not understand who was eliminating whom. Fang looked away in fear. Groups of people looked forward. The girl asked the guy why he called them killers. All the guys looked forward. Lucas answered menacingly that he had failed to persuade anyone. Fang continued to watch in fear. The girl answered that it was only they who had done all this. The guys began to turn on the full attack. The heroine looked at the man. Fang asked her if she had gone crazy. She angrily answered that it was his fault. The girl did not understand how a pawn could decide to resist its owner. Fang asked her if she really thought she could survive if she did not go over to his side. The hero understood that if he died, an investigation would begin, and the monk would want to get rid of the evidence and then abandon her. The monk understood that only a madman would agree to this plan. The heroine understood that only the man had the role of a pawn, and she fulfilled it completely. Fang looked at her in fear. The hero understood that the plum answered that it would return to him. Someone was knocking on the door. The girl answered that someone was at the entrance. The enemy invaded late at night. The man looked away. The hero couldn't help but smile. It was an involuntary laugh because he simply had no words. Anyway, the guy liked the whole situation. The hero understood that now he had a reason to get rid of the monk. He understood that he had to destroy the months. Fang knew that winning these games depended on whether he stayed alive. The hero shouted for everyone to try to kill him. Lucas looked ahead. There was an object in his hands. The girl answered that they had managed to break through at the entrance. She answered to send the guys there. The deputy smiled, saying that he would do so. The guys began to enter. The man asked the girl if they had to wear masks. The girl looked away, thinking about their role. She knew that the months would have no trouble with everything else. The deputy knew that their role would not be long. The police. The man smiled, answering that the results of the beating were not so important because they would die. The girl asked about the fact that he was simply scared. The deputy looked at the heroine, saying that it was an honor for him to die next to her, but before that he would like to capture one person. The girl left, answering that she did not need a mask. Night fell. The knife was covered in blood. The men were all cut up. It was always pleasant for the hero to cut the carotid artery. Someone quickly broke the wall. The guy looked to the side at the dogs. The elbow of the moon hit the dog on the head. The animal barked discontentedly. The dog quickly ran to the owner. The moon asked with surprise why his dog was killed. The face was displeased. The heroine answered that she was watching her dog. The policemen shouted, holding a gun in their hands. Lucas quickly cut them up right there. His whole face was covered in blood. The moon held a sharp weapon. His hands were aiming at Lucas. Suddenly they quickly fired. The moon jumped from above. The policeman's head was cut off. The girl praised the guy for such a job. The policeman lay dead on the ground. The heroes slowly left. In a matter of seconds, the guys dealt with the first floor. Voices were heard from the room. Fang answered in fear that unknown people had just broken into the building. The guys listened as they answered that they were killers. The man answered that everyone needed to be eliminated quickly. The heroine wanted to ask something. Hannah, with a smile on her face, asked if they could open fire. Fang said that they could do it. The man suggested using a silencer. Fang said to quickly figure it out and go somewhere else. There was joy on her face. The general told the guys to show whose people were stronger. The black crane came out. The sounds of silencers began to be heard throughout the police department. They were made by months. The guys were always close to each other. Their use of weapons was like they had spread their wings. Naturally, the hero himself did not want to know this. Fang watched this calmly and silently. Fighting with pistols compared to close-range combat was full of unpredictable moments. So before the months met the Black Crane, the man allowed them to use weapons to create these moments. However, there was one card that the guy did not take into account. The police were standing behind the wall. The girl quickly ran towards them. The girl angrily screamed that they were approaching. The hero clenched his teeth. The policeman's head immediately flew off. The month looked away. The girl looked at him in the same way, answering that his cover was complete. The heroine immediately killed too, answering that her mission was also complete. The map was the coordinated work of the months. Fang looked at this whole team game. The man was very surprised. The guys heard the hero answer that each of the months was a monster. The general answered that they had a reason why they could win. He was talking about all the brothers and the 38 newcomers. The general answered that they all carried out their tasks and did not trust each other. The reason why these months could act so harmoniously was different. The girl looked at the guys. The heroine told the months that while they were preparing for the task, they would follow his instructions and practice working as a team. The heroes did not really like this. The girls did not want to do this. The heroine answered discontentedly that all the months that were present should unite and no one can know how the task will go. The boys answered with displeasure that they did not even know each other. Some months answered that teamwork was very good. Lucas asked the girl if she was strong herself. The guy decided to test the girl to understand if she had the right to train them. The heroes answered something with displeasure. The girl took off her mask, asking everyone to shut up. No one knew how to react to this. The heroine calmly answered that this task would be her last as a member of the team. Everyone listened to her as she said that the monk entrusted her with this role. The months were surprised to hear her answer that she would test herself in battle. The months understood that she was involved in politics and at the same time led a criminal group. The girl answered that she knew better than anyone how to manage people. Lucas stood next to her, saying that he would act without a mask. The heroine answered with displeasure that they would follow her instructions and train to work as a team. The guy answered that he understood everything. The weapon was in his hand. Fang stared at the screen, saying nothing. Suddenly, the entire picture stopped showing. Interference began. The man understood that they worked very well together and also recruited newcomers. Fang understood that they should not sit idly by. The hero asked to pass on fake bullets so that only Black Cranes would shoot real ones. His mouth opened slightly. The hero asked to contact someone. Bill was holding the phone, saying that he had been called and asked for help. The man heard that they had come in person. The officer understood that this was very unexpected for him. The hero understood that he could not just leave it like that because he was the key to capturing the temple. The officer understood that he had to try to take the living months despite the fact that this was a difficult task. The hero asked to call someone. The guy replied that there was no need for this. Charlie said that he was nearby now and that they needed to keep an eye on the other one. The guys looked away. Everyone calmly walked forward. Voices were heard from the office. The girl answered that they had added backup. Fang was getting up from the couch. The hero understood that he would also participate. The man remembered the button in his hands. The months looked ahead. The backup looked at them in the same way. The most important were Charlie and his team. The monk, Fang, Bill, they were all police killers. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.